This is what you really think about all of us.
I'm a nice guy, man.
Nah, bullshit, dude. Don't give me that nice guy attitude shit. You're in here to make fun of everybody that's in here because you think we're all
not
kooky. Yeah, you are. You just finished saying that. You just finished saying that we make
kooky.
Well, you said we make up our own cosmology. What does that say?
You said I make up my own cosmology.
Because you are. You are. You don't adhere to any of the mainstream rhetoric. Einsteinian gravitational theory is what's the current rhetoric.
It's a theory,
and you're saying,
right?
It doesn't matter. You didn't.
Well, yes, it does. It's a theory.
No, it doesn't.
Should I believe a theory?
Because that's a consensus on their side.
It's a theory, though, by definition, yeah.
You don't pick and choose that. You have to adhere to what those guys who are purporting it have to say.
I mean, it's a theory. I could say it's a theory, bro. I don't believe it.
Do you have a stance in it? You don't have a dog in this fight. Are you some sort of pseudoscientist?
How about that?
Are you a pseudoscientist out there making up these theories? No, you're just a regular Joe on the internet saying you don't like the current rhetoric.
Who's he to tell me what I can believe in or not? You know what I mean?
The problem is Newton doesn't work when you're looking at the sky and trying to assume that all of that is working with Newton's mechanics.
Well,
That's why they brought in Einstein to try to explain it, and then they realized that Einstein doesn't actually work with quantum mechanics, and so they had to throw all of that out, and that's why gravity is one of the 10 biggest unsolved problems in physics. So you trying to use it to reify your globe doesn't work.
See, you guys put me in this bubble.
No, you put yourself in that bubble. You don't blame that on us. You put yourself in that bubble. You want to make your own cosmology up and come in here and act like you're some kind of free thinker, and you're not. You're spitting out McToon's propaganda in our live stream, and you're here to tell me you're a free thinker, dude? Fucking.
Well, I won't.
That's stupid shit, dude.
I've been following this a long time, and he has a lot of good.
What? You think he's a free thinker? You think he's a free thinker?
I think so. Yeah. I was around when
McToon is one of the biggest. He's one of the biggest anti-flat Earth propagandists that there ever was. He's not a free thinker, dude. And if you think that, you're sorely mistaken.
I haven't seen any of his recent stuff.
It doesn't matter, dude. You just posted some shit from him. You're basically you're citing him.
Like you guys won't let me. So wait a minute, you won't let me post stuff from NASA, right? So I want to post some stuff.
You can post whatever you want. You can post whatever you want to actually cite the thing that you're actually trying to explain.
Gravimeter or a torsion balance, right? And you're like, oh, that's McToon's. Well, I'm not posting shit from NASA.
First of all, you're citing McToon, and so doing that, we already know he's a anti-flat Earth propaganda person. He doesn't have evidence to back up his claim. So if we were to listen, if we were to STL,
don't give me that bullshit, Cornell University. Don't give me that bullshit. Come on now.
If I was to ask you to explain what that thing you just cited and tell me what it's about, I guarantee you're not going to know shit from that thing that you just cited. You're just citing this flat Earth propagandist or anti-flat Earth propagandist, and you want to make it sound like you know some shit. If we were to quiz you on what he said in that video, are you going to be able to tell me what that's about? Be honest right now, yes or no? Because we'll start quizzing you.
It has a formula. It has a formula.
We'll start quizzing you. We will start quizzing you. How about that? Would you want us to?
Look,
and then we're going to see if you really know.
Yeah, I probably won't pass, but you can if you want.
Don't go to the same people that we're fighting with every single day. Like just your average Joe who thinks he's somebody because he has followers. Go to a university, get a citation, show us. Show us what they got. Go to and then we can debate it. But when you cite McToon,
well, I cited Cornell University.
It means nothing to us. He hates
his ego is almost as big as my ego, and mine is bigger than my own cosmology.
What did you cite from Cornell University?
On top of that,
hey, what's up, Jedi? I haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, don't run away from this, man. You ain't done yet, man. Your math started falling off when you said you like to come in here because we make up our own cosmology bullshit. Come on, dude.
No.
Get off the noise, dude. You're not fooling anyone. STL, man, you've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, because you like to make fun of us, dude. That's your whole shtick.
I don't come
in here
making fun of you.
You get your jollies off of it, man. Bullshit, dude. You've been doing this song and dance for a while.
Okay,
I already know you, man.
I'm not in here insulting you, calling you names.
You throwing out McToon's propaganda on our live stream. You said that we believe in our own cosmology. Come on, dude, don't fuck around. I already know you.
Yeah,
You see how you laugh?
it's
You
hold
see how
on.
you
It's,
laugh?
yeah, I get that, but I mean, it's not about laughs. If you're actually serious about this, why don't you actually just say? Actually, could be a redundant term, which could mean just actually. Actually, could be like actually. I mean, you could use it as a redundant term over and over and. But I'm not actually trying to offend you, but I just didn't actually mean to offend you by actually just saying this or that. Hey, check this out. Why don't you bring us some real information about how you came across this topic and why you think that you could say the flat earthers are wrong about this? How about you just bring that in, and then we don't have to use the word actually anymore.
Am I using the word actually too much?
Most people do, but it doesn't matter anymore, so try not to use it. How about that?
Right. I'll actually try.
Ba-dum-dum-tsh.
All right, so you found our server. You want to show us why you think we're wrong
I've been
about
here
the
for a
Earth
while.
being flat.
Helio,
It's
he's
very
been here
simple.
for a while, bro.
Helio, I've
He's
talked
been
to
here
you.
No, I get it. I get it, bro. I get it. I get it over and over
We did-
again. Been doing
For
this for
40
a
years,
long
bro.
time. Yeah. Yeah, we've been doing this for quite a while.
I know.
Tell us why you know that the Earth cannot be a level stationary plane, or tell us why you think that you have real evidence that it's actually the third rock from the sun spinning around the Milky Way galaxy in in a portion of the universe.
All right. What about the equinox?
Which
The fuck?
equinox?
I can see
Which
you win.
wait, hold
You
on.
flat earthers
Hold
are
on.
superior to my humble
Hold
globe
on.
zealot self.
Which one? Which equinox?
The one I don't know if it's the one in
Oh my god,
the one in
dude.
the summertime for us in the northern hemisphere.
Bro, you don't even know what you're talking about, man. Like,
Or the
how are we gonna?
springtime.
Shit, dude. Helio, I mean, this is bullshit, bro. He doesn't
Hey,
even know
Helio,
what.
That's
what
why I
he's
just
saying.
came. I was helping you guys out. You guys figured it out from. I got
That's
other
fine,
shit
but
to
we're
do.
on
Go ahead.
We're on a point though, because he's bringing some bullshit onto the live stream.
I'm not.
This
I can
McToon,
stop.
nonsense.
I'm not
And then
talking
he's
about
also
McToon.
providing Newtonian. Huh?
I'm talking about equinoxes now.
No, fuck
See,
that, dude. You don't even know shit about equinoxes, and you want to
Yes, I
come over
do.
here? Oh, equinox. You didn't even know what the summer or the fall equinox. Which one? You're like, which one is it? Like, you don't know which one it is. You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yes.
At all. It's apparent, dude. Everybody
All right.
knows it. All right.
You won.
No, it's not about winning. It's about exposing you. Because every
I'm
single
exposed.
time you come in there,
Yeah,
you wanna-
and for
you wanna
the
be
listeners,
friends.
it's
You wanna
not
be
about
friends with all the-
winning.
Ah, but dude, check this out, man. You want to be friends with all the flat earthers in here. At the same time, you want to smirk and say stupid shit that we believe our own cosmology and shit, man. That pisses me off.
All right. You don't.
How come
believe in
nobody
your own
else calls your
cosmology.
ass out?
I'm sorry for
Yeah,
saying
You're not
that.
gonna
Mickey, don't get mad. Mickey,
You're
don't
not
get
gonna
mad.
have a beer. You're not gonna drink a beer and come over here and act like friends with everybody. All you fake fucking anti-flat earthers are bullshit coming in here and doing this to us, man. All of you.
Yeah,
guys.
and when you
Go find
say,
your own
what
server
about
that
the
you got.
equinox? Just look it up. Dude, there've been a lot of times some people say something simple like that, equinox, and I'll look it up, and I look on Wikipedia, comes right up. Are you talking about the summer, winter
I know.
equinox?
But what
solar
happens during either of these equinoxes? What is?
Wait. You said
we're
there
on
was
equinox
one.
now.
You say something
We're
like
on
The
equinox now.
well, you said
two.
the
Julio,
equinox.
we're gonna let him blow past the shit that he put in the live stream. We're gonna go to equinoxes, bro.
No, we're
Go
not.
for it. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I
You guys
mean,
got this.
Anyway,
Yeah.
even if you did look into the spring equinox, it actually debunks the tilt of the globe.
But bro, we can't indulge that equinox bullshit, man. He doesn't have any evidence for what he's presenting. Listen, it's the old 30, it's the old 23 skidoo. he's gonna start saying things, and people and flat earthers are gonna get engaged with the other shit. he's saying, so he can
Exactly.
get off the
What do you
point.
know about it? What do you know
No.
about it?
God,
He
bro.
just
Are we-
threw it out there because he heard it from someone else. He
He's
doesn't
fishing
know
for
a
you
goddamn
guys,
thing
bro.
about it.
I know
I
he's
do know
fishing
about
for you
it.
guys. He's catching you guys, and you're letting him swing off to another
Why do you
point
not want me to talk about equinoxes?
because you don't know
Because
the shit you presented, bro.
Last thing I heard was a citation from Cornell University, and I had a shit about it. You brought up equinoxes, so there was a subject you were talking about before you brought up equinoxes, right? So
Yeah,
maybe
but
we
I
should
wanna
get back
shift
on
to
that.
equinoxes.
Why do you want to
Nope.
shift it? We were talking
Nope.
about this. This is the sort of
Not
thing that
doing
all
equinox.
earthers do. Is they don't want
Why
to talk
can't we
about
talk
saying
about equinoxes.
because we haven't finished talking about this first
Did you
subject.
see how he's laughing? You see how he's laughing, motherfucker? Do you see how he's laughing?
Yeah, it's.
He
I
likes
wonder.
this
If,
shit.
I wonder if he hears himself laughing.
I do hear myself laughing.
Awesome. So we
Okay,
can get back on topic then. Helio, please.
That-
Can we get back on topic then? You cited something from Cornell University. What the fuck was that then?
All right. It's a measurement of Newton's constant using a torsion balance with angular acceleration feedback. That's this.
What does that mean?
experiment. It says we measured Newton's gravitational constant G using a new torsion balance method. Our technique greatly reduces several sources of uncertainty compared to previous measurements. One, it is insensitive to annealing torsion fiber properties.
Awesome.
A flat plate pendulum minimizes the sensitivity due to the pendulum density distribution. And 3, continuous attraction rotation reduces background noise.
Okay,
Awesome.
please explain what that means.
So it says we obtain G, and then it's like really there's a point like plus or minus 0.000092 to the 10th to the negative 11th power.
Explain how they measured all of
That's
that.
a lot of precision there.
Explain how they measured it all.
Fuck that. What's an actually observed phenomenon?
Anyway, hold
Yeah.
on. I'm just wondering what instrument they measured that with.
Oh, fuck
It's a
that.
new torsion balance.
I just want the DV.
Then they calculated the sun mass from this thing too. It's just kind
Just the observed phenomena, please.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I
let's
was
start with
thinking too.
Yeah, let's start with Jedi's point. What's the observed phenomena?
They measured Newton's constant
That's not an observed phenomenon.
G.
With
Try again.
what instrument? If you're going to measure
A torsion
something, you
balance.
have to have an instrument.
Oh, God, we're not going to get anywhere like this. I want a physically observed phenomena in the physical and natural world. I want the
Oh, so you can use
dependent variable.
instruments. Well, then I can go to equinoxes, then, right?
No, you're going to go to
That's it.
science.
That's
Hold
observed
on,
naturally.
hold on, STL. You tried to go to science, so I want the dependent variable. It's quite simple. We're going to be building a hypothesis. You're bringing science. Let's start right at the beginning. I want the phenomena that we observe.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're going to bring it. So let's just have the hypothesis, the dependent variable, please. Or you could just give me the hypothesis if you want.
Oh dear.
I
really-
get comfy, guys. It'd be a while. Go on. What?
Did you fuck this up, Helio?
Helio, you're talking to
we don't
yourself.
we don't really care about what people imagine, and when they look at a contraption, we don't really care what they just imagine. We want the scientific validity behind it. It doesn't matter if you have what's it called?
Well, if you have an instrument that you built on Earth and you give us a story about what you found, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is a spinning freaking ball around a galaxy in the universe. You know, that's your story, not our story.
The thing he's trying to cite
the
is
weight of
claimed
the
to be
or the weight of the
scientific. It
spheres.
just isn't, and we're trying to help him understand that. which
All right,
is
cool.
why we
I'll shut
want
up.
the
You guys
observed phenomenon.
continue.
Just want the DV. That's all. You observed phenomena in the physical natural world. We just want that. Then we can carry on.
All right, they got two spheres inside of this machine.
Awesome. So without the machine, that's a scientific experiment. We want something observed in the physical natural world.
All
you
right.
know what a dependent variable
The
is,
sun
right?
during the equinox.
God.
That's not
Respawning on this, dude? Still.
I'll tell you what, if you really want to go down this route, you're going to say the phenomena is the sun. I'm going to ask you for the cause, and we're going to end up rotation of the fucking Earth. So let's go back to your gravity shit. I want the hypothesis, the dependent variable. Yeah, I know, I just ruined it with that one, didn't I? Because you ain't got proof of measurement of the Earth spinning to make the sun move in the fucking sky.
I told you.
So we'll get back to your hypothesis and ask for the dependent variable, the phenomena observed in the physical and natural world we want to figure out the cause of.
I
That'd
said
be the IV.
the dV is the weight of the spheres, the mass.
Weight of the spheres.
Yes, inside the machine. But then you said this is not observed in the physical natural world, right? And so then I jumped to the equinox, the sun, the way the sun moves across the sky.
Stop using your red herrings, and let's continue with the same topic.
You see,
so if the dependent variable is weight, what is your independent variable?
It would be G.
Awesome. Give me G.
That machine did.
Give me G.
Experiment.
Give me G.
Oh, I'll give you G, baby.
No, that's fine. Give it to me so I can put it in a glass and paint it red. G physical. Can I physically manipulate it to see if it causes the effect? Or is your hypothesis if mass, then mass attracts mass?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh.
Because if your hypothesis if mass, then mass attracts mass, I'm just going to point out that your independent variable and your dependent variable are the same fucking thing.
Was that it's Cavendish, yeah? Do you guys support Cavendish or no?
But does it follow the scientific method?
Nope.
I guess not. If you guys wouldn't lie to me, so yeah.
Well, it's not about lying. It's compare and contrast. Does it follow the scientific method? No. Therefore, by definition, guess what it's called? It's called pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. So that's all we got to say about that. It's not science. Pseudoscience. Right.
All right.
I mean,
interesting, STD.
Besides, the whole idea was thrown out the window with Einstein. So, besides, if you look at when the Cavendish was first performed, most people who tried to repeat it also reported that the balls were as likely to move apart from each other as they were to go together.
And altogether, nobody here is trying to get you on a gotcha. He's like, I got you, bitch. Unless you're against what we're saying or giving or at least a probable idea where we can have an intellectual, conversation. Nobody here's trying to prove you wrong and be like, gotcha, bitch. I mean, but even but sometimes some people will come in here and try to be like, yeah, I got this, and this is gotcha, bitch, which sometimes we do. It depends on who we're talking to. A lot of times, if you come in here with a comfortable, overarching, it's like I haven't talked really to you guys or whatever. But I thought the Earth was a globe, boom, boom, and then you were talking to us, and whatever. We all used to think the Earth was a globe too. It's not a big deal. I mean, come on.
So Cavendish assumes G is the cause. How does it validate that?
I remember back in the day when the Heliocentrism lot used to love the science. Now they've got a bit quiet on that subject, haven't they?
Well, the Globers now say science proves nothing because they have none. That's why we only get pseudoscience from them, like this.
All right. I'm going to go get some more ice for my drink. I'll be right back.
No, fantastic. We can't wait.
So he's still respawning on the sun on the equinox. He's been doing this for months, if not years.
Awesome. Just asking for a direct measurement of the rotation of the Earth.
I think I will when he gets back. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because the sun moves in the sky, apparently. Don't care what fucking time of year it is or what path it takes across the fucking sky. Your cause of the sun moving across the sky is the rotation of the Earth.
Ask him if gravity works on his ice.
Nah.
Then he's got to deal with Coriolis, so hasn't he then?
Ooh, Coriolis, so there are two separate reference frames then. Earth and air?
It's also just so dumb. If these little balls are attracting each other, then why aren't fat people attracting all the dust around them?
They're little balls compared to the overarching size of the universe, right? They're just little balls, just attracting to each other, around each other, just creating, from the Big Bang. Right? They're just little, right? But the only thing we can ever experience is our little ball universe here on Earth. We're just part of the bigger overarching freaking Big Bang theory of the ultimate universe. How does that not sound silly to anyone?
It just made everything sound a bit more gay. Thanks, mate.
I know, right? It's just like, oh, my Earth is just as comfortable to me as. Anyway, go on.
My balls are attracted to your balls.
my balls are spinning. I mean, it's just like everybody's balls are spinning around everywhere that came from the Big Bang eventually, and then the only thing we can know is what we can observe right here in this portion of the Big Bang universe, but the only thing we can ever know is from, the Milky Way galaxy and all that kind of shit. Y'all get the fuck out my face with that bullshit.
It's just so dumb because within Einstein's nonsense, those little balls are not big enough to bend space-time, so there's zero gravity there. So,
there's another thing, though, too. If they want to invoke Newton, they destroy themselves anyway, because they don't have a solar system like that. Doesn't match the presumed orbit of Mercury around the sun. Also, they've got a three-body problem. Also, Newton's laws of motion, which they usually want to go with, aren't valid in non-inertial reference frames, so they just destroy themselves in so many ways doing that.
Yeah, when they say mass attracts mass, that means gas is also mass, and gas doesn't attract gas, so they're fucked on that one too. How many ways would you like us to fuck you with your mass attracting mass bullshit?
I like it when they claim Newton, because they just fall flat on their faces when they do that.
You definitely fall flat, that's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it had to be superseded. Didn't match their imaginary orbit of Mercury, so they're done with their solar system. Why do they want to bring him up?
I was actually trying to think of a decent answer then, mate, and I really don't fucking know.
Sorry, loud motorcycle just went by. What'd you say, Jedi?
I was saying I was trying to think of a decent answer for you, but honestly, mate, I don't fucking know. I really don't know why I keep bringing it up. I mean, we tell them,
you
right?
win. I concede you win. You flat earthers are superior to my humble globe zealot self.
This is very true.
Anyway, they're going to need a globe for fucking gravity anyway. There's that. How's he measured that?
he just has his feelings. He has nothing else.
Okay, well, whilst we're trying to wait for him to go to Antarctica and get some fucking ice for his drink, has anybody tried to speak to Cool? No rolls at all? Anybody tried that one?
Hey, I heard that. That was pretty funny.
Thank you, mate. Did you get back? You good?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me pour myself a drink.
Oh, wow. So you understand we're not trying to trick you. You understand that we're not just believing in things just because of our quote-unquote preconceived biblical idea that the Earth is flat. We're just pointing out there isn't any scientific experiments for this shit. That's
the reason I like you guys is you believe what you can observe with your own two eyes, not what somebody else can observe, like a government body observes with their own two eyes. And then I can appreciate that.
Yeah, we believe what we can verify to be true. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
I would also like, as long as you're being authentic there, I appreciate.
I am absolutely.
But it's not just what we can see with our own two eyes. You know, like you can sense things in other ways, or you could get the data to, to verify something. Not everything is observable through just that one sense, but we do need to be able to replicate it. Like it can't just be based on a trust based, like belief. Like that's the issue.
There has to be something we can observe.
I mean, like, when we're given information like, fucking hell, celestial navigation requires triangles and you can't measure an angle on a curved surface, we've got nowhere to fucking go. Because, fuck me, celestial navigation works on the premise of angle measurements. So what do? We just understand that the Earth is practically used for navigation purposes as a flat plane. What do we do? Do we just then start asserting that the Earth can only be a ball? No, we're just being honest. Triangles demonstrate that through celestial navigation, the surface of the Earth must be flat.
There's a quote. I don't know if you guys are Tool fans, but there's a song. They have like a thing saying, "Speak for yourself, question authority." Right? I think that's a good mantra.
It is. So we're just providing the evidence, going with the evidence, taking the evidence as the evidence gives. You can't measure angles on curved surfaces. You can't have gas pressure without a container. There is no scientific experiment for gravity, no matter how many times people want to bring it up. There just isn't. So what do? The Earth is obviously measured and practically used as flat. Anything that they suggest, the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, we can't falsify that shit.
What say you, STL?
I say I want to listen to some Tool right now with you guys.
Some children with the keys to knowledge. I'd rather just scratch.
I love Tool.
The globe is like you telling us about your unicorn dream. We can't falsify your unicorn dream, just like we can't falsify the globe because it's not real. It's not something we can access.
It's just an idea in your head. That's why there's nothing outside that we can point to that validates it. That's why every time we go to look for it, we don't find it.
I would say the sun
or any
during
semblance
equinox.
of it. Yeah, you would say that. You've said that over and over again. That's just your interpretation of the sun and what it's doing on the equinox, right?
He wanted to equinoxes so bad, didn't he?
He really did.
He's just been doing this for months, if not years. Every single time I've ever heard him, he says the way the sun moves across the sky in the equinox.
I had to step away, but what was his presentation for McToon's gravitational contraption?
Oh, I ruined him. It went nowhere.
And him presenting Newtonian gravitational theory?
Yeah, nowhere. Couldn't even get past the dependent variable.
STL, you know that you have no solar system if you go with Newton's gravity, right?
I mean...
So what are you, a geocentric stationary ball earther, or like what are you trying to do here?
No, I'm not geocentric.
Well, then don't claim Newton because he doesn't help you.
See,
not
this is
compatible with the solar system.
He says he's heliocentric, but yet he wants to make up his own cosmology. How is that making up your? You're not a free thinker. You're enslaved to the whatever cosmology they tell you. You're not a free thinker at all.
There's other people like me too.
I know that, and we're exposing them on the daily. Anything else?
Just because some other people believe some nonsense doesn't justify it.
Is there anything
Oh.
empirical in reality that justifies this belief here? Who's got the crickets?
Hang on, let me look for him.
There it is.
Thought so.
4 years of actually looking into the globe, and this is all you got.
And you're year shaming me again.
Well, it's true, isn't it? You should have given up this ball Earth a long time ago.
I think his approach to
For you, I'm gonna give it.
is-
I'm gonna give it up just for tonight. I'm a flat
his
earther
way,
tonight.
his way of looking into it is just to come on here and drink. I think that's all he does.
Yep. That's what he
We also
wants.
have Cool Cool. Cool Cool is here. No rolls. Cool Cool, you've been unmuted. You want to open your mic? Go ahead, guys. Cool Cool has been unmuted. Hopefully he replies.
Maybe he'll be able to save STO.
PD for sure. Tell us, Cuckoo.
Cool Cool. Hopefully be cool.
If not, we're gonna go right back to STL.
Go right back. Go back right.
Third time a cool, unlucky sunshine. STL, you're back up.
He's skedaddled.
Oh.
discord.gg/flatearth.
All right. You can see the text channel now, Snackle, the voice channel right above the one you're in. So. No, we can't hear you, man.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yo, what's up, guys? Howdy.
Just kicking it, man.
CB, howdy's mom? I'm just kidding.
So what's going on, Snackle? What do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth, bro?
So, yeah, I was here yesterday. Some of you might see me in the chats yesterday as Too Bad. Too Bad was my name. My name's Gordon. I go by Too Bad. I'm just like a spaceflight nerd. I know a lot about NASA stuff, rockets, going to space, all that fun stuff. Just want to provide some context for anyone who has any questions, things like that.
Okay, you know about orbital mechanics then.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
All right, what would you say your... Well, 1 second, Flatsy, before we... Just get some background off of you, Snackle, real quick before we...
For sure, yeah.
Are you of any type of academic scholar of any kind?
So I graduated university with a bachelor's in liberal arts, and I currently work in communications for a spaceflight company.
Okay. Do you have any direct involvement with any like proprietary tech that might lead you to the knowledge of what maybe your stance right now? What do you think?
Well, with spaceflight stuff, there's definitely a lot of proprietary tech out there, especially with all the private companies that are going to space now. It's not just NASA anymore.
Sorry, that wasn't the question though. The question was, what do you have direct involvement with this so-called tech?
No, I mean, like, I'm communications, so I don't really get as involved in like the technical side of how, like, the engineers are the ones that do, like, they have to keep the secret.
You answer phones and relay messages then?
What's the level of extent of your involvement with that? What's the limit to what you do and what you can't do? And, just kind of give us a boundary so we don't overstep.
Yeah, for sure. No, yeah, I work in communications for a spaceflight company, so I'm helping tell the story of the company to the general public and how it works. That's why I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to help explain things about how space works, rocket works, things like that, to people who might be confused, just because that's my job. It's what I do.
Excellent.
So
anybody want to ask any preliminary other questions about what he does so that we can get all that out of the way so there's no miscommunication on that? Anybody in here want to ask him? I mean, pertinent to what he says he does, so we can establish like a foundation for his.
Okay.
Oh, I believe him as long as he doesn't start asking me how to do his job. I'll be like, whoa, Jack.
All right.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to learn us on space travel and stuff, I take it you've been to space then?
No, I've never been to space. I've definitely talked to a lot of people who have. Let's see. I think I've talked to five astronauts who've been to space. Something like that.
I think Flatsy Klein wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you know about orbital mechanics, then you know that they have to have the radius value of the Earth.
Right. Yeah. So spacecraft have to offset their numbers to account for the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, these rockets literally would not work.
Okay. I guess my main question to you, not necessarily in your field, it's going to go a little bit beyond the boundary there, but how would you have to hold on, I'm trying to word it correctly. I'm not trying
for sure, take your time.
I'm not trying to be rude.
No, not at all.
How would you redeem the orbital mechanics if the radius value isn't correct?
So there's a set radius value that we determined from numerous observations, measurements from Earth and in space to very accurately determine the radius of the Earth. And those numbers are, it's called the R value. And those numbers are directly introduced into the loop system of the guidance, navigation, and control on a spacecraft, the way it steers itself in space. This is the same on missiles or anything really that goes above the atmosphere. You have to account for the curvature, otherwise it will not work.
Okay. Would you say that's pertinent to the information that you would work with, Snackle? Because I would say that you're probably like a communicator for your company, right? Your company you're a spokesperson, so you have to communicate what your company does over to anybody that wants to be an investor. Or am I getting this incorrect? Or you?
Yeah, you're on the right track there for sure. Yeah, it's just helping explain things to the general public, that because I mean this stuff is really technical, right? There's a lot of moving parts to how this stuff works, and people like me kind of are there to help explain things in layman's terms, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, for sure. What we want to do is establish the foundation for all this information, because we hear a lot of talk about people saying things, but then they go back and say, no, that's not what I meant. So when we're establishing, when you say the R value, do you mean the radius of Earth, as in per the globe claim, the claim that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions, like the value, right, of what the R value stands for? Like that's something needed for your type of work, right? You can't say, well, that's we can use that, intermix it with other numbers and values, and it doesn't really mean that, like, because
sure,
I just want to establish, are you using an exact value that is pertinent to the tech? Like let me
rephrase this. I'm not an engineer, right? I am a communicator. These smart guys that sit at NASA and other companies that know a lot about numbers, those are the guys that are like super smart on this stuff. As far as our value numbers going into GNC on spacecraft goes. But also you have to keep in mind that GNC, guidance, navigation, and control on spacecraft, is kind of secretive, because we're talking missile tech, how to steer something
Can I ask
in
you
space.
one question?
Hold on really quick. Let me just finish my thought.
Sasha.
So there's this thing called ITAR, International Trade and Arms something. It's called ITAR, and it's pretty much just any tech that can be used for missiles or guided rockets is kept pretty close knit with that country. So if you're a space company in the U.S. and you're making rockets, you're not allowed to share your algorithms for how you steer your rocket with anyone else other than people in the U.S., right? Because that could be used by China to send a missile. So these things.
But China already has missiles they can send, and supposedly has a space station and all that. So that doesn't compute to me.
So they have developed their own. China is pretty advanced as far as space travel goes, and they have their own people who have calculated those numbers, and they can fly to space and dock. And
not to get into the weeds too much. Obviously, steering. Yeah, go ahead, Sasha.
You said only smart people get that numbers. Are you saying that geometry of the sphere only smart people can realize, not the people who knows the geometry?
This is at least R value is something that's been it's been studied extensively for decades.
I studied 6 years R value.
Right. So that's that's a fundamental part of the way we understand.
I studied 6 years, I measured, and I never find it.
All right. Well,
you should maybe go talk to someone who's done a little more research on it, because there's all sorts of papers you can read.
I did also that.
Sasha, we'll get into
Sasha, hold on, buddy.
Yeah, Sasha, hold on. Let's just kind of this is gonna unveil itself, but one step at a time. Okay, we'll get there, but we gotta wait till he presents everything that he can on his side, so we can establish a foundation for what he does. What is the extent of his knowledge? Because right now it sounds like, I'm going to go back to what you just said, Snackle. There's some information that people are using in different countries that you're not privy to, as far as how they're working with the R value in the tech that they're using it for.
All I know is that if China was not accounting for the R value, I think they would have had some mission failures by now. They are able to go to orbit, and they've actually created a space station. They just actually launched 4 people to that space station yesterday.
So you mean SpaceX didn't just blow something up a few weeks ago?
Oh, they did. Are you talking about the Starship launch?
Well, let's not get too far into the weeds.
Hang on, flat man.
We want to build on a foundation. So the radius value in those measurements aren't classified, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You said
For China's GNC, it absolutely is.
Not about the extras. We're talking about the foundation of the R value. So we'd like to drill. I personally would love to drill into that based off what you said.
What's
You
the
said
R
there's been
value?
Hold on.
Again,
you said there's lots of studies and measurements. It's very accurate. So let's drill into that first and make sure that's true. And then we can proceed to steering rocket ships and stuff like that. So do you know about these measurements or anything like that?
No, again, I'll reiterate, I'm not a numbers engineer. I'm not the kind of guy who sits down and calculates the numbers on
Neither
GNC.
is Sasha or myself.
Right,
okay.
right.
There's no
All I know, I'm just coming from a position of someone who knows about this stuff. I work with these people who do this stuff, and yeah, they talk about that all the time. R value is extremely important, and it's fundamental to steering.
But you don't know who came first with that values.
You also started. Sorry, you also started by saying.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
let's keep it chill. So that would be at the moment. It would be like something you believe has been done, or do you know this to be true?
Were you talking like what is the R value? Like, is that certified? Is that your question?
Not just the claim itself, but how it was derived. You know, you're saying, I think you said something about it being measured. It's very accurate. So we would love to drill into those measurements, or how it was measured, or who measured it, or what the method was. And you don't have to be an astrophysicist to know this. If you just believe it, that's okay. But you did say you know, so I just
and you
asking to flesh that out a little bit.
You also claimed you were here to explain it to the layman. So here we are, layman.
Right. So again, I'm here to I can tell you more about rockets and how they work, how to get to orbit, things like that. As far as GNC, guidance, navigation, and control goes on rocket, I'm not the expert there. So I'm going to reserve trying to explain that because that is not my specialty.
Well, let me just say this as well. We're not looking for explanations. We're actually looking to verify things like the radius value. So if you have knowledge about that, we'd love to hear more. Less. You don't really need explanations at this point. We're looking to try to prove some stuff, like the radius.
So in the case of the Earth being a globe, it would be something pertinent to let's say the engineers and the people that use the proprietary tech to launch a specific vehicle into orbit. You need to know, let's say, I'll say it this way, an established set of measurements of the size of the Earth, the metrics, let's say, right? So we need to establish how they can actually know they're flying around a ball with the set size of dimensions that they say they are. So according to you, right? So you get where I'm going, Snackle?
Yeah, a little bit.
So according to you, you have to explain this to the layman, and the layman has to understand that they know that let's say if I'm an investor and I want to make a sizable donation to your company, I want to know if my investment is going to be secure going to a company that's doing exactly what they say they are with the information that's, let's say, made public to everyone. So we have, just for your understanding, the information of the radius, diameter, and circumference is made known to the public. We can all look this up. You can too. It's public. So we're looking at the information, saying, okay, they're telling us what the Earth is, as in the size of the Earth, with these values. Now, the people that are using this tech are people that are a part of your company. So now we're at a place where we're saying, okay, so how does that equate to the engineers and the people that use the tech? How do they know, or how can you convey that to the layman that we are actually sending up vehicles with this geometric size of the Earth? Like, how do we know that? Like, how do I know that you're not just taking my money and running away with it?
For one, a lot of these rockets have cameras on them, and that shows direct evidence of the Earth being round, because you can literally see the video feed from the rocket. And I mean, that's just one form of direct evidence from spaceflight. Another one is
You mean
Hold
like
on.
the feed from SpaceX that
hold
gets
on,
cut
guys.
out and goes to
Let's,
CGI?
because we need the foundational part first. Before you said it was a very important part. The radius is integral to being able to do all these things. So we need to drill into that foundation of the radius first
Right,
before
I
we
can
talk
go
about
back
launching things.
again, and I can tell you that I'm not the expert there. I've said this 3 times now. So
Okay,
I
well, no,
can't-
you don't. There's no requirement for you to be an expert to have
There is
knowledge.
actually, for me
Well, hold
personally,
on.
I don't want to talk about something that I don't have a background in. I'm
Okay,
about
well, let me
to do
just say this because you claim to have knowledge. So is it okay? Can we maybe we can?
No, I would just say that I work with people
redub
with
that as you believe the radius has been measured.
Yes, I do.
Okay. But you agree it's a very. You said it was a very integral part to all these GNC controls and all this stuff like that. So that we agree, it is very
that's
important.
what the smart numbers people tell me. Indeed.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is when we go speak to those smart number people, they typically say the same thing. Well, I actually don't have the information. Someone else does.
Oh, you must not be talking to the right ones. I should get one of my buddies on.
I know. Well, please, we'd love to hear from everybody. We've talked to astrophysicists, PhDs, high, low, you name it. But the problem is, they all throw each other under the bus. When we present, okay, we spoke to this astrophysicist. Oh, well, he's just one guy. Throw him under the bus. Okay, we spoke to this PhD. Oh, well, he's just another guy. Throw him under the bus. At some point, we have to realize that maybe those people don't have the answers. Those smart guys over there in the corner that have the answers, maybe that's just not real.
I mean, you're talking about the institutional knowledge of generations.
Science communicator. Science
That's not
communicator.
knowledge,
Hold on,
though. That
hold
would be
on.
belief.
Let me ask him something. If you're admitting that you're clueless, then how are you the gauge of what expertise is necessary?
Once again, we're going into GNC
I'm
on
asking.
spacecraft.
Don't have
Not
to
my
chuckle.
expertise.
Once again, you don't have to chuckle. If you're clueless, if you're admittedly clueless, how are you the one that dictates the amount of expertise that's necessary to decipher all this bullshit?
Really workaround question there. Yeah, but once again,
it's a direct question.
I'm not a GNC guy.
It's okay, bro. You don't
I'm happy to answer questions about how rockets work, how do they get to orbit, how orbits
You know
work.
the story.
That's my
We've seen
expertise.
the movies. We've seen the movies. Listen, if you're clueless, how are you going to continue to interrupt us and dictate to us the amount of expertise that's necessary to decipher all of this? Yeah. chuckle.
Well,
if you're clueless, why are you dictating?
I get what Austin's saying. I get what Austin. Well, let's just bring it down a little bit because
Yeah, you sound a little upset.
he's just like some people from Boston, they speak that way. Okay, bro. Hold on, guys. Let's just. If you do you think that you would be able to bring one of those people in here? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I could definitely talk to one of the numbers.
Ooh, that would be very, very good. That would be perfect because then we could
How
show
would you know
what
which
we
one
mean.
it is?
What?
Yeah,
How would you know which one has the expertise?
I think he knows a couple of guys.
That's their title. They work for NASA doing GNC on spacecraft.
Yeah, well,
It's
just
becoming clear.
if you can get him in here, bro, that would be great. We'd
Right,
love
so-
to speak to
so,
him.
you know,
Then maybe
I
we
see
can
a lot
flesh out
from-
that.
I see a lot from flat earthers talking about how they're confused that a rocket goes up and it comes
No,
back
we're
down,
not
that it
confused.
happens
No,
going sideways.
Well, let me just.
do you know what I find?
Hold on,
Do you know what I find?
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy.
Those are the things I'm
We're
trying
not-
to clear up.
Hold
here.
on. We're not confused. We're looking to prove the claims to be true.
So do you know why a rocket goes up and sideways?
Listen, it's not.
Let him finish his point real quick. I know everybody's eager right now, but let's just point for point. We'll get through it.
Yeah,
it
I
would be
see a lot of
important.
confusion about
No,
how
hold on. I know you've
things
already
get
said
to
this. Hold on.
orbit, and that's
Hold on,
something I'm trying to clear up.
We're not confused. Let me just clear that up.
So
We're
can
not.
you explain to me how a rocket gets to orbit?
We're not in it. We're not in it for Hold on. We're not trying to explain things. I said this earlier. We're looking to either prove these claims to be true or falsify them. So just restating the claims over and over and over and over and over and over again isn't what we do here. We know
I'm
the
just looking
claims.
to
Like,
see
hold on,
if
hold on,
you
hold
know
on.
how a rocket gets to orbit.
Hold on. It needs a radius value. That's what even you said that. It's integral. Very important key part. So
what else?
What we do is drill into the foundation. Do you have that radius to begin with? And if that's not true, then what are you doing then? How is any of this happening if you don't have a radius?
So can you go straight up and get to orbit, or what do you have to do?
What you have to do is have the radius value. So we can't skip past that. That's the foundation. Even you agreed to this. So that's what we're going to do is drill right into that.
I know you're
foundational claim.
really stuck on the R value.
No,
but
I know
once
I'm not
again-
stuck. I'm not stuck, but we just can't skip past it. I don't know if you ever played Monopoly. You don't just like skip past go and
We're
then
not skipping
jump around
past
the
it.
board.
We've
I think
established
we
that
are.
it's
I think
integral.
we
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you
How
are.
we
It
establish
doesn't.
Michael?
Oh my God! Hold on, Sasha.
Hold on,
It doesn't
Sasha.
matter. It doesn't matter what else you want to ask us. They need without the radius, you can't go forward.
You just really want to ask me the thing that I'm not an expert in. And
Well,
that's
you don't
okay.
have to be an expert. Listen, you don't have to be an expert, bro.
So I'm telling you that me personally, I'm not going to sit here and try and explain something that I'm not an expert in.
There's no
That's just
requirement
not-
for you to.
I don't do that.
Again, Snackle, I already told you, we're not looking for explanation. So it's okay if you don't need to be an expert and explain things. We're not here for that. We're looking for the information, the evidence, the proof of this radius value. That's the starting point. There's no way around that. We can't skip past that.
Okay, well then I can't tell you much because I don't know about it.
Okay, well then
I'm
let
a
us know if you
communicator.
let us know if you can grab those people that do know, and then we'll show you that.
Perfect. So now can we
they
move
don't-
on from the R value?
Maybe they don't actually know though.
Cool. So now can we move on from the R value talk?
I don't know if we can. Because what are we going to do then? What
That's kinda
when we
weird.
say we move on to rockets? What are you going to do? Where are you going to cash that in at?
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to give some context to someone who knows about this stuff.
So the context.
And I
is like
see a lot of confusion out there about how this stuff
there's
works.
no
Don't worry,
confusion.
we're not
There's no
confused.
confusion, right? We're not confused.
So tell me how a rocket gets to orbit.
Yeah, but-
It needs a radius value.
Yeah,
This is what I mean.
hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me just finish telling him. We're not confused about what you're going to try to explain to us.
But
You know,
no one can
rockets
explain to me how they actually get to orbit.
We're
That's
not
weird.
here for
Right,
explanation.
but so here's the issue, right? The issue is that they're
I'd
getting
like to clear that
into-
up.
I know that I keep getting interrupted even by my team, but just relax, guys. And you as well, Snackle. Just relax. So what we're doing is we're establishing the point from where the rocket is on the ground to the point where it goes into this medium that everyone claims that it goes to, like people that think the Earth is a globe. And we have listeners because we're live streaming on YouTube. So it's very pertinent to the question, how do rockets go into the vacuum of space like the way they tell us? So we're establishing the foundation of like the size of the Earth first.
Perfect.
We have to,
yeah.
So we have to know if the Earth is purported to be a certain size. So if it's the certain size that they say it is, we're gonna say that's fine. You can say whatever you want. We need to verify that's true. And you're saying, well, I don't think we need to know that. We're like, that's important.
No, yeah, this is that's like fundamental. Yeah, it's like fundamental parts of how we know,
So if you don't-
how
if
to
you
fly
don't know
things in
this-
space.
Right. So if you don't know the size of Earth, then you can't do orbital mechanics. It's impossible. You need to know the radius value, the circumference, the diameter. You need to know this information if you're going to keep moving forward and to say orbital mechanics is a thing. But if you don't have that, then if you like you're saying,
No, we do have that though. We do. That's the thing.
Okay,
is that these
so-
people have that.
That's
What we
fine.
don't have is the radius.
That's fine. If you're saying if we have it, so all I'm saying is that needs to be verified. So if there's some way that we can all share this information, like people on Earth should, right? We need to share public information saying, okay, it's not a secret that we should all be able to verify the information that the size of the Earth is what they say it is, so that they can let vehicles leave this Earth and go into orbit with orbital mechanics.
So
Right, because what they're not doing is spraying and praying this technology into the sky. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Exactly. And one thing I guess I could say, again, I'm going to reiterate that I'm not the expert on this stuff, but for measuring the radius of the Earth, one of the simplest ways of doing that is looking at shadows and measuring the lengths of shadows versus time.
You are not an expert, that is for sure.
Well, what I would recommend is
just said that. Thanks for
How about
hold on,
measuring
guys.
surface itself? How about
Guys,
that?
calm down. Let's address what he's claiming. Hold on. What we said, but you can't. We're not going to shift away from what he's claiming. So let's address what he's saying.
Who did that like back in the 17th century?
I was just going to tell you. If you search in the server search bar, and you can open this up in a browser or tab and look at this up elsewhere. But Eratosthenes has been thoroughly fleshed out. We've discussed this topic very, very much in this server, and I'm sure it's been discussed. Well, why don't just pop it open? You can see the
I'm interested to read
hundreds of pages of
crackpot
discussion.
theories you guys got on.
Hold on. It's not.
I actually searched this the other day just for ha-has. Today, as a matter of fact, 7,000 times the word Eratosthenes has been typed in the server, so we're very familiar with it.
And it's not discussion of just us. There's people who are globe earthers who discuss it as well. So it's not just a bunch of crack pipe theories. It's what the claim is. 2 sticks, shadows. You're measuring the shadows. You got parallel rays. Well, this isn't just some crack pipe theory. This is the claim. So
Right,
I don't know why you would. Why would you even?
Class type stuff.
Why would you dub it that though? I'm sure. I don't know why you would say that. If you don't even know what it is.
Oh, again, I could say this 100 times. I'm not an expert in GNC on spacecraft.
It's okay, brother.
I don't know
You don't
how
have
our
to.
value is added into GNC. I am simply here to help clear up any confusion anyone has about how
No worries.
the
We're not
spacecraft
confused.
goes from the ground into orbit, docks to the ISS, docks to a different space station,
Yeah,
goes
but-
to the moon,
Well,
any of that
but
kind of
you're-
stuff. Happy to answer any question.
Yeah, but you're confused. So how are you going to do that?
All right, so yeah, we can start. So when going to space, right, you're going to be going up through the atmosphere. There's no oxygen up there, so that means
Wait,
you have to bring
hold
the
on, dude.
oxygen
Hold on,
with
Oh,
you.
hold on, let him go. Let him go.
So rockets have to have liquid propellant, usually also solid propellant, but they have to bring the oxidizer with them, seeing that there's no oxygen in the upper atmosphere. So for most rockets, that's in the form of like a liquid propellant, like kerosene, hydrogen, and liquid oxygen. Those are the two propellants that are used in the rocket. They burn together, they go up, they do what's called the gravity turn. They have to go sideways, 17,500 miles an hour in order to reach orbital velocity. Right, so in order to go to orbit, you can't just go straight up, otherwise you'd fall back down. You have to fall around the Earth, which means extreme sideways velocity, which is just you turn on your rocket engine sideways and you go really fast relative to the horizon of the Earth. That allows you to constantly fall around the Earth. So let's say the ISS, which is currently at an altitude of, it's like 90 miles. That if you were to stop the forward momentum,
dude, stop. Okay, I can't take it anymore. I just can't take it. You're telling us a story. You don't even know the fucking story, bro.
Okay, I got the mileage wrong.
The ISS is supposed to get 250 miles or 400.
Yeah, I just looked that one up. You're right, 250 miles.
But why are you, quote unquote, educating us when your education is currently Googling it?
I don't work for NASA. I don't know like the numbers.
Do you think that we don't know any of the things you're telling us and that you're like educating us?
No, I'm trying to tell you how it gets to orbit.
You're telling us a story, the story that you learned from somebody else you have no first-hand knowledge of, and you don't know anybody has personal.
Oh, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen with my own eyes.
So you've seen a rocket go up into space with your own eyes.
I have indeed. You should go to Florida and see it. It's really cool.
Yeah. So they take a parabolic arc, right? They go on a
gravity turn. Yep. Yeah, it has to go sideways.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want, right? But you don't see a rocket actually go to space.
You can
it's out of sight way before it goes to space, right?
No, so it depends on when it launches. So if it launches close to sunset, what happens is the rocket will take off. It'll go up and it'll start going sideways, usually easterly, because that helps with the rotation of the Earth. You actually get a little bit more performance out of the rocket.
God damn,
but
story time again.
So if you launch right before sunset, the rocket itself will travel into the sunlight, even though you're in the darkness, and you get this, that we call it the twilight effect, where you can see the plume of the rocket illuminated by the sun, and you can actually see the gases reacting in 0G from the ground.
In 0G?
Yeah, you can see the mist floating away very slowly from the rocket.
It's not less gravity in space, too. It's not 0G.
It's microgravity, you're correct.
Okay, so you're in free fall. That's the claim. You're in free fall. That's 0G.
Yeah, you're falling around.
What are the indicators that it's in space?
So once again, you can visually confirm this by watching a rocket launch.
Yeah, what does space look like? What does space look? No, you're inferring something. Okay, you're inferring. You have a story in your head of what indicates space.
No,
I want to know. You said you see a rocket go to space.
Exactly.
What was the demarcation of not space to space? What was the demarcation?
Sure. So there's this thing called the Kármán line, where it's the generally recognized line of
political
space.
Line. Yeah.
It really is a political line. Yeah. Like I would argue that if you're below the Kármán line, you're still technically in space, but the atmosphere slowly tapers off as you increase in altitude.
Mm-hmm. So is that it? Space? That's space.
So yeah, 100 kilometers is the generally recognized Kármán line for once you go above that.
You've seen a rocket go 100 kilometers in the air with your eyes. How did you measure that altitude? How did you measure that altitude?
I didn't measure the altitude, but I can tell you.
How did you know it was in space? How did you know how far away it was or how high it was?
You can literally see the microgravity.
So you can measure things with your eyes. You can measure distances and altitudes with your eyeballs.
Yeah, he saw it with his own eyes, so he knows how high.
No, I want to get to the substance of the matter. You can measure how far away it was.
Do I have media privileges? Can I post like videos in the chat?
We've seen them all. You like your media brainwashing shit ain't gonna work, dude. You claim you saw a rocket go to space.
Yeah, no, you can see, you can visibly see the
We've seen the plume.
Or are you going to keep interrupting me?
No, because you came in here to like spill a story, dude, and like I'm sick of the story.
Yeah, I'm here for a civil discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm trying to get. You don't have the knowledge to answer any questions.
Yeah, you're getting upset. It's okay. Calm down.
No, nobody's upset.
He's not upset. He's just from Boston, all right? Side dog.
Yeah. I'm just a city boy, dude. This is how I talk. So nobody's upset. I'm trying to get to the substance of your claim that you saw a rocket go to space. You can't tell visually if a rocket goes to space or not. That's a fact. It's not my subjective opinion. That's a fact.
So I posted a video in the live stream voice text channel. This is what I'm talking about. It's called the twilight effect. When the sunlight's illuminating the plume of the rocket while you are sitting in darkness on Earth. And this allows you to visually confirm that the rocket is in microgravity.
Okay, so this happens to airplanes. So airplanes in space? This happens to clouds. Are clouds in space?
This happens to contrails at the horizon during sunset. Yes, it's another effect of the sunlight hitting something that's a little bit further away.
It doesn't necessitate space, right?
So the difference is that the outgassing and the contrail of that airplane is not affected by microgravity. It doesn't look and appear to be floating slowly away, right? That's what I'm trying to say here, is that you can visually see the lack of gravity in the form of outgassing being illuminated by the sun at a large distance from where you're standing.
How does this indicate a lack of gravity? And you're wrong about the lack of gravity anyway. We already covered that.
You can see it? I don't know what else to say. Watch the video.
Yeah, listen, I've seen these videos. We've done this many times before. And all you're trying to do is just repeat your story as if somehow that gives it some factual validity. Okay? It doesn't. Okay? You've seen a plume of gas.
Yeah, and it's moving extremely slowly. If you were in atmosphere, that plume would quickly dissipate and it would fall behind the rocket.
A contrail? How quickly? Contrails don't dissipate. They're illuminated even though you're in darkness.
I'm not talking about the trail itself dissipating. I'm talking about the speed.
Listen, I'm using your evidence for space, and I'm using a counterexample called an aircraft that gives the
guy. I think I might
will you actually stop over talking me?
I think I might just mute you because you keep wanting to overtalk me.
Yeah, I'm the admin. You can't mute me. I'll just kick you the fuck out.
I wouldn't do that. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said,
listen, I'm trying to ask the question, and you're talking over me because you know you fucked up. Okay, so this is why you're talking over me. An airplane has the same visual effects, the same visuals. Does an airplane go to space? Yes or no?
So once again, you're confused on the difference here.
Does your airplane go to space? Yes or no?
So answer the question.
I'm not talking about the trail itself dissipating. I'm talking about the speed at which that trail leaves the rocket. When you see a contrail being formed directly behind the airplane engines, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how long it takes for that trail to dissipate into the atmosphere. Okay, that's what I'm trying to clear up here.
Okay, give me the distinction between what we see with a rocket, right? When you see an airplane that's high in altitude, right, and it's illuminated by the sun when you're in darkness, and contrails illuminated by the sun, and it's in darkness. And this rocket that's in space, what are the visual differences that we can see?
Right. I was just getting to that. So on an airplane, when it's in the atmosphere, if you look right behind the engines, maybe with the telescope or binoculars, you can see the speed as to which that off-gassing turns into condensation, right? So we can
see the speed. How do we do? No, dude. How do we measure the speed by looking at it?
I'm not talking about measuring speed here. I'm just talking about visual confirmation.
And how do you see speed? I'm asking you a question. How do you see speed?
Right, so the outgassing off the rocket moves slower once you leave the atmosphere. It almost looks like
slower measured how? Relative to what?
Relative to when it took off the ground. You can watch it go all the way from the ground and into space, and by the time it goes into the
now you're completing your same claim that it's in space. No. You're trying to prove it's in space. That's what you're trying to prove, right?
Well,
So
this is another
screw
thing
it's
you
in
can
space,
see.
and you're saying it looks different at this point than the other point, and you can tell the gas is coming out faster than the other way, but you're not actually measuring it. You're just looking at it. So
all this stuff is also being measured from telemetry off the rocket, right? It's not like they're not measuring that. I'm just saying, as a viewer, when you go to see a rocket launch, you're not getting any of that telemetry, right? Like you can't tune in and hear, like you can hear the call outs from the live stream.
Yeah, okay, that has nothing to do with you seeing a rocket go to space. You've never seen a rocket go to space. You've imagined it in your head. You saw a rocket go in the sky and take a parabolic arc, and you imagined it going into space, but you didn't see it go into space.
Why are you confused about the parabolic arc? That's a fundamental part.
I'm not confused about it.
Well, why did you mention it?
Because that's what you actually see. I'm describing reality, the reality of what you see.
Why is that something you have to bring up? That's a fundamental part of going to orbit.
So what?
So you seem
Can you take a parabolic arc and not go into orbit?
If you don't do a parabolic arc, you're definitely not going to orbit.
Okay, can you take a parabolic arc and not go into orbit?
Yes, you can. Suborbital craft.
So a parabolic arc is not an indication of spaceflight. The gassing is not an indication of spaceflight. The sun on the freaking rocket is not an indication of spaceflight. You have given me nothing that's actually an indication of spaceflight, other than you think in your head that somehow these are indicators of spaceflight, because we have counterexamples where it is not spaceflight, but we see these things.
So, like a suborbital launch where it just goes up
Here we go, right
a
back
little
into the
bit
story.
sideways.
He just steamrolls.
Right back into the story, man.
You've already contradicted yourself, though. You said standing from one position, you can see something go to space, but in the next breath, you said that it has to go around the Earth to get to space. So
That's not
how
what
is
I
that
said at all. So
I'll rewind the tape. I'll rewind it. I mean, this is all recorded, so I didn't just make that
go
up.
for it. No, where did I say that you have to go all the way around the Earth in order to see it go to space?
He also introduced a telescope into the equation.
Yeah, like looking at airplane contrails are easier to see with a telescope or binoculars. Yep.
It doesn't tell you that it's going around the Earth. It just tells you that it's going up and coming down.
No. So okay, let me clear that up. So when an orbital rocket takes off, right? It usually has at least 2 stages of the rocket. It takes off the ground. It starts doing a gravity turn. By the time it is leaving the horizon from your perspective, it's already burning its second stage engine. It's already in space. It has to continue burning that engine for a little while in order to go into orbit. Then it's in orbit and it'll continue to go around the Earth. But you can see it from Florida. You can see it get to space. It just isn't orbital yet. It has to continue burning its engine.
Claim that you have no evidence for. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I typed it in the chat. Instead of just repeating the claims, this is one of the first things I mentioned when you joined, is that we don't need just to hear the claims over and over and over and over and over again, which is what you're doing. I've called this a claim repeater. What we're looking is to stick to things that you can actually prove. So what of any of this can you actually verify or validate? That's what we want to know. So far, we can't validate the radius. So right now, we're launching things off the Earth that isn't even a globe to begin with. So that's already a big problem. But can you present anything that's actual evidence?
You can't tell.
Right now,
Let me just clear this up.
I'll give him this. I learned something new from him today. Never heard that term before.
Yeah. So visually, you can't gauge. You can't gauge the speed visually by looking at something. You can't gauge its size, and you can't gauge its distance.
So I mean, like I already went over just like the direct evidence of photos and videos from
that would be
in space. But we could go into like circumnavigation too, and like how the fact that people hundreds of thousands of people have.
I have to say this, Snackle. One thing you're forgetting here is that we gave you this one out that you wanted to talk about your rockets going into space, but we didn't even cover how the radius value was even discovered.
We're going back to the radius value.
We never left. We gave you the out because you wanted.
What are you launching these rockets from?
Look, let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. I want to ask him a question. Do you think right now, Snackle, you're making falsifiable claims that can be proven wrong?
As far as like the Earth being round, is that your question?
No, the claims, your so-called evidence, you're falsified. You think your claims are falsifiable, meaning we can do a test that could potentially prove them wrong?
No. Like I'm.
Okay, so it's pseudoscience, right?
You can't. No, like I was getting at a second ago. There's like
you
thousands of people who have circumnavigated the globe, Yeah, we know
that.
Do you think that everyone at
Just
NASA,
going in a circle,
everyone
what you
at
do.
space,
You're getting into
So now the
motive-based
sociology argument, but now we're in
Daring
infantile
Nation,
land.
all of them are in on the secret?
Sorry, we're looking for actual evidence, not your lack of motive. Well, we're looking to validate things earlier. Remember, you said, "Well, you've already shown us evidence. So how do we validate that evidence then?"
I was just getting to that, but you cut me
No,
off.
you weren't. You were getting into motive.
Just getting to a lot of things. First it was story time. Now it's I can't believe they would all lie.
So you're asking me for direct evidence that can.
You haven't presented any.
I was just going to, but you muted me.
No, you weren't.
Can I get to my point? Or are you?
No, you got to start with the things you can prove and validate. Because so far you've only been
circumnavigation.
Hold on.
Does circumnavigation work on a flat Earth? Yes or no?
No, because you won't end up at the same spot again. Right? That's a very simple
Let's
fact.
address that.
Circle.
You don't even listen. Hold on. Can we go back? Look, unmute him. You don't even know how we think circumnavigation works, and you're saying that circumnavigation don't work on a flat Earth.
Correct. Yeah, with the position of the stars,
you don't even know
if
you don't
it was
even
a
know.
flat Earth, circumnavigation would not work. Yeah, that's
okay. Prove that. I want the geometric proof.
Yeah, remember I said stick to things that you can prove.
I want the geometric proof that circumnavigation does not work on a flat Earth.
I mean, I guess go back and look at like reports from everyone who's circumnavigated the globe.
Like
Are
Magellan?
they all lying?
Is Magellan a good like Magellan?
So are all those people? Did they just
no like Magellan? So I just posted Magellan's route on a flat plane in the chat.
He couldn't even appeal to someone. He didn't even know who to appeal to.
You understand that would not work with the position of the stars, correct?
Who did you appeal to? Who did you appeal to?
Why would that not work with the position of the stars?
Because the position of the stars, we turn on a globe around an axis pointing toward Polaris.
You're just repeating the claims, dude.
This is not a claim. This is
you can't even see Polaris from these locations. So what are you talking about?
So how do you think Magellan was able to circumnavigate the globe? How do you think they found their way? No, he used the stars. He used the stars.
They didn't know about the southern stars. So how do you use the southern stars?
What are you talking about? Yeah, they knew about the stars.
The southern stars.
Are we talking about the same person here?
The southern stars. Are you not listening? The southern stars.
Yeah, he was able to use the position of the stars in the southern and northern hemispheres to circumnavigate the globe.
Okay, so without a nautical almanac for the positions of the southern stars, how did he use the southern stars to navigate? The southern stars were cataloged for 300 years after Magellan. What the fuck are you talking about?
I wouldn't say that at all. The ancient Egyptians actually knew a lot about the southern hemisphere and the positions of the stars in the sky. In fact, they built giant monoliths representing them on Earth. So I don't know where.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's totally story time, bro.
That's not story time. It's like basic history.
Basic history.
How long people have known about the stars?
Hold on. What's the primary source for this?
Citation.
Citation, please.
That the Egyptians knew the positions of the stars? I don't know. Go look at the Great Pyramids.
No, you said the southern stars.
Yeah, so they have elaborate drawings on caves of the...
On caves?
That's not a citation.
I muted him. I have to stop him. Snackle, post a citation in live stream voice text so we can all see from what you're saying. Because right now it sounds like you're making shit up on the spot. Please post it in live stream voice text, your claim. That's all.
Okay, let me grab one real quick.
And not a claim of somebody else's claim. That primary evidence for it.
Yeah, the only reason why it's getting like this because we're just making claims rain out the short bus window like Monopoly money. We're asking you to find a claim that you can actually verify.
And this is why we need the arena back. This is the exact reason. This exact fucking situation.
Well, he said he was going to bring one of his co-workers that are engineers and stuff in here, so I'd like to see that.
Yeah, like that's another one of my big questions. Is like, because I don't think a lot of people grasp just how many people work in the space realm, in the space industry.
Like you, and you don't know anything.
Well, so in order for any of this to work, and if NASA was truly hiding that there was a flat Earth from everybody, that would be a lot of people in on the secret. We're talking hundreds of thousands of people.
First of all, that is a false claim. Your idea that there has to be millions of people lying about the shape of the Earth is idiotic.
Why?
Because they are believers.
Because
just like
nobody
you.
has firsthand knowledge.
They all are receiving the telemetry from the spacecraft directly from the antennas.
Wow. Telemetry, so they look at a screen.
Yeah, they got like extremely crazy antennas at NASA. They can actually
NASA gives them, right? And NASA's Deep Space Network gives them the position of the satellites, right?
TDRS and DSM, yep.
Yeah, okay. So how do I know this? Because we've talked to people about satellites before. Still, no first-hand knowledge.
Okay, so there we go. So
there's still no first-hand knowledge, right?
There is first-hand knowledge. So you have this cool thing
So
called
first-hand
amateur
knowledge
radio
of looking
people.
at a screen generated by a third party.
No.
You have no idea.
So there's these cool people called amateur radio astronomers. They have their own antennas, their own setups, where they're able to receive telemetry off a spacecraft with no connection to NASA, no connection to any spacefaring nation. They individually.
More claims.
It's not a claim. There are hundreds of these people out there. You want me to give you some?
Now hundreds, maybe there's even millions. Do they have any first-hand knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
They're able to directly verify that things are in orbit by hearing them from their own antennas.
No. They're not directly verifying anything. They're picking up a signal
They are, in
within
fact,
the antenna.
directly verifying it.
No, they're not. They're picking up a signal on the antenna, and the signal tells them something, right?
They're able to use things like the Doppler effect.
Okay, now you're just making shit up. They're not using the Doppler effect. You fucking know it, okay? So just stop making shit up. You're just throwing shit against the wall.
That's
Why
literally how
don't you
this
just
stuff
show your
works.
side? Listen, we're gonna. How many times are you gonna be asked for evidence? You just
I can
make
give you the
claims
Twitter
for
of
no
someone
evidence.
who was able to
endlessly.
independently verify the flight of Artemis
Where's
1.
the Egyptian citation you said we're going to talk about the Southern Stars?
Yeah,
Where's that?
this is story time with you. Like, it's a lot of story, but zero evidence. Why is that?
I've given.
No, you've
a
given
lot
us
of
lots of
evidence.
claims. Like, you've given us 30. You've given us 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 claims. The evidence for those claims is zero. But the claims, there's plenty of those.
So here, I'll post one of the Twitters of this amateur astronomer. This guy was actually able to independently verify the flight of Artemis 1.
Where are the Egyptians? No.
So he picked
This
up a
guy
signal
is
in the
the-
antenna.
He independently is able to verify a lot of things that
Dude,
go
what
to orbit.
happened to your claim that you were going to verify?
No. He didn't verify.
You were going to verify the Egyptians. Remember that? What happened to that? That one I was waiting for. You just kept.
I know we're so far past that now.
Yeah, I know. We're like going from topic to topic over and over. Like you guys just can't stay.
No, because this is called Gish Gallop. See, we know what you're doing. We're used to it. It's called Gish
I'm not
Gallop.
doing anything. I'm happy to explain.
No, you're Gish Galloping. You can't actually. As soon as we ask for evidence for any specific claim, you change the subject. And then we ask for evidence about that claim, you change the subject. And then you ask for evidence about the next claim, and all the while, you're just Gish Galloping. You know, go Google, since you know how to Google, go Google what Gish Gallop is. You're doing it. We're used to it.
You ever seen the ISS flyover?
So here we go. He just did it again.
Just did it again.
Doing it again.
Yeah, Snackle, you're correct. You're correct. You're not doing anything. But what you're trying to do is snicker and laugh every time we talk. We try to bring
You
up.
guys are fucking hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Listen to you guys.
Gish Gallop.
I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Gish Gallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of arguments with no regard for the accuracy or strength of those arguments. That's you. Gish Gallop.
Yeah, you guys are like very defensive on this stuff. Like, I think you need to be like a more.
Teaching you what Gish Gallop means.
I think you need to be a little bit more open-minded.
Listen to the words being spoken.
We used to all be Globers, you clown.
Hey, Snackle, your tone policing is tired. Listen, you're the one who giggles and snickers every time we bring up the actual topic of the server. Whether or not this Earth we stand upon is a spheroid. You want to act like that's a joke and talk about stuff that we've seen on TV already. You're not the first one telling this fairy tale. Do you think we live under a rock? Do you think we live under a rock?
It's funny. Co-partner, dude. Co-partner.
No,
hey, maybe you can find maybe you can spend the next 30 days finding the evidence for the claims you made.
Man, you guys are a joke.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about us instead of the topic because that's what you have to do.
You guys are
You have no
crazy,
choice.
guy. Why are you?
Before this goes crazy,
Could I ask him a question very quickly?
By moon
Just very quickly,
golf
old horse.
television.
Give me a second. Snackle, are you there?
They muted me. Oh, yes, you sound civilized. Please,
Snackle,
please ask.
Snackle.
Ask away.
Just quickly, Snackle. Would you agree that all of us on Earth experience a flat horizon and a motionless Earth?
No.
No. Which part do you not agree with? The
We're
flat
not
horizon?
on a motionless Earth, and we don't have a flat horizon.
He said experience.
Yeah. I said what we experience, right? When you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, don't you?
Yeah. Like as you can only see about 12 miles.
So what about motion? You experience motion.
We see a flat horizon, and what about the motion? Do you feel that? Experience that?
No, you can't feel it because it's
okay. Well, we don't need the caveat.
So we experience a flat and motionless Earth, yeah?
From our perspective, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So then if someone was to come along and say, hey, that flat horizon, it's actually curved, and the ground is actually in motion, we would need someone to prove that, yeah?
Well, yeah, you don't have a reference point to see. Like right now, we're spinning and going extremely fast through space.
So what's the proof
since
for that?
that motion is constant, we can't feel a difference.
That's false. That's false.
Right. Wait. So we need someone to prove that. So let's start with the curvature. Who measured that?
It was first done in the laboratory in the 18th century by
a laboratory.
Yeah. They measured the two masses. It was the first study to directly measure gravity.
The curvature of the Earth. No, the curvature of the Earth. I said.
All right, you got to clean out the earwax, Snackle.
I don't know. Yeah, no, you guys. Wasn't it the guy we were talking about earlier?
No.
He didn't
do anything in the lab.
Hold on. We're asking, right, we experience a flat Earth. You agreed. Someone's come along and said, hey, it's actually curved. Who measured that?
I think it was one of the guys looking through a telescope, looking at the motion of stars and planets.
No. I'm talking about the Earth. No, the Earth.
Right.
Measure the curvature of the Earth.
Right. By looking at the motion of the stars and planets, you can determine that the Earth.
No. I'm asking about drop over distance on the ground. You can't look at that. You can't look into the sky and find drop over a distance on the ground. I'm asking who's measured drop over a distance.
He was using Airy's failure to prove the movement of the Earth.
Hold on.
So the way
ask everybody to shut up so Wolfgang can finish, please.
Guys, we're talking about drop over a distance, like at a lake or something, right? Who's measured that?
Oh, plenty of people. You can do it with a camera and a ship on the horizon.
Okay, well, no, I'm asking who's measured the drop over a distance, not looking at an object in the distance and speculating about it. Who's measuring that drop?
Once again, like anyone with a camera, an ocean, and a boat can do that themselves.
Could you give? No. Well, give us a name of someone who measured that drop over a distance.
Let me go find one. There's plenty of them. 1 second.
Okay.
When did we let Heliocentrism convention to the live stream?
Well, I just want to throw out there just a pro tip again for Snackle. I would recommend stick to things that you know that you can support without having to Google it on the fly.
That was my whole point coming in here, is I was going to talk about like rockets, because that's my
you
guys really want to go into like R values and like how to measure.
We're just trying to hold you accountable, that's all.
You know someone's measured the curvature of a lake, so let's just go and get the name and we'll check it out.
Curvature of a lake.
One second.
You got that?
Hey guys, what's up?
Roger.
What's up?
Bogey, man. How you been?
Yeah, man.
No way. Is this Roger back?
I'm doing. Yeah.
Oh, Roger, you're just in time.
Yeah,
I was just about to get a measurement of a curved lake.
I was wondering if you could get the one with the boat and the red and blue stripes.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you could show us that one. Right?
Large vessel over the horizon, viewed from Hope Cove. Okay, so what was the observer height of that one?
Camera, they have in the description their camera location with coordinates.
What's the elevation height above sea level?
Not sure, but again, this is something you can go do if you have a camera and a boat.
You said it has been done.
A measurement of the curvature.
Yeah, it's been done by like millions of people.
So who? we need that. We're not saying like how can it be done.
Something
You
like
said it has
very
been done.
simple to go
No. Listen,
well, go get that then.
Don't you think we've ever done this before, dude?
Do any of you live near the water?
Yes, I live on the ocean. I've done it.
You said it has been done, so we're looking for that evidence.
This guy just said he did it. What was your observation?
You're changing
I
the
watched
subject.
a boat sail. Well, I'll give him to him. I watched a boat sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, and it never went over the horizon.
That's crazy. Do you have video of that?
I have pictures of it taken with an iPhone camera.
I'd love to see it. You might be the first one to ever observe that.
Dude, that's nonsense. Dude, I can't even believe you just said that.
He's trying to shift it. He's trying to
Can I
shift
see the
it. So
picture? Can you send it?
I'm gonna post him in the live stream, but until I post it, deal with Wolfgang, please.
He's
Go ahead and
really
post that photo. I'd love to see it.
We gotta hold you
you're
accountable
really good
here.
at playing stupid. You're gonna win.
Okay.
Okay, so have none of you done this?
Hold on,
Snackle. Chill. So, Snackle, if we're going to talk about a measurement of the Earth's surface and the curvature or lack thereof, we need to know observer height. We need to know distance being observed. We need to know these details to know what the expected drop over a distance is, to know that that's what's there. Yeah?
Correct.
So you've just given us something that you don't know any of those details for. So do you have someone
in the picture that was
you do know
just
the details?
posted in general, you can see that you can't see to the bottom of the hole of that boat.
Sorry.
I wonder why that is.
That's not a direct. That's just your inference. We're looking for direct evidence
I'm
or direct
looking at
measurement.
the direct photo. That
Are you
someone
talking about what
posted.
I just posted?
Yeah, Indio.
That ship is supposed to be 420 feet under the horizon.
And you can directly see the line of the water above the hull of the boat.
And you shouldn't even see the boat at all. Like, is this guy for real?
Dude, are you okay?
Do you see the
Why
line?
is the boat there?
rising of
Why
the
is
water?
the boat there?
Sorry.
Because the hull of the boat has gone below the level. Boats are
Right, so it's only the hull. Only the hull has gone below the horizon.
So that boat's 400 and something feet tall.
Wait, guy. So if only the hull has gone below the horizon there, then the globe is debunked because it's supposed to be not
atmospheric
physical.
lensing effect that can like zoom. I don't
Okay. So now you're going to make excuses about why this boat is seen, but in reality, you are supposed to be finding us a measurement of the curvature, not making excuses as to why we're not observing it. So who was it that measured the curvature?
I don't know. I'm a space guy. I'm a nerd on space stuff.
Right. You can't have space unless
Do you guys have any questions about that? I'm happy to answer. Otherwise,
Where'd you get
R? Yeah, where'd you get R? That's my question.
You need the curvature before you have space.
I'll try to get one of my numbers guys on here. But
please do.
Until then,
Yeah, you had better.
any questions
because,
about rockets
guess
and how
what?
things go to work?
Listen, Guy, we don't have questions about rockets because literally everything that you have to say about them, everything you have to say.
Oh, so you came here to propagandize or proselytize?
No, I came to give
your purpose. You came here to proselytize your religion.
No, I came here to give context on something that I can actually speak for. But if you guys
don't know anything about it, you actually don't even know anything about it.
Snackle, this is a learning moment for you, though. You've just admitted you don't know who's measured the curve. Why wouldn't you want to go and find that out?
Because that's not what I came here to talk about. But again, do you guys have any questions about
You
that?
came here with an agenda, is what you're saying.
Belief about the
For
Earth.
sure.
It's fundamental.
No. All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
He said for sure.
Bring your numbers guy back.
Snackle, come back another time. You're welcome.
Bring your engineer guy back in here.
Hey, Snackle, come back when you've done more than watch a Discovery Channel documentary.
I make money doing this stuff.
Okay. Someone's getting ripped the fuck off.
You make money not knowing what you're talking about.
Just bring someone who
You
knows
make
who's
money
measured the
doing
curve.
this stuff, but you thought the ISS was at 90 miles elevation.
Yeah, again, I don't work for NASA. I need to refresh on my fun facts.
Anything can orbit 90 miles.
Neither do we. We don't work for NASA
That's
either.
not
We know
even the
this stuff.
common line, which you said.
If I was a communicator for NASA and I didn't know that, I'd probably get fired.
Okay, what?
Dude,
I didn't know
but you came in here, you tried to fake something that you don't know anything about. It almost worked, but it didn't.
Well, Snackle, you just agreed.
Just because you played Kerbal Space Program a couple times, don't mean
you
shit.
should all go play that game. Great game.
Well, hold on, Snackle. You just agreed that you experience a flat Earth. You experience a flat Earth, and you don't know who's measured curve. So really, you're in a bit of a pickle there.
You're a believer.
Again,
I think
I'm
you
not
guys
here
are
to
being
talk about
this guy. This isn't.
Yeah, we're not here to talk about
That's your fundamental premise, though. You can't talk about anything else.
Feel free to just if you guys ever have questions about rockets, feel free to PM me.
Yeah, but everything that you have to say about rockets is invalid without the
Exactly. Go play Kerbal. You'll probably learn a lot more playing that game.
Yeah, because that's how John Glenn got to space, right? Because they played Kerbal.
Game.
He was
your engineering friend in here, Snackle. Bring your engineering.
Dude,
we want to talk.
This dude's funny, man.
Yeah,
dude, you're like all around covered in Scientology, bro. Like Jerry Falwell or something, dude. You're fucking all in the cult, aren't you? You're all in.
Yeah,
I would say
do you realize that you have no first-hand knowledge about anything you're saying, and you don't know anybody that does?
Yeah, I used to be all in on the globe.
lot of
Yeah, you
people
can't
that
say
do.
that about me.
You know somebody that saw the Earth as a ball. Who?
Yeah, bring their ass in here. Bring them in here.
Multiple astronauts.
Yeah, he claimed to be friends with
I've seen the Earth as a ball. So you know the Apollo guys.
No. I haven't talked to any Apollo guys, but I've talked to 4 or 5 people who flew on the space shuttle.
Okay, that's not high enough to see the Earth as a ball. So anybody that's seen the Earth as a ball.
On the space shuttle, you were high enough to see the Earth as a ball.
No, you're not. Do the math, dude. Do the math. You're not high enough. Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
Do the math, brother. Do the math.
You can't like with like one field of view. You can't just look and see the whole Earth as a ball. No, that's Apollo and soon to be Artemis.
Okay, so you don't know anybody that's done it. So that's the point. You don't have any first-hand knowledge. You don't know anybody with any first-hand knowledge. So this goes back to what I was trying to bring up.
There was only 12 people that went to the moon. You know that, right?
Oh, really? So we should put all our eggs in that basket, the 12-person basket.
Yeah, because those are the only people we ever sent to the moon.
No, that's how we should live our life. We should go, these 12 people, no way they're lying. We should all fucking think the Earth is a ball because these people, these 12 people.
So in low Earth orbit, you can see the curvature.
Yeah, I want you to answer the question. No, you can't, dude.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so
you can't. Do the math, dude.
You're saying we experience a flat Earth. No one's measured curve, but we can believe these 12 people.
That's awesome, guys.
So the space shuttle flew.
My goodness. No, you're fine. He's obviously a space guy. Why are we just not taking space away from him?
Yeah, Jedi, do space with him. That would be funny.
Oh, it would be funny. My friend, you seem to like space a lot, right?
Yeah. That's what I work on.
That's fine. Moon missions and remote control cars.
I work on space. Sorry. Dude, the shit coming out of this guy's mouth is so absurd. It's like it's borderline. Like I think he's trolling. Quite honestly.
Well, let's let Jedi do the space one.
We'll get there. I mean, we could. This is the point, my friend. We could argue the minutiae about every single story we are told about space. Right, like I said, moon missions, whatever NASA say that they do when they go to the vacuum of space. You see, the thing is, we've got a problem with the vacuum of space because it appears to violate laws of nature.
How so?
Well, let's put it like this. Entropy, it increases. Within the heliocentric model, they appeal to a decrease in entropy, as in a violation in the second law of thermodynamics. For example, well, let me explain, and maybe you can tell me no afterwards, because I haven't quite got there yet. Because the violation is the air that you breathe, and it is uncontained from the vacuum of space. The Earth is declared to be an open system. And when we have an open system, that means there's nothing physically keeping the matter here.
What, do you just not believe in gravity?
Oh, I mean, would you suggest that we could even have a scientific experiment and observation of a natural phenomena where gravity is actually acting on gas? Because gravity is just the direction downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
No, gravity affects all matter, all molecules, including air molecules.
You're just making claims.
That's not a claim. That's like certified science.
Then you would be able to certify it and present the science.
It is, yeah. It's certified in plenty of papers.
You would be able to present
air molecules.
You can't present that.
Hold on. Let Jedi go.
You're elucidating to the same point. He is correct when you're saying you are making just declarations, because the observation of gas is it moves freely and randomly in all directions. The consequent of containing gas is gas pressure. If you don't have something physically containing gas, then entropy will increase and the gas will fill the vacuous space outside the Earth.
You're just not accounting for gravity because it affects air molecules.
You would have to demonstrate that.
Gravity and air density is like extensively studied for generations. I don't know what to tell you there.
But
like,
you can't present.
Read
You
countless
can't present what you're saying.
studies. Do you want me to go find you some sources on gravity and air density?
No, what I would like you to do is one, provide a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or two, and you can as well, point to a phenomena where gas is attracted to mass, and only going downwards where, when we look at gas, it travels freely and randomly in all directions. So if you can give me a phenomena to start the scientific experiment with, that would be great. Or you can prove gravity, and then I'd get, maybe if I gave it to you, I could still point at the gas and say, well, gravity's not affecting the gas then.
Well, okay, I guess, yeah, the first one was the Cavendish experiment. I just looked this up, by the way. This was Henry Cavendish. That was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses. That was in 1797.
What was the hypothesis? What was the hypothesis?
If you want to go research the Cavendish experiment, I'll leave that up to you. I'm just saying that this is established science. And
questions. Very quickly, before you ramble off and you think you're going to say what you think I'm going to do, no. I'm going to ask you for the hypothesis, because within the question is your answer. There isn't one, so therefore it's not a scientific experiment. Go on, carry on.
You saying there's not a hypothesis in the Cavendish experiment?
Or you could present it.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yes. Give me the dependent and independent variable, please, of the Cavendish experiment. Say it correctly. Cavendish. Give me the independent and dependent variable. Give me the supposition into the cause and effect relationship. Where's the
I was just looking up like what was the first experiment to confirm gravity.
So,
that's
awesome.
Established science.
That's fine. I appreciate this is probably your first foray into this subject. Ultimately, no, Cavendish is not an experiment. Like I said, I ask these questions for specific reasons. If you know what science is, you will know that this is not an experiment. You will also notice that when you said the first, so there's more than one. You'll notice that the second one isn't the same as the first one, because the first one that you mentioned hasn't scientifically been proven. This is why it was superseded by Einstein over 108 years ago. That would be the bending and warping of space-time. So,
right, relativity.
Yeah. So don't give me the one that's old and busted that they haven't proven. Obviously, understanding logical consistency. There's another one that you're going to give me because they couldn't prove the first one. So don't give me the first one then.
But you can independently verify as well relativity just by looking at the photos from the James Webb Space Telescope.
No. The place that you're talking about, space, seems to be violating natural law. And the thing that you're trying to prove at the moment still isn't observably affecting gas. There is not a decrease in entropy because of your fantasy gravity. Gravity has not been scientifically proven. If you want to go into Einstein's, that's just math, not scientific experiment. So no experiment for
right, relativity is still not a law, but it's fundamental to the way we understand physics and the way our planet works. In fact, it was recently confirmed again from the James Webb Space Telescope visually.
You can see the bending what a decrease in entropy is? Do you understand what a decrease in entropy is?
What I'm getting at, you're trying to say here is that all the air should just fly off the Earth. That's what I've been getting from what you're saying.
I know laws of nature.
You think all the air should just fly into space? Am I correct?
According to laws of nature that seem to work quite simply, you are correct. I believe in those laws of nature. Yes. Do you not?
In order for that to make sense, you have to completely disregard the effect of gravity on air molecules.
Which you haven't presented.
So do you know why it's hard to breathe in Denver?
Dude, you haven't proven it yet. You're just declaring it. I've kind of tried to run you through that you've got no scientific experiment for it. Even if I gave you gravity, it's not observably affecting gas, so we can't have the observed phenomena, so can't start the science again. But you're still going to circle us back round to you don't believe in gravity.
Quick question.
Hold on. Not quick question.
Have you ever been to Denver?
No, Snackle.
Quick question. Has this bell rung for you yet? You can't keep a certain gravity because you ain't proved it, Sunshine.
Sorry, no tap dancing allowed here.
For sure. Sorry. We're talking about air density here. And
Yeah, we're not going to move on to Denver. You have to address what he said.
No, we're talking about air pressure. Thermodynamic air pressure.
Yes, so the pressure decreases as you increase in altitude. That's why it's hard to breathe in Denver and why you'd never want to jump out of a commercial airliner at cruising altitude.
Amazing.
You'd suffocate.
That's amazing. Right? Can I ask you, how do you achieve gas pressure? What is the definition of gas pressure? I'll give you a clue. It's in the word pressure. How do you achieve pressure?
I'm not sure what you're asking. How do you achieve pressure?
Yeah, how do you achieve pressure? I've got gas. I'll help you through it. If I put it in a container, is the consequence of me putting gas in a contained environment that gas is now under pressure, like in a tire or a ball?
No. So if you have ambient air in a container, it's not pressurized, right? Correct?
So
you'd have to add more air molecules in order to pressurize that container.
A contained volume. If you contain gas,
oh my God, this guy. Hard to breathe in Denver. Not the last time I was there. My sinuses cleared right up.
Why aren't you following this? Because you're giving me delta X, gas pressure gradient. It's hard to breathe up there in the sky where the density of the gas appears to be lower.
Yeah, it is a gradient.
I'm taking you back to how you have achieved gas pressure in the first place, because you must achieve gas pressure in the first place, delta, to equivocate delta X, gas pressure gradient. You can only achieve gas pressure within the contained environment. The consequent of...
That's incorrect. You got gravity affecting those air molecules.
You need to demonstrate that.
Thank you. Seventh time of circling back to you can't prove gravity, but you're going to assert it anyway, even though I'm going to have to point out that it's not affecting gas.
It does affect gas.
How
then
does it affect
demonstrate that. Because you're just saying it. We told you earlier, just repeating claims over and over and over again. Show us. Demonstrate it. Prove it.
In a vacuum,
Stop just saying.
Universities do this day to day.
That's a chamber. That's a container. That's a container.
Do you understand?
Replicating a vacuum.
You can't do that without a container.
Do you understand what decreasing is?
Then do it without a container. What are you talking about?
It exists on your Earth right now.
That's called begging the question and pointing at the sky and declaring your claim to now be true. That's not going to fly.
Yeah, but Jemsy put the links in there, so the citations are there. So if you want to take a look at Livestream voice text, Jemsy put all the links there, so you can look at the links that are even supported for the claim that gas pressure needs a container. It's a necessary antecedent, Snackle. Can you look at Livestream voice text, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. And look at the links that are supported there by the understanding of that the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
Right, and you are directly throwing away the idea.
You can't present this idea.
Gravity again. 8th time you're going to start something that hasn't scientifically been proven. 8th time. Do we now need to go to them and ask them?
Why are you saying we're throwing it away? These are our, like, we didn't write this shit. We didn't write these words. These were written by chemistry textbooks. These weren't written by us. So why do you say we're throwing it away?
The second citation comes from NASA.gov. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined by the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined.
Can you show us a demonstration of gas not expanding to fill the volume and being restricted by gravity?
NASA.gov.
You guys are going to have to unmute him. Someone muted him.
Yeah, we need demonstrations at this point.
Yeah, you guys keep muting me. I don't know why. Just let me talk.
You do know why, because you keep... Go ahead. You go.
No, we don't want to hear you talk. We want the demonstration. Stop talking.
Yeah, we only
just making
so
claims.
We can finish our sentences because you constantly speak over us.
Well, hold on. He's just give him a chance.
Once again, that is correct. Molecules are in a constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of a container. That is correct. You are
Right,
not
so-
accounting for the force of gravity affecting those air molecules.
sorry,
That is all I'm going to say. I know you guys are really stuck on that.
The definition doesn't mention gravity; it only mentions a container.
Yeah, we also asked you for demonstrations of gravity doing that, and you have none.
Hold
and also understanding you are.
I'm done
talking
getting
about-
muted. Have a good day, everyone. Please DM me
You
if you
said
have
that
any
already.
questions.
You said that already, like 20 minutes ago.
I enjoyed.
Yeah, you already said this. You did this whole preamble 20, 30 minutes ago. So
Yeah, he goes to shuck and jive.
Do we split that with
That's just
That's
a
all,
train
folks.
wreck, man. That's a
His
dumpster fire.
baseless claims just got debunked. I just showed gas expanding upwards into a vacuum.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted. Davy and QE.
Jumbling, rumbling.
No, just mumbling.
It's just crazy to me how. Nah, it's off topic. Forget about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, what were you guys saying?
Nothing.
Nothing of nothing of importance, I guess.
Be careful the next words out of that pie hole of yours.
Yeah. What is this? Something posted Frankie Valley?
Don't worry about what's been posting. Just worry about the next words out of your pie hole.
Why? Why do I have to worry about that? I'm reading.
They better be well thought out, not fucking random shit.
Well, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You think I'm funny?
He's
You think
talking
I'm
about
funny?
random shit.
Think I'm a clown? Like I amuse you?
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
So you're worldly. You're an aristocrat.
Yeah.
That I love those.
Yeah, Goodfellas, yeah. An aristocrat.
Yeah, I heard some jokes about you.
About who?
The aristocrats.
You're aristocrats.
Yeah. You never heard the aristocrat joke?
Are they proletarians?
I guess so. I mean,
or bourgeoisie?
I guess they would be the bourgeoisie, wouldn't they?
What's the difference between the bourgeoisie and the proletariats?
The proletariats are the working class. The bourgeoisie are the upper class.
Look at you. From a propane salesman to a philosopher.
I do listen sometimes.
Sometimes. Not always.
A propane salesman understands gas pressure with a container.
Yeah. All the gravity in the world, if it existed, both times 10 wouldn't help you.
Times 10, I give him 1,000. That's fine. You made your point. You guys, after 7 years, are learning. Shocking.
Globe earthers, tears provide flat earthers with more evidence of water level. That's funny.
But you're mumbling again. Stop fucking mumbling.
Oh, I'm reading the thing, the fucking meme.
The thing. Yeah, we all know what the thing is.
The thing from the thing in the thing.
Yeah, we got it. Thanks. We love your meticulous attention to excruciating detail.
Yes.
OCD like.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe a little bit. I think I do have a little OCD.
Holy shit, man. You're digging it deeper and deeper. All right, you flat earther or globe earther?
What do you think?
I don't know.
I'm not a flat earther or a globe. I'm a truther.
You're a truther.
I'm a truther.
Fuck
You can't
is
say that
that?
word flat earther because it puts you in a, I don't know.
Oh, you're about to get your
it
ass
makes you a
whooped.
label. I'm a
It
truther.
makes you a label. What's a label?
Yeah, you label yourself like I don't know, like a Republican or a Democrat. I'm neither. I'm a truther. I'm a truther, and the truth is,
That's a false equivalence fallacy.
there's no. We don't live on a ball. That's
We
the
don't live on
fucking
a
truth.
ball. Then what do we live on?
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
What do you?
That's not an
Great.
answer.
So
That's not a
you're a globe.
coherent answer to my question.
So you're a glober then. Great.
Yeah, yeah, I'm a globe.
Here comes a debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm as
Well,
far away as.
I thought you guys were flat earthers. I thought you guys were smart.
We are flat earthers. You need to fucking stop over talking me right away. The next time you do it, I'm going to kick your ass out of here. You understand me? You got that? Don't fucking overtalk me.
All right, go ahead, bro. You said that 3 times. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, do you got it?
Speak.
Yeah. I ain't got anything to say other than to comment on your bullshit.
What bullshit?
What bullshit? So you're not a globe earther or a flat earther. You're a truther. What is a truther?
I just told you, dude.
Did you think I forgot about that?
I don't know what you forgot about.
You just told me. Okay, so you're a truther, not a globe earther or a flat earther, meaning deductively that neither globe earth or flat earth is true. There's a trichotomy.
I'm saying I don't really like the term the flat earther because it makes it just I don't know. I just don't like that. I prefer to call myself a truther, okay?
We don't care what you like or don't like. That is subjective. We're interested in the objective. You like this, Flatsy?
I'm all in. I'm over here. I'm okay with being a flat earther. You bringing me into it? I'll tell you right now.
I wasn't asking you whether you're a flat earther or not. I asked you the reasoning behind my characterization of Davy.
Yes, I get it, because when you place yourself as a truther and you're not a flat earther or a globe earther, then yeah, you're saying that globe and flat are both untrue.
Yep.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You didn't have to say it. It's implicit in your claim.
Listen.
Yeah, it is. It's simple deductive logic.
I know we don't live on a globe, okay? That's why I call myself a truther. Because
good for you. Why isn't it flat?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What do I mean? If it's not a globe, why isn't it flat?
I never said it wasn't flat. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You're like an Elmer Fudd sophist, right?
Never said it wasn't flat.
Who's talking to who?
Do you think this is going to work with me?
When you say,
I say it's flat.
Yeah,
that's what I say.
Yeah, but a lot of people out there, they say there's a lot of people out there. They call themselves flat earthers. They make they make us look bad.
Yeah, that's true.
They
And
it's like I don't know.
Well, if they call themselves flat earthers and they make us look bad, could they possibly not be flat earthers, or just saying it in name?
Like, for example, like all right, like they'll call themselves
yeah, I really don't care. You didn't answer my question, so answer my question.
I'll give you an example.
No, I don't want to. I don't want an example. I want you to answer my question. Okay. I'm not saying it again. Because I know what you're going to say. What's your question? Right? Because you can't remember 10 seconds after I made the claim. So we got that. So, what you're saying, so let's boil it down. So you're saying you're not a flat earther or a globe earther. You just know that it's not a globe earth, but you're a truther. What is it? Define a truther.
So
Bro, you're from New York. You should be able to find a truth.
Man, this is making me see very clearly what the problem is in the flat Earth now. It's very obvious. The people. Never mind. I'll just go ahead and let you.
See that what I think I just posted, right? This is a mockery. This is a mockery to what we believe. Okay.
I don't believe anything.
Like the water falling off the sides, that's bullshit. Obviously,
I guess he wasn't listening to me. I don't believe shit.
So
he's still not listening.
What I believe,
we don't really care what you believe.
I don't care what you believe.
Okay. Well, I don't believe in anything, so you're not carrying in anything.
Well, what do you believe in?
Just holy fucking shit, man.
One
How
of
many
these
times
guys
I gotta
sounds like
tell you?
Ryan
I
Gosling.
don't believe in fucking anything. 3 times.
What does that mean?
So you don't care what I don't believe in? That's lovely. It's about time for you to attend university. I'm thinking maybe start primary school first.
Right.
You're woefully outmatched here.
I can't hear Davey on the live stream on YouTube. What do you Flat Earth Professor do? What do you mean?
What do I mean?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
No. I'm talking to Flat Earth Professor, dude.
Flat Earth Professor? Where's he at?
In the chat.
Are you delusional?
What? What do you mean? I'm in the fucking chat.
You're in the fucking chat. Well, I'm not in the chat. I'm in voice. So fucking focus.
No, I'm in both.
Do you need some Adderall?
No.
I think you do. Central line.
But yeah, so all right, let me ask you a question.
So yeah, okay. So yeah, you agree you need Adderall.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think we live on? Think we live on a ball?
I don't think we live on anything. I know for an absolute fact the Earth is flat, demonstrably, navigatably, observably flat.
So you do think it's flat?
I don't think it is. I know it is.
Exactly. So you know it is. That's why I call it being a truther, because you know it's the truth.
So wait a second. You just told us before that there's 3 categories: flat earther, globe earther, and a truther. Now you're combining the truther with flat earther.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's a contradiction. You just contradicted yourself.
Because that's the truth. There's no way around it.
Well, then there's only 2 categories. Either a true or a globe earther, according to you.
Pretty much.
Well, there you go. Well, we solved that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're moving on.
There you go. but like the poster the picture I posted.
Poster child.
The picture I posted, shit like that makes us look bad.
That's not a fucking picture. Well, number one, that's not a fucking picture. That's not a fucking picture. That's not a picture. That's not a picture.
Huh?
That's not a picture.
What do you mean?
It's not a picture.
So what is it then?
You're telling me what it is? You posted it. I'm telling you, it's not a fucking picture.
I don't know what you're looking at, dude. But anyway,
I'm looking at Davy at 25 minutes after the hour with some flat fucking disc icicles dangling with the sun and the supposed moon. That's not a fucking picture.
it's a fucking mockery. That's all it is. Just
It's
to
a
make
mockery now.
make-
well,
make
well
us
then
look
it's not a
bad.
picture.
Okay?
It's not a fucking picture.
With water falling off the sides, that's bullshit. Okay,
It's not a picture, is what I'm
water
trying to
doesn't.
say.
The reason water isn't falling off the sides is
All
because
right, we got enough of it. Now, you're not listening. You're like in fucking monologue retard mode or something. I guess I am talking to ghosts. You're mumbling. You're rambling incoherently. I already exposed you like 3 times. You think I want to do this for the rest of the evening? I got stuff to do, like clean the bathroom. You know, productive things. No, you're rambling. Nuh-uh. That's what I am, but what are you? You're already exposed. Go ahead and rewind about 20 minutes, right? And review it. Have some of your slobber nurses come in and let you know what the fucking real deal is. My word. Anything else? No? Go
I'm
ahead.
excited about your show tomorrow.
You're excited about the show tomorrow. I think we're going to be talking about science some more.
Great. I'm going to get there early.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there early, at attention, and ready to ask you.
At attention. The only thing I'm butthurt about is jalapenos. You fucking clown.
Me too,
Yeah.
man. I used to eat them whole grilled. Now I'm getting old.
You butthurt. Okay, I get it.
Hank, you came in here the other day. We'll get into something interesting before I go. You came in here the other day, white knighting for a lion sewer rat.
No, what I said is that I was listening to the audio, and he said, "So you're saying," and you use that as one of the clips. Now I never.
So
did
you're
go back
saying. So you're saying what?
Well, whenever I say that to someone, it's always their argument. It's not my
No,
argument.
that's bullshit. You got to get hyper specific. So give us the context. I want the whole before, present, and afterward context of what you're talking about.
So I can't do that because
You
I
better
watched
do
the
it.
video that you posted.
You better do it because it's not fucking in there. It's a mirage.
Okay, I would have to go back and listen. You're right. Before I comment any further,
You
but we
got
were
that.
talking about we need to listen to the videos that you posted. I went and listened to them and only commented on the videos that you posted. So I wasn't
Yeah.
speaking out of turn.
Well, you go get it, and then you pull it out, and it better be clearly defined. That's all right. His ass is toast. He better not come in here again. I'll tell you that shit. Whoever's white knighting for him, it's your ass too. And I'm talking about shits at 60, wits it, the pretender clown fucking idiot that thinks he's some kind of debating god. Fucking clown doesn't know the difference between noun and verbs. That's the least of his problems. Where's fucking Hanoi Jaren? Does he still have a channel?
Mm.
No, you shouldn't. You better not have any subscribers in there. It's their ass.
I haven't. I've never been subscribed to Jaren. I don't think. I don't even remember ever watching his content. He's just always been there, here and there. Yeah.
Here and there. That's.
I quit watching Jaren when he said live on a video that he was okay with white genocide after it was properly defined for him. Yeah, he had a alt-right guy on one of his videos, way off topic, but the white guy explained the white genocide thing, and I was thinking, if it was like the same thing with Japan, that would be terrible. Their culture would be gone. Like, why would I want them, gone? Like, why would you ever advocate for, a culture being extinct? Especially this day and age, most of the language that are spoken are going to go extinct in our lifetime. So I'm for the preservation of culture, all culture. So I quit listening to him years ago. And I'm not even really a subscriber to White Genocide, but when someone properly defines it for you, and then you're like, yeah, what do I care? I'm not white. Like, really, bro? I'm done with you.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and
Mic
someone
check,
will come
1,
on to
2, 1,
VC
2.
Riffier to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted. Persico Part 3. The Doctor 978322S 50K failed bet and Camille.
Creation Bear. I just wanted to answer your question you asked a few minutes ago of why non-flat earthers come here. And I can only speak for myself, but I come here because I hear flat earth claims, or I want to more understand what flat earthers actually believe than compared to what non-flat earthers do when debunking or talking about flat earthers. But I do have a question. If everyone can remain cordial, and I would like an answer. That's okay. Most of the time when I come here and ask questions, I get 6 or 7 people yelling at me. So I would just like an answer. So I don't know who's listening, so I won't start unless there's, confirmation.
Just go ahead, brother. Go ahead with your question.
Alright. So, from what I've gathered in this server, and what generally flat earthers believe, the only thing everyone can agree on is the Earth is not round.
What?
Because I've asked other questions, and mostly that's what it comes back to.
I mean, that's one of many things, but
Okay, I've just heard conflicting reports about stuff, so...
Also, not really much of a belief that we're offering here. We don't have really a belief to offer you or anyone.
Well, what do you call...
Yeah, can I just say one thing? I find it funny that you say that, because, there's so many different types of people in this world, so people believe or think different things. But in my experience here, I've found that there are so many different beliefs related to the globe. Like, so many people come in, well, I think it's this. Well, I believe it's this. And it's all different versions of the cartoon ball. And I'm like, what? Where are you guys getting your information from? Because you could just Google the freaking circumference and radius and shit. Like, and I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about some of these other people who come in here. It's like, what the hell?
Well,
They bring your own globe day some days.
Yeah, that's why I'm specifically trying to set a baseline. I don't want to assume any of you believe anything, because I know you guys believe different stuff depending on the person. But can we all agree that you believe, you believe the Earth is flat, and I won't assume anything else?
I wouldn't say that's a belief. Like, in the same way that when you like measure your height, you don't just believe how tall you are. You can know certain things.
Okay, so you know the Earth is flat.
Oh, depending on what you mean by that. I mean, some people don't really understand what flat means. Have their
I
own
mean,
ideas,
you think that it's a fact. Or you know it's a fact.
It's like your height is something you can measure and know. It's not like a belief you would offer to someone.
Okay, so you know the Earth is flat then. You've measured... Like the height thing. I don't know. I'm not saying belief as in like a religious belief. I'm just saying in your brain, Earth flat. Like that, like I don't know how to say belief or
that's
fact or no.
Right? That's kind of a given, isn't it, when you say?
Yeah, I'm making sure, because I thought other stuff was a given about this community, and I come to find that wrong. So I'm making sure we're all on the same page.
I'm speaking for myself real quickly. I'm going to speak for myself. Yes, I know it's flat. Carry on.
I know it's flat also.
Okay. So
this is non sequitur, but CV, your mic's not coming in very clear for me. I can hear everybody else good, but with you, it's really low. Is all.
Cops or something.
Yeah, I digress.
I think CB is running from the cops or something.
I'm at the library, so I'll try to speak. I'll try to speak into my mic a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay.
He's on the lamb.
So I brought up before, which I don't want to get into an argument about it because I already have like 3 times. I already know the answer. So I'm not trying to say that the Eratosthenes experiment proves and measures the circumference of the globe. That is not what I'm saying, and that is not what I would like to be disproved.
Oh, good. Then we don't even have to talk about it. You didn't even have to bring it up.
No, but... Okay, so... From my understanding, every time I've talked to people in the server, and we talk about that, it comes down to the Eratosthenes experiment does not prove the Earth is a globe and you can measure its circumference because it works on a flat Earth model. It works on a flat Earth.
I wouldn't say that's something that you would present. That's not something like Eratosthenes is not something you would hear me present or someone in this panel like, okay, guys, Eratosthenes is how we know it's flat. That's their claim. And
I have a question. And I don't mean to interrupt you. Christy Cow, can you see are you looking at the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, like the actual voice text. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, CP.
So.
No problem. It's the folks on the Team Globe that will tell you that it also works on flat. But we don't present that as evidence or, we're not making a case with the Eratosthenes thing. So.
I may have spoken to different people, but most of the time when I bring that up, I get sent a picture. I'll see if I can find it.
It's inconclusive. I think that's what it comes down to. It's not evidence for flat Earth or anything. It's just that it's not very conclusive, and it's based on a lot of assumptions as well.
No.
You go into it assuming the surface is already curved. You assume the distance to the sun. You assume the parallel light rays as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it proves anything. I'm saying does it do different measurements, like with making no assumptions about why the measurements are there, do you get different measurements?
I mean, what exactly are we measuring? Because we're not measuring the circumference. You're just measuring shadows on the ground.
Yes,
and then
yes.
Trying to extrapolate that out to.
Yeah, I'm just saying the shadows on the ground thing. Nothing about the circumference. Nothing about round. None of that.
So then,
Just
like,
what is observable.
It doesn't really cache. Like it's like a check that you can't cache. You see.
So what? Because I haven't gotten to my point yet.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So that is commonly used. The people who believe in the globe commonly use that to measure this, to supposedly measure their circumference, and to and extrapolate that to the globe being round. And that's assumed in the experiment. But but if you do the experiment, you get different lengths of shadows. And so the common explanation for it, everyone knows, I assume, here, is the Earth is a globe and the sun is super duper far away. Which, obviously, y'all don't believe. Why are we getting those results, like, if the Earth is flat? Because what I have seen when I ask and look into this is that
What results?
The different lengths of shadows.
You can have that happen like in a room on a table with like a light in your room.
Yes.
Same phenomena can take place within like a house. You can get different lengths of shadows on a table.
Yes, I understand that.
So is the table like curved in a globe? Probably not.
No.
So
that's not what I'm saying.
It's inconclusive.
I am not trying to prove anything about it being round. I've not said anything that it's round.
It's okay.
I'm not
just
trying to
guess what you
prove that.
said. No, you don't have to repeat yourself. So,
okay.
Like, well, what about the result?
Well, you're bringing up the table being curved. Yes. So
no, but you can get the same quote results. Hold on.
This recording rendered to WAV file.
So, what is your intention for bringing it up? Because it's a conversation that's been thoroughly fleshed out. I would recommend you go to the search bar there at the top and just type Eratosthenes, and just while you're talking, you can kind of look through.
Because every time
there is 8,000 results and 322 pages of history of us discussing the topic. So
yes,
there's a lot of stuff there you can go through. But again, it's just even the people on the other side that aren't flat earthers will admit that it's inconclusive. So
I'm getting there, and that's not what I'm asking about.
Let's get to the end, please.
Okay. Well, every time I try and assume things, I just get yelled at. So I'm setting the baseline.
Quite literally in a library.
Yes, you're not yelling at me. I'm saying when I've done this in the past and tried to ask this question.
Alright, wait.
Okay.
Can I say something, man?
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Let's not live in the past or worry about the future. We're here and now, bro. We're having this conversation.
I know.
You've been yelled at in the past or how to do that's okay. I understand that, but this is now. We're talking to CD now.
Okay.
No worries, bro. It's okay.
Well, go ahead. I'll let you make a case. I want you got time, so go ahead and make a case.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make a case for the globe. I'm not trying to prove that at all.
You've already said that. Just go ahead and make whatever you need to say.
So,
make your point.
okay, so if it works on a flat Earth, then what I have been told is if it works on a flat Earth, then you need a smaller sun that is closer to the Earth.
No, who's claiming that?
That's what I've been told in this survey.
From who?
Like the admins.
I'm hearing. What?
Yeah, like Mayhem and like the owner and like
we'll have to
3 or
check
4
with
other people.
I'll have to check in with them, but
Well, how do I get access to the pictures that y'all have a bot for? Is there is it PDF storage? Oh, I'm not. I just want to see the pictures because I want to get the exact one that I get sent to me.
Some of them are being posted in the chat. There's been a couple that have been posted, some GIFs and some stuff. So take a look at the chat.
See.
You might see some of the stuff that is related. But because what I'm hearing, I have a clip from Vsauce. I don't think I have it.
I've already seen the video.
But it's that's what I'm saying. It's guys like that who are saying, well, if it was flat, then the sun would have to do this, this, and this. And it's like that's not really what we're saying. That's not our claim.
I'm saying
should or would or could be doing.
I'm saying that is what I've been told. If that is not the case, then why is it happening? Why are we getting different shadow lengths?
Well, again, I hate to bring it back to the room and the table. You can have that same experience on a table. So I think overall it's just something that's not very conclusive. I am curious why it's something you're leaning on at the moment, or maybe you just have questions, but it is a topic that's been thoroughly fleshed out, of course. So
every time I've heard it talked about, it's been disproving that it's a globe and not proving that the Earth is flat.
Of course not. It doesn't prove. It's not evidence for the flat Earth, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's inconclusive for both sides. It's not evidence for either side. If it's based on first of all, it's based on a lot of assumptions. So
I'm saying not taking those assumptions into account.
You can't just discredit. You can't just disregard the assumptions.
I can't just use observations.
Because you can have that same observation in a room on a table.
Yes, but not in a room on a table.
Yeah, in a room on a table.
Yeah, but
post from Donato at 47 minutes past the hour. And I think there's another one too. I'll see if I can find it.
Yes, I understand that they assume it is 93 million miles away. And I didn't say the globe are right. I want to know what the flat earthers think is going on.
You're measuring shadows. I think you're measuring shadows is what I think is going on.
So why are the shadows different lengths? We don't know.
What do you mean? Like you have
lengths where the sun moves, the shadows get different lengths.
No, but at the same time.
You're not in both places at the same time.
Yes, but you can have two different people.
So how would I get different angles in the picture I just posted? How would you get different angles in that? Would you?
That picture.
What about
that? So the picture that was just posted, according to Aristophanes, this table is a ball. So that works if the light source is very, very far away, or
using that you can calculate the distance to the light source using that if you want to on a flat surface.
Yes. So how do we know anything about the sun? Like how far away it is or how big it is?
The sun is a complete unknown for you, for me, for everyone that's ever lived.
This goes overhead. This goes around overhead, goes away from us, comes towards us, makes light, and then it gets dark.
If I'm false, I'm not saying anything about a curve, Eratosthenes.
And I just said what the sun does.
Yes. So, yes, I doubt the lamp is very, very far away. So that's why you're getting that result on a flat surface. Flying. What I've been told in this survey is that you need a small localized sun for it to work on a flat surface. And I want to know, but is there a small localized sun, or is that not accurate to what this survey thinks is fact?
We're not making, we just talked about that. You just asked us about the sun. I said it's a complete unknown for everybody. So we're not the ones making claims about the sun should be this and should do that, should do this. Well, it's guys like Vsauce who are saying, well, if it's flat, then the sun has to do this.
Look at the meme from Donato right now. Mm-hmm. So that is flat earthers saying that you have a smaller localized sun.
No, well, that's not, bro. We're not saying
what does that mean?
Is like that. It's just because no, dude. You gotta. A lot of this stuff is rebuttals to things that globers say. Oh, if the Earth is flat, then there would be sunlight everywhere. And it's like, okay, well, how about this? It's not. We're not saying that this is what it is. Oh, this is just a meme, dude. So we're not making the claim that this is exactly what's happening. We don't know what the sun is, or where it is, or how it is, or any of those things. We're not making claims.
It's about sharing the realm of possibility, because people will be like, oh, it only works this way, and hold the light bulb up. See, that's why flat Earth is impossible. And it's like, yeah, but, the realm of possibility exists too, so, hey, check this out. And the dog's, like, freaking flexing with a little light bulb. I'm just saying, man.
So...
A lot of this stuff is rebuttals. You got to keep that in mind as well, Prissy. We're not actually coming out making claims saying, well, Eratosthenes proved this. We're making a rebuttal often to the claims they make. So they say, oh, it only works on a globe. We go, well, here's some other options.
So
we're not making a claim that this is what it is.
Every time I've tried to ask a question, it has just gotten to... No, I'm saying something different, bro. It has gotten to, we don't know, we're not making a claim. But in saying something is wrong, what's right then?
You don't have to... Falsification is independent of replacement. You don't have to replace...
Okay. But is there any proof for the flat Earth, or is there only disproving that it's a globe?
No, of course there is. It's called measurements. And obviously, like, assuming things about the sun isn't having anything to do with the surface of the Earth, or measuring shadows and then extrapolating that out to more parts of the Earth that hasn't been measured. So yes, there's proof, there's positive proof, but a lot of the things that we deal with is the claims that are on the table, that the Earth is spinning, curving, and in a larger space. Those are the claims we try to address. It's like if your neighbor said, "Hey, I won the lottery," and you go, "Yeah, no, you didn't." You don't have to come up with a new claim, and you're just simply addressing his claim. So that's typically what we're doing. If you've been in court before, if you're familiar with the court process, only one party can hold the burden at one time. Not that both parties hold a burden of proof. So that's kind of how this works as well. The positive claim is that the Earth is a globe spinning and all that stuff. So we're just addressing that positive claim. We don't have to make new claims and say, "Oh, well, our version is like this." We don't typically do that here. So.
What I have been told is that there's no claims about the flat Earth other than that it's flat. Is there claims from the flat Earth about anything else?
Well, I wouldn't say that's a claim. It's just the observation. We're not saying well, I claim it's flat, because you can go outside and observe that.
Okay.
And then you can measure the surface, and then if it measures flat, that's what it is. If you're 6 foot tall and you measure you're 6 foot tall, then that's what it is.
So why is it a claim when I say the Earth is globe, but not when you say the Earth is flat?
Because you need to measure it to be a globe. Go out to the sea level at a beach with your friend, go 10 miles, and measure a 66-foot drop, and then I'll become a globe earther.
Okay. So I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is the globe. I want to see...
You don't have to say it anymore. We got you.
I know, but you aren't telling me any claims. You aren't telling me any
we don't
evidence.
Have to. Well, you're not asking for evidence. You're
okay, can you send it to me?
What are we doing here? Because
I wanted to find out that
now you're
I wanted to find out if flat earthers believe that the sun is small and localized, or if there is a different explanation for why the shadows are different lengths. If there is no claim, then my question is answered with there is no claim. Moving to the next thing, what are claims flat earthers make about the Earth being flat?
Why do you want claims? So you should say, well, if you have measurements, I want to see those.
That is a claim.
No, it's not.
Or you could go out and measure it yourself and come up with your own claims. It's easy
because
to
I got
do.
shit to do.
Here's an example. You don't have to do it tonight, brother. You've got your whole life to go take a vacation and go to the beach or a lake and do this. It doesn't have to be tonight or tomorrow. But here's the difference, right? If you tell me that you are 7 foot tall, okay, there's our claim.
Yeah.
If we go and measure your height and you're not 7 foot tall, then we have a problem.
Yeah, then you prove that I'm not 7 foot tall.
That's exactly what's happening. The Earth is claimed to be a certain height, 959 in radius. So we're going out and testing that, and it's not true. We don't have to give you a new claim. Oh, it's actually this height. It's just that.
When you measure me, do you know what height I am?
Of course, we know now. It's not that we have to make a new claim at that point. Now we know. We measured you. You're actually 6 foot. So That's what it is.
So, what would you call my actual height? If it's not a claim, what is it?
It is what it is.
It's a
James
fact.
Brown
Okay,
would
so
say,
what are
it
the
is what it is.
So what are the facts about the flat Earth?
Water is
Surface
flat
of
and
the Earth
level.
measures flat. Yes, the surface of the water, especially, is flat and level.
So when we
It's not
measure the
required.
Earth, is that the Earth in entirety?
No, that's not required to measure the Earth in entirety. Just like with the Eratosthenes thing, they didn't measure the Earth in its entirety to get the claim of the circumference. So that requirement that you have to go step to step every single part of the Earth, that's not required. Let me give you an example, okay? So let's take like the hood of a car. I mean, most hoods or bonnet, if you're across the pond, I would say generally they have curvature to them, unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something, right? So generally the hoods are curved. So now let's take that hood and blow it up to the size of like a state or a country, very, very big. So now you want to test and find out whether it's curved or not. All you would need to do is have some type of straight edge over the top of the surface, and you're looking for any deviation away from that straight edge. Any deviation whatsoever means that it's can't be flat. So that's what you're measuring. You're measuring for deviation. You're looking for curvature. There's no requirement to measure the whole Earth to find out for that. And I'll give you one more thing to chew on here. I'm sure the guys want to chime in as well. I do recommend people just like take 30 seconds to a minute and look around you, whatever room you're in or wherever you are. Just look around at all the surfaces around you. I agree, there's a lot of flat surfaces in here, but there are only two options here. Surfaces can either be rounded or curved in some way, or they're not. So the same thing applies to reality in the water. It's either curved or it isn't. So if you go out and measure the Earth, you measure any deviation whatsoever, there's your curvature. It's over. You don't have to measure the whole Earth to know it's curved. But the same thing also applies in the reverse. If you go out and measure lack of curvature, especially based on the claimed size that they claim, it can't be curved. So this idea that you have to go measure every inch of the Earth is not required.
Okay. So what if over a long enough scale that, because if it's bigger, then the angle will be less dramatic, like the drop. Right?
I mean bigger, because the globe's already claimed to be a specific size, just like if you were 6 foot tall, then there has to be 72 inches.
Yes,
there when
I
measure
understand
you.
that.
You can't say, well, what if I'm just bigger?
No, I mean if
claim is what it is.
Okay. So what if you are not gathering a large enough data set, you are not measuring long enough?
Again, I just told you. Sorry, I just explained to you. There's only two options for surface description. Did you look around you? I mean, do you see what I'm talking about? Or
When
do you
it is
disagree?
on a smaller scale, it can be perceived as flat.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Just saying that there's only two options here. I would say it's a true dichotomy unless you disagree and are able to present a third option.
Okay. I'll present a third option.
It's just a logic problem. It's a true or false statement. You can't have maybe.
No, I'm not saying maybe. Did you hear me say maybe, bro?
Let's see. I want to see that third option because I would say this is a true dichotomy, and I've spoken to lots of globe earthers who would agree that it is also a dichotomy. So, what would the third option be then?
The third option would be over a smaller scale.
Oh, that's not what I'm asking.
It can be perceived as flat.
That's what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Surface description. Got a table in front of you, your computer. These things are surfaces, right? So the screen of my computer here is a flat surface. The backside is rounded. It's the third option. Spoiler alert, there is no third option. Those are the two options that we have. So now in terms of size and scale, it doesn't matter. Again, I gave you the example of the hood of a car. If there's any deviation whatsoever, cannot be flat, period. So if we went out to reality at any scale, small or large, if there was any deviation, it cannot be flat, period.
Okay.
So the same thing applies in reverse.
I'm sorry, but
There's lack of curvature.
You don't even have to defend like a small scale example because there are big scale examples that show no curvature of the Earth. We have
Can
all
I
types
see
of-
them?
Sure, a second.
Okay.
That's what you got to keep in mind, though, Chris.
Because I don't want to get
You
a
can't-
boat or walk. I want to just see the evidence.
Don't be lazy, but like, so.
Have you done it?
Yes, I spent a month in San Diego, California, at the beach doing long distance observation. So yes, I did take time to go out and test.
How far did you
for
measure?
myself. Okay, that's actually a good question. I was going to talk about that. So just like with your height, right? Claim to be 6 foot, there has to be 72 inches there. So same with the globe. They're claiming it's a radius of 3959. So that means that at 1 foot off the ground, the geometric horizon has to be at 1.22 miles. So they're you're saying like, oh well, you have to go to a bigger scale. 1 foot observer in a 1.2 mile horizon. That's not hard to test. You can go to a 5 mile lake and bam, you can test that easily. So for me at the ocean, it was like you can do like 20, 30, 40 miles, and that's plenty to test the claim. Oh, go ahead, AI.
Right. So transversely, the question will be asked to you when you say you need a bigger scale. You need to know what scale the differential is going to be pronounced or noticeable. So, for example, you could argue at a micro scale, you wouldn't notice it. But eventually, right, there's going to be enough of a differential to where it's ascertainable by either our senses or machines that we use for measuring. So I would submit to you, just like our friend said here, that over certain distances, the scale is so pronounced that it'd be easy to measure with the precise types of instruments we have, such as lasers and other types of things. So it's not true that we don't have the tools necessary. Okay, so let's talk about it. University of Kansas, right? Went out and measured Kansas, the entire state. They determined that Kansas is literally flatter than the flatness scale of a literal pancake. So the state of Kansas, the entire state, is flatter than a pancake. So it is not true that we don't have the tools necessary to determine whether this curvature exists or not. Now, keep in mind that we all understand that land is land, right? Land could be higher than another part. It could be lower than another part. You could have ups and downs, hills and valleys. However, we all know that the surface of water, right, is flat and level. We all know that. We all experience that. So if that's true, then all you have to do is measure the water of the Earth. And if it's not curving, then the entire Earth that's covered in water isn't curving because it's going to have the same equipotential. So if 70% of the Earth is covered in water and water's not curving, then ipso facto it cannot be a sphere. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
Okay.
Just like the hood of the car. It can't be doing both things. That's why I said it's a true dichotomy. There is no third option. The hood is either curved or it's not. So that's what we're testing for. We're looking for either one of those two options. So if it's doing one, then it can't be doing the other. So.
Well, the third option is just hope, I guess. He hopes.
Cope.
No, I'm
But
saying...
I also said, like, I typed in the chat as well. So the claim is that the curve is at 1.22 miles at 1 foot. So we don't need to move the goalpost back hundreds and thousands of miles away from the claim.
So how big is the drop at 1.22 miles?
What do you mean?
So what is the claim? What do globers claim? How far would it drop at over 1.22 miles?
It's
How
8
far would it drop?
miles squared, so you just do the math.
So what I found is at 1 mile, there is a drop of 0.67 feet. At 1.3 miles, there's a drop of 1 foot, not...
Hold on, dude. You're not clarifying what you're doing here. Did you find that mathematically, or did you find that out in the world?
Okay, I forgot. Do y'all not believe in math again? I forgot that part.
What?
Okay, one more time.
Well, you said mathematically or out in the world. Would mathematically
hold
be
on,
wrong?
friend. Hold on. You're telling me that you found something, so I'm just asking you where you found it. For example, if you do some math equations, you can find that if you apply a certain radius to a circle and you apply the circle segment formula and you do the arc distance and all that you could find a certain amount of curvature in that arc. That exists in the model that you're applying the math to. So you found the correct answer. Versus I found an egg under my seat in reality. Okay, one's happening in math, one's happening in reality. I just want to know which one you found it in.
Okay. I found it in math because I have not personally, nor have I been shown this experiment being measured in reality by you or globe people.
Well, enter the black swan. We can talk about that. And yeah, you're using the word experiment incorrectly.
We cannot talk about the black swan.
Yeah, absolutely can.
I've talked about it for 3 hours.
Ooh, well,
it's awful.
Why don't you hold on? Why don't you give us a quick breakdown of the argument, just in your understanding?
The black swan oil rigs are supposedly some distance apart, and one should be over the horizon, and one should not be over the horizon. But you can
if you
see
talked about it for 3 hours.
Oh my God, he did not listen at all.
This is what
I
happens
don't have
every
the
time.
numbers.
Oh shit.
Hold on, Prissy. This is what happens every time. You guys go, oh, I've spoken about this. I've seen it so many times. And then we go, okay, well, what does it mean then? And you guys always get it wrong. So how is it that you spoke about it for 3 hours and you still don't understand the argument?
Because the majority of the time, when I was trying to
Didn't pay
bring stuff up,
attention?
no.
How did you talk about a topic for 3 hours and you didn't come out learning anything new?
Okay.
Just learn
Give
the
me
argument. So I think
in
we need
like
to go over it one more time
5
so we at least
sentences.
understand.
5 sentences. Like write it out.
Painful. I'll give it to you right now, friend.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a second. Why are we talking about the black swan when all I want
Because it's exactly
is
what you're talking about.
Dude, you just asked somebody to give it to you.
Hold on, Prissy. But AI.
I didn't ask
Hey,
about the black
keep in
swan.
mind, Mr. Prissy, you're not the only person here. Okay,
I
there's other
understand
people
that.
that want to know the answers to these questions, right?
But the answer, I want a record of someone doing this.
That's called
measuring.
What
the
is this,
drop.
dude? Hold on, friend.
Measuring.
Yeah, let him say what this is. All right, what's this?
Why are you muting me? And then you said let me speak, bro. Okay, so we're saying when you measure in reality, when you measure the ocean, there is no drop. Is there or is there not a drop?
Okay, so
Enter
when you
the
measure.
Okay, so you're asking,
No.
you want, dude. If someone says so you're saying, you got to let them finish what the so you're saying is, then you answer. That's usually how a conversation works.
So,
because you don't know what I'm saying to be able to interrupt me yet, do you?
I would like to know. You guys just told me that there's no drop over distance. Right? There's no drop over distance. Measurably so. So can I see someone trying to measure it and not get the results?
Well, we can enter the black swan.
No, that's not someone measuring it.
That is, dude.
Hold on.
How can you say that if you don't understand what the argument is?
Dude,
because
we're devolving into chaos, friends.
You don't know what the
friend. Prissy. Zip it, friend. Okay, let's be clear. The black swan is about the location of the horizon, not about drop over distance. Okay? A measurement of drop over distance would be more accurate, the Lake Itchsa laser test. So the black swan, what it proves unequivocally is that the horizon is not the geometric edge of anything. It's just an optical effect, which we already know because that's literally the definition of a horizon. The apparent location where the sky field seems to meet the ground. Mm-hmm. So we know that the horizon is not the edge of a sphere. We know that it's not the things that blocks things from the bottom up because it's in different places. And we can get bottom up obstruction appearance without any curvature. So that's neither here nor there. What you're asking is a methodological measurement using an efficient methodology that either affirms or debunks the drop over distance. So here's what you do. It's very simple. Try to follow along without interrupting the best you can.
Okay.
Okay, so here's how it works. Use a laser transit. Laser transit is you set up a laser, you level it, you shoot it, you account for all the deviations like millirad divergence, ambient refraction, and all of those things. Okay? You have a target on the other side, and you do the variance of that distance to the target, and you get the laser on the target. So that variance plus the variance of the distance of the target to the ground gives you the maximum differential between the laser and the ground over the distance of the laser. We use this all the time in construction, right? We put a target over there, we put a laser over here, we see the difference. We go and then we either add earth, lower earth, grade the earth, whatever. Very efficient method. So lo and behold, a team took a laser that they constructed sufficient to the task, an aiming device sufficient to the task, a leveling device sufficient to the task, out to Lake Idsil, set up their story target 25 miles away. That's over 285 feet of drop off the angle that it should be, right, if the Earth was curved. So the target should be dropped 280 feet below the line of the laser if the laser continues leveled. Plus or minus refraction, plus or minus the millirad divergence, you're looking at a swing of approximately 5 meters, approximately 15 feet. So you're looking at 270 feet. Okay, we're talking 2 orders of magnitude, right? So, lo and behold, they shot the laser. They panned the laser across Lake Idsil. Okay, so horizontal pan to a short distance target, a medium distance target, before they finally targeted the long distance target. They hit all the targets. Now, the final target they hit, they actually have a recording of the beam entering the camera. And lasers have a Gaussian profile, which means you can actually apply mathematics to what you see of the beam, and it will tell you whether the beam is pointed in different directions or straight on. When applied, it shows that the laser is essentially straight on to the camera, which means they successfully shot a laser 25 miles with a 270-meter swing and hit the target. Meaning, okay, if we know we leveled the laser on one side and we received the laser on the other side and the maximum divergence is approximately 15 feet, with all factors considered, then that means that the maximum swing in between those 2 points, right, is roughly an absolute maximum, being extremely liberal, 20 feet. So when you're supposed to have something 270 feet and you measure it 20 feet, then the thing that's supposed to be there that's 270 feet isn't there. Essentially debunking the claim that there's a big hump of Earth curve from which the target is falling away. So yes, that has been done, and we have a PDF and a video for you, short documentary about an hour long and a shorter version about a half an hour, which takes out a lot of the fluff, and a document that you can read. And this is just one of many tests. For example, Dr. John D., PhD in optics, did a similar test over a shorter body of water, which still should have pronounced curvature. He used dual band lasers because lasers refract at different rates, which would allow him to see the different in the laser bands and decide how much he's off on the target. He also received the signal at the other end of the water, disproving the big hump of Earth curve water in the way. And the list goes on. In fact, we have a wiki of over 100 observations, which includes laser tests like this that you can read, and we'll post that link for you as well. Also, we have the United States military, right? Hired a university to test a tri-band laser over 120 kilometers in the Hawaiian Islands, to which they were aiming at a telescope, 4-meter telescope. Now, the telescope received all 3 beams. Now you say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Why wouldn't it? It's a military laser. But here's the problem. When they applied the data into a post-firing methodology to see if refraction worked or not, they found that the models of refraction didn't fit. Right? So in other words, we know that lasers refract at different rates, and if the Earth was a globe, they should do one thing, The guy wrote a thesis paper, okay? Keep in mind, this is sanctioned by the government, done by a university on the government's behalf, and put into a thesis paper by a PhD level. He found that the alleged refraction that should exist if the Earth was a globe doesn't account for what happened, because if it was true, then the laser should have never hit the target. But they did hit the target. And the list goes on and on and on. This is just about 5 examples that I've given you. Now, this all corroborates the fact of experience, by the way. This is corroborating the fact of experience that we all experience wherever we go, that aggregate bodies of water are flat and level. So much so that it's become an axiom of human mythos, right? Throughout history. Every society has a saying, water finds its level, water seeks its level, water lays level, water will always become level, and on and on and on. This is human experience, friend. Okay, giant curved water floating in the middle of space is not human experience. That is antithetical to what we experience. We have to be told the story. We have to be shown images, which we can't verify. We have to have appeals to authority. We have to have logical fallacy stacked upon logical fallacy in order to convince us, antithetical to what we experience, that the Earth is a giant floating space ball. We experience the Earth as flat and stationary. And that includes the entire water of the surface of the Earth. There's no direct evidence to the contrary. There's no direct evidence of surface curvature that's demonstrably measured. There's no validation of the claims of the people that allegedly went to space and saw the Earth in its totality. It's basically hearsay or an anecdote at best. There's no way you can validate any of these claims. So I would submit to you, friend, that the Earth is exactly as it appears to be, level, flat, and stationary. What say you?
Thank you for answering my question. I would like, if I don't know if you sent, I'd like video, and like I pretty much just want all the sources you just cited, because you said you have like the videos and the documentaries and stuff. I would like to watch those. And that's exactly what I was asking for.
Well, I did post the FE core at 22 minutes past the hour, so I've got a little background noise. And then someone posted a laser test 19 miles from globe pressure at 13 minutes past the hour. There's a couple more as well if you need it, but yeah, let us know.
Yeah, I would like the experiment replicated and the reasons for it. Well, the reason for it is that it's a slap, but I guess like whatever information you have, whether it be videos or documents, I would like them because I would like to look at them rather than just trusting.
We posted the PDF. We posted the video very recently. I'm going to post you the military thing here shortly.
I got the PDF. I got 2 videos.
Yeah, and of course. Oh, go ahead, BB.
Then that was me. I was just saying I got a couple videos. Some fucking guy I've been seeing on YouTube lately has been like smashing my faith and everything. So I don't know what to think. Again, I'm back and forth.
No.
Go ahead, send them to me.
He wants the videos. He wants, yeah, sure, but focus on the videos about what we talked about.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to find.
Yeah, for sure. I think like, you know, it's okay to take some baby steps. You know, set an obstacle and step over it. I think Sonny always give him credit for this infinite toolbox fallacy that some people seem to have, where they're like, "Oh, I need all the tools before I begin." You can do some things first. You know, you said like, I don't need a boat, or I don't want to get on a boat. Well, you don't have to get on a boat. You know what I'm saying? So, you do your homework here, but at some point, go out to the field and see what you can test on your own.
Yeah.
Regardless of your position, you don't have to be team flat Earth or whatever to go out and test the Earth. So,
which I'm all about that too, and having receipts like this, and also either doing your own research or trying to observe it. but I am. Sorry, I just got a DM from someone. I'm all about having receipts for it, and what I try to do. First time I joined the server, I've been talking here. I know I've talked to you, CB, before. Probably past like 3 months-ish.
Yeah.
Like every once in a while, I moved, so I've only been here like once in the past month. But I was here for a few weeks in a row. And it genuinely came from curiosity of, I would see stuff like Professor Dave and Fuck the Flat Earth and shit like that. And so, which obviously, like, rage bait, and seeing, I'm like, I want to know, I have more faith in people that they have better claims, because some of the people he was arguing with, I'm like, he didn't seem very prepared. I have faith in people that there's more receipts or there is a better explanation than what he is disproving. So I tried to find a community of people who actually do that and not either cherry-picked results or like from biased source. Obviously, Professor Dave and Fuck the Flat Earth are biased already. So if I'm gonna watch Bias to the Globe, I would also like either biased or I would like information from the other side. So that's why I came here. But the first or second time after I was talking, I got hit with the globe tag or the glober tag, which it's factually accurate. Like, I am a glober, but I, depending on how I conducted, pretty much. If I say anything sometimes, and like if I join in on a discussion with two people or I try and ask something, some of the people, depending on what time of day, because obviously it's 24 hours.
Yeah.
So I notice depending on who's in here. Yeah. So there's some that are super chill and talk to me like what just happened, and sometimes it gets a little heated like this, but like other times it's like I'm trying to get a word in and they're just saying shut the fuck up, and muting me and then like kicking me from the call. And so that's why I conducted myself so cautiously at the beginning, because I wasn't sure which crew I was getting, so I didn't want to start out guns a-blazing. Because I really do just want to get the other side, because obviously I've been in the public school system, and people know the arguments for the globe, but it's not as easy to find the arguments for the other side. And especially not if you're looking through bias sources like Professor Dave and stuff. So I wanted to get it straight from the source. And so whenever I come here, it's not to fuck around, because a lot of people with the tag Glober come here and fuck around or just like ask the same question and whatever. And so, but I am here
to be fair to the people, right? But to be fair to the people that come here, many people do not know the arguments for the globes. They know the names of the arguments, and they just recite the names of the arguments as if that's proof in itself. For example, seasons.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Well, seasons. What else would I mean?
Yeah. Those are the buzzword earthers. Yeah.
And that's what I would see. Like, if sometimes I do my research on one topic, I come and try and talk about that topic, but then we kind of get off course. Like, that's why I didn't want to talk about the Horizon and Black Swan and stuff, because that's not, like, I specifically wanted, like, this thing, and if I don't have an argument prepared or sources already looked at, I don't want to, like, argue about that, because then I'm talking out of my ass. So, if,
absolutely, friend, but I just want to categorize the Horizon argument. So, essentially, the Horizon argument from the globe side is that a horizon can only exist on a globe-shaped object because the horizon is the hump of Earth curve in between you and what you're looking at. That's the claim that they've made for thousands of years.
Yes.
Lo and behold, fast forward to the present day, and it's easily disproven that the horizon is a geometric edge of a ball. It's easily disproven. The horizon exists in the category of optics and optics alone. It's not a geometric location of anything. This is known, 1, by the definition of horizon, and 2, by simple demonstrations that the horizon is in multiple locations, meaning it can't possibly be physical. So, by demonstrating something like the black swan, no matter how a glober argues against the black swan, they must concede that the horizon, regardless of whether they agree that they've conceded this or not, they must concede logically that the horizon is not a physical location. There's no other way. And that's just the point. So Globe says horizon is proof the Earth is a globe because it must be a physical location. Somebody comes along and says, no, it's not a physical location, therefore you can't use it as the necessary proof of a globe. That's sufficient in itself. No other explanation is needed. Simply disproving the claim that it's necessary you must have a globe to have a horizon, right? Or that the horizon is this or the horizon is that. If you disprove those claims, then they're disproven. You don't need to fulfill any other task. You don't have a burden of proof to replace it. All you have to do is disprove the claim on the table.
So, I have... Yeah, so other times when I've joined this call, sometimes it goes like this, like the first couple times. Sometimes it didn't go like this. Sometimes I was being So I notice, which both sides do this, but you don't. It's very hard for either of us to give up an inch of so you believe this, yes, because you think it's a trap, and I think it's a trap when I get asked that stuff here too. So you believe this, and you're like, well, not really, and so it's nobody wants to confirm or deny anything, and then we just don't get anywhere. And so...
Well, I could maybe address that just really quickly before you continue.
Oh, no, you're good.
I have this idea, I dubbed it BYOB, right? Maybe you're familiar with bring your own booze.
Yeah.
So one of the things is people will come here and they'll do this BYOB thing, where they'll bring their own ball. So the globe claim is on the table for everyone to see. So people can't come here and be like, well, my version is like this. So I think we're just trying to hold the claims accountable. So I think when we ask you do you believe that the Earth moves or whatever, I ask people if they think buildings move. They'll be like, well, the answer is yes. So period. So
yeah.
it
So
doesn't necessarily work the other way around because we don't. Claim isn't.
Yeah. Your stance has not had the time to develop, and it's not as concrete as in consistently what it is. So every time I come in, I need to make sure what everyone's version is, because if I argue against something y'all don't believe, like the flat Earth model map or something like that, then that's no point because y'all don't believe it. So what am I talking about?
Essentially swatting the beehive, and they're all going to come out and sting you.
Yeah. So the first 2 times I was like, oh.
I have a question.
If you hold on, buddy. Hold on. Somebody with a horrible mic is trying to cut in, and their mic isn't strong enough. So we're going to have to yield the floor so they can say what they want to say.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, brother.
I just wanted to know if he knows the difference between a belief and a fact yet.
So, yeah, first time I joined, I got this, something similar to this, which is what does science actually mean, and what does an experiment mean by definition. And every time I've tried to go back and forth in it, we have disagreed on the interpretation of the dictionary definition.
Well, I did notice that you were using the word experiment a couple of times pretty loosely. I think that we can get to that, but I think that it's important to understand that.
I try not to use the word experiment because of we're not speaking the same language.
Well, all you have to do is say test.
Yeah.
Or you can say test, that's totally fine. But when you say experiment, that's something very, very specific.
Yeah.
Science as well. People will throw around the word science willy-nilly. They'll wear it on their chest like a freaking Boy Scout badge or a pin at Whole Foods or something like that. It
Mhm.
doesn't work that way. It's something very, very specific. So you can't have an experiment unless you are going through the scientific method. From my understanding, it requires a hypothesis. You need an independent variable,
Well,
dependent variable, etc. So you don't have that.
well,
You're
you
not doing
can, but
an experiment for
here's the problem, friends. Okay, check us out. So when you use a word that's specific in a field to that field in a venue that's talking about that field, and then you meet it in one sense that doesn't agree with the other sense, you have a tendency, whether you realize it or not, to exchange the word mid-sentence, mid-argument. And here's the problem when it comes to science. A scientific experiment, right, validates or invalidates the cause of an effect or the null for the cause. So you validate or invalidate your hypothesis. So that gives you a systematic way of determining the truth of that statement. Is this validated or is this not validated? So when you try to apply the ethos of that process to something that isn't undergoing that rigor, you're borrowing the merit of one thing and applying it to another. And that causes the audience to hear, this thing is validated. This thing has been scientifically experimented on. Therefore, the conclusion is true. And when you allow that to happen, that's when you do your audience and yourself a disservice. Now, this happens all the time in science, and the reason for it is because science is rigorous and it produces valid results. So what people do is they borrow the term science to apply that rigor to their results when they haven't put their results through science. When you do that, that is known by definition as pseudoscience. You're attempting to present what you're doing as science when it isn't science.
Mm-hmm. So I understand that, and that's why sometimes I try not to use words like experiment or science or anything like that, because I did obviously slip up in this one and say experiment instead of something like test, but I want to know what the proper word, because some words are used improperly in casual conversation, but you both get what you're trying to say. So, like, I believe 1 + 1 is 2 versus I know 1 + 1 is 2. Both, if I said either of those, you probably just take it as I know 1 + 1 is 2. So
no, I would actually think that there's something wrong if you only believe that 1 and 1 is 2, because you can take two cans, one can and another can, and then you have two cans. So
okay, so I would like to know if belief is not the correct word, what's in between? Like,
I got you.
Like, I know it.
Yeah.
I know it, but we're disagreeing on it. So if I say I know it and you know it, we can't both know it, because that would imply they're both factually correct.
Let me help you out here, because same with the experiment, you can just say test, and same with, if you don't want to say belief or knowledge, you can say, well, in your view, or is your position.
Yes.
That's a better way to go about it. So
Instead
in your
of-
view, is it this, or is your position this, instead of saying, like, do you believe? Because then people are going to be like, well, belief is a certain thing.
Yeah, belief has tied to, like, faith and not as much evidence and stuff like that.
Dude,
So, okay.
Dude, belief has 3 common colloquial connotations and denotations. So at any time, you have 6 permutations of what you mean by belief every time it comes out of your mouth. Do you realize that?
Yeah.
So that means the other person could take it at least 6 ways, formally, let alone the informal definitions of belief.
Yeah. That makes sense. So I'll make sure to take that
3
one
things you
out.
can say, like, do you see it this way, or how do you see X, or what is your position on X, or in your view is X blah 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 blah. That's a better way to get around people grilling you on, like, well, belief.
It's still a belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I
It's
get
just an easier way to avoid. Same with experiments. You said it earlier like 4 times, and I think somebody in the chat was like, "Bro, it's not an experiment." So
yeah,
so you can avoid that by being like,
you can say now that you're 6 foot tall, and everybody else can say, "Okay, we believe you."
Mhm.
But when we see you in reality, you are 4 foot tall.
Mhm.
That means we should not believe you. You know, we needed to check if you are really 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
Right. So here's how it goes, brother. I'll give you a great example. It's very easy to follow. Almost everyone's experienced this in their life, so it's simple. So you go to a lake or a pool. You want to get in, but you want to know before you get in if that is cold water or warm, because you don't want to just jump into some freezing cold water.
Yeah.
So you ask homeboy who's there, who's been in the water. You ask that homeboy, "Hey, is the water cold?" And he says yes. Now, if you accept that, then you believe that the water is cold.
Mhm.
Okay? You won't know that the water is cold until you go in.
Mhm.
So, belief in its most simplest form is just accepting that something is true. You just accept it's true. Okay, it's true. The water's cold because you said so. Then you go in the water and you know it's cold.
Mhm.
So the one thing, you have reasons why you believe the proposition to be true, because homeboy was in there and he's felt it, so he must be telling me, right? But he could be lying.
Yeah,
So
or his
you're
cold
not
is not your cold.
100% sure. Yeah, exactly. So until you experience it or validate it, right? So for example, you don't have to get in. You could also use a thermometer. You could put a thermometer in the water, and the thermometer reads a reading that is cold, and you say, okay, so now I've validated that it's cold.
Mhm.
Thermometer is rigged.
All right. So
actually, I have a clip for that. But go ahead with your question.
thank you for giving me resources to continue learning about this position or this thing. So I'll go and watch those now. So
Cool. Well, that gives me a chance to play the clip about the breaking the thermometer. Whoever just said that, that's so funny.
all right, I'll see you guys later. I'll watch all this stuff now. Bye. Have a great rest of your day.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Kane, you've been unmuted, and welcome to the server. You're there, Kane.
Hey, guys. Yep.
Hello, Kane. How
How
are
are
you?
you?
I'm doing good today.
Good.
What brings you into our server this evening, my friend? Or this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you are?
To be honest, I'm looking to explore new ideas because lately I've grown distrustful of like the media, hearing all these things going around, and I'm wondering if there's anything that I could believe that could maybe be untrue.
Yeah, I can understand that. Especially in times like now, like you pointed out, things seem to be very strange, and it's not uncommon for people to start asking questions and to form a certain amount of distrust. I get it. Not a problem at all. I guess really to say that there should be some kind of distrust is to show that somewhere along the line a lie has been told. So we'd want evidence of that lie, wouldn't we? Conspiracy theories are all well and good. Some of the times we find out that just conjecture and anecdotal stories, devoid of physical, verifiable evidence. It's interesting today that we are devoid of physical, verified evidence for the claim that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. We are, however, in practical usage and understanding that the Earth to be navigated and to be observed and measured is indeed flat and stationary. And also that we are breathing gas pressure, which requires containment. And if we are told the Earth is declared to be an open system, that means no containment for the gas pressure that needs something to contain it. And a huge problem if we want to keep that gas here, especially if I'm dispersing into said vacuum. So, yeah, it's interesting to ask questions, but it's about the evidence at the end of the day.
Very true. I guess evidence-wise then, because like this idea of the globe Earth, I don't know, really everything I've known I've been taught or told by someone else or by some outside input, but I don't know, I haven't had anything personally that would lead me to believe that it is globe-shaped, but also I don't really know anything that would lead me to believe it's flat. I really can't think of...
It's interesting, and I do completely understand and appreciate what you say, and I do apologise, mate. You're also a little bit quiet, so maybe you could speak closer to your microphone as well. I don't want to interrupt you when you're talking.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot better. Hello, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's better.
Yeah. So it's interesting what you said. You are primarily, and I would agree with you, and I think everybody would, that we are told that the Earth is curving a ball and that it's moving. It's outside of our senses. We experience the Earth not to be moving. We don't experience any movement, for example. The Earth doesn't appear to be moving. We don't see it moving. And ultimately, we don't observe any curvature of the Earth. Those are within our senses. That's what we sense. So I guess the burden of proof will be upon those who suggest otherwise. So again, we're back to the evidence. But I'd agree with you. We understand and we sense the Earth to be flat and stationary.
I think I could agree with that. I guess so. Like, I guess there would be a couple questions I have that I think you could back with some evidence, which would be, I guess, how would we be able to see like the horizon, for example, like, and where the curvature goes down? How would we be able to see that if it was flat? Because I don't know.
We first have to understand what the horizon is. We were told that the horizon was the kind of the edge or the top of a hill for boats to go over, so eventually if they went far enough we couldn't see them anymore because that hill of water would be in the way. We have to understand that, first of all, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon's optical phenomena. It only exists in your eyes, right? It's the limitation of your view, depending on the optics that you use, so your eyes, binoculars, telescope or high-powered zoom camera, and then the atmospheric conditions of the day, foggy, clear, whatever. So ultimately we have to understand what the horizon is. The horizon is the limitation of your view. The Earth is flat and it's the limitation of your view across that flat surface.
That actually does make a lot of sense. So like, if we were to, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you carry on. You ask your questions, mate, please.
So, if we were to have to like determine the size of this like horizontal plane, what would it be then? Because I don't know how far humans can see. I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Asking questions.
No idea how big the Earth is. Gentlemen came in earlier and asked us the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. We can only make a claim to the aspect of its surface being flat. How big the Earth is, have no idea. Its overall shape, only God knows. Because we would have to be outside of the Earth to see that viewpoint. We're not just talking about outwards, we're also talking about depth, and then we start asking more questions, and maybe questions that we definitely couldn't conceive the answer to. But ultimately, I don't think anybody in this server, any flat earther, 99.9% of the population of the Earth could tell you what the Earth was in its entirety. Most of them think it's a ball.
I understand that. I'm trying to think here of any questions I would have to be answered. I guess if you could just give an explanation to me of what your true beliefs are, because I think the flat Earth like concept being portrayed by the media very skewed and apologies, very skewed and I don't know, possibly inflicted, because I don't know, it is to like outsiders, I guess, you know, people like me that are not necessarily in the community and necessarily of the belief right now. It is like a sort of like some sort of hocus pocus. Oh, there's no way this could be real. But honestly, I feel like you do have good evidence to support that. I would just wonder.
It's interesting. Again, you say belief. The understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary is because that's what we observe, that's what we measure, and that's what we practically use. For all of those things to take place, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used, as in navigated upon, daily, used with signals which would be interrupted by curved surfaces and military equipment, for example. These things necessitate the Earth to be flat and stationary for them to be used. So what we believe is basically only what we understand. What we understand is the Earth is most definitely not a curved flying ball in the vacuum of space. Why they have lied to us, for example, nobody knows. We could sit here and speculate that all day. That may be one of the larger questions at play, though, as to why they would hide, and I use this word very carefully, creation from us. Don't know. It's interesting you say what we believe, though, is, like I said to the gentleman earlier, and maybe to yourself as well, we all thought the Earth was a spinning ball, the vacuum of space, like everybody was told. We didn't wake up one morning and decide to be flat earthers, and we didn't take inspiration and all knowledge because, for example, the Bible, which is a flat earth book, says that God created that. So from a religious standpoint, we understand the Earth to be flat and stationary for what I said earlier, and anything other than that is up for conjecture, up for speculation, mate. We don't have any other beliefs apart from that.
I apologize for using the word beliefs, because I am trying to go into this open-minded. It is sort of a language thing for me, I guess, because like someone that does believe in a globe Earth, their belief is his globe Earth. So I guess what I really need to say, two sides of the situation.
No, that's fine. We speak a lot about belief in this server, and I guess why is because we juxtapose it with the word knowledge and separating those two things. So when people like yourself, and primarily, well, everyone, comes into the server and says that they've got a belief, and then we ask them about that belief and they show us that they don't have first-hand knowledge, then we have to understand that it is just a belief and not first-hand knowledge that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. It's something we're told without evidence. The Earth being flat and stationary, though, that is itself evident.
I think that's true. So relative to the Earth, then, what would in the like flat Earth scenario, what would like the position of the sun and the moon and all these other planets be relative to the Earth, would it be different, or are we not able to conceptualize that?
I could only conceptualize it like this. You have a floor and you have a ceiling, and the lights on the ceiling are on the ceiling, and you're on the floor. That's primarily where the sun, moon, and stars appear to be. What medium they reside in, how far away they are, how big they are, and what they actually are, no flat earther, including myself, will be able to tell you. But relatively speaking, they're up there.
My bad, bro. So yeah, just to Jera's point, you are on the floor, standing on the floor. You can walk across the level plane, right? You are in the medium that is between the roof above your head, the sky above. You're speaking about the sun, so that's above us, right? The things above us. But like Jera is saying, what is the medium up there, and what are they made of? So that's good. Those are good questions. But we know we're standing on the ground, and you probably can agree with that, right? And we're on top of the ground. The things in the sky are above us, and we go across this medium that we're in. Right? Go ahead.
Yeah, that does make sense.
We are using them for navigation.
Sorry, what?
We are using them for navigation.
As like using the stars to find a way. Yes.
Yeah.
I guess I would. In that plane where they are above and the ground is below, that does make a lot of sense, because if you move relative to the globe, I guess the star position would change. But so I don't think. Yeah, it wouldn't really make sense then.
They have same cycle. That means that it's some kind of clock in the sky.
Yeah, I don't know. So I guess the concept of the globe Earth. Would we have any idea where that came from? I guess was my question. I don't know.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
We'll throw a grey area at you. It's some kind of religious idea. We can point back to maybe some Greeks and Plutonic solids if we want to. Or maybe it was a closer idea around the time of the Christian Reformation. Roman Catholicism, for example, and setting up the war between the state and the church, or the church and science, and playing both sides, and giving us the heliocentric model in that way. But it seems to have been drip-fed for us over a period of time, and then over the last 150 years, last 80 years since the invention of NASA, especially in the 1900s, or sorry, the 2000s, last century. Yeah, then. But couldn't really show you who, but a religious idea.
Okay, I see. So it's a bit of a grey area.
Again, it's hard to point fingers directly at this person or that institution, especially when they like to spread themselves out. So I've already spoken about these Greeks and this possibly Egyptian Greek idea and blah blah blah. So yeah, they change names.
It's interesting, but it's connected a lot with religion.
I think a lot of scientific ideas were as well. A lot of things in science are connected to religion. What's known to the masses as like the shape of the Earth, the globe. We have been wrong about many things in the past.
I guess if you want to point at religion, solar and sun worship is kind of evidential, especially in the past, and it seems to be around today if we look hard enough. Heliocentrism, putting the sun in the centre, that's a very religious idea. So it's interesting that maybe these heliocentrists or these sun cults maybe are more responsible. I don't know. Again, it's a grey area for me anyway.
Yeah, but we have that Jesuit priest making Big Bang, like a theory that's coming from the priest. It's not coming from the scientist.
That's a very good point. So in 1929, Roman Catholic Jesuit priest Monsignor Lemaitre came up with the Big Bang Theory, and that's the idea that we know and love today, where everything that we know and love today came from nothing. So nothing exploded, and here we all are, spinning balls in the vacuum of space. That was a Roman Catholic idea. It's interesting to point out that when we talk about a Christian idea that talks about creation, and they talk about nothing creating everything, and especially spinning balls in the vacuum of space, this isn't a Christian idea if you're to read the Bible. The Bible in itself is a flat, stationary earth book, and the earth is in no way a spinning ball. So why would they say that the earth was this and created like that, when really they should be saying that God created everything, right, if that religious didn't?
Mm-hmm. I guess so. I would have a question to ask about gravity, the downward pull of things.
Mm-hmm.
Where would the force be generated from? Because from what I've been taught and told my entire life, it is a globe with mass so big enough that it generates gravitational fields.
Okay.
Would it be the same concept?
Let's rewind the brainwashing, because you have to, because I'm going to say this. Gravity is only applicable to a ball in space. It's not applicable to the flat Earth. Yeah, all right, you might be able to come up with an idea, but that's a mathematical idea. But gravity, no matter which one, mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, works on the presupposition and only exists on the idea that the Earth is a spinning ball. Because, for example, I'm in the UK and I've got people in Australia, one of them's called Timbo, that are 180 degrees on the other side of the Earth to me, kind of standing upside down and pointing in the wrong direction, whilst the Earth is flying around and spinning. We've also got tidal waters and so on attached, and gas and all that type of shit, which gravity is invoked to do something about. There is no need, I would suggest, for a force, like you said, for gravity, because the Earth isn't pulling everything down. We can only scientifically suggest that whatever the cause is, it has to be something along the lines of relative density, the reason why things go up and down. We can't just only circulate and isolate when we drop a rock. Other things happen in the physical and natural world as well. Things go up. I can place an egg in a container of water, add salt to the water and make the water denser, and the egg will rise. Now, being as this is a quasi, but it is a scientific experiment where I've caused something to happen, in that scientific experiment, the cause of the egg rising when I change the density of the water is density. It's not gravity in any way. No scientific experiment has proven gravity in any way. To prove gravity is the cause of anything, you'd have to have gravity as your independent variable, where you, the scientific researcher, would have to vary and manipulate gravity to see if it causes anything to happen. Today in 2023, we're still subject to two gravitational ideas. One is mass attracting mass, which is superseded over 108 years ago by Einstein's general relativity. Superseded because they couldn't scientifically prove this magic at a distance that Newton didn't want to be associated with, and the Cavendish experiment wasn't a scientific experiment because it didn't follow the scientific method or prove shit. But no, there is no scientific proof of gravity, and whatever the reason things go up and down, we're only limited to relative density. We couldn't give you any other reason why.
Okay, I see.
Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Yeah, like I said, I am just here to explore maybe a new view on the world, because, you know, I feel as if maybe I can't trust everything that I'm told.
Well, let's maybe slow down a little. Let's maybe slow down a little bit here and talk a little bit about gravity and what I said then, because I made the claim that gravity hasn't been scientifically proven, and that we say that because there isn't a scientific experiment, something that follows the scientific methods where we manipulate the cause of a phenomena in an experiment that proves gravity. So it's interesting when, I guess, maybe people like yourself come in and ask questions like, why don't you believe in gravity? The short answer is, there isn't a scientific experiment that proves one, sir. So why should we?
Let's see. So I guess the idea would be that the only thing that we can prove is what is in front of us and what we experience, right?
We can prove things in lots of ways. It depends what the question is that you're asking. If you're asking a scientific question like what caused that to happen, then yeah, we can do a scientific experiment to see if it caused that to happen. Other questions like what is that, like the shape of an object like the Earth, that's not a scientific question, for example. That's an observation and measurement question. But we can know that to be true because we can observe it and measure it. So yeah, we can only really know things in the physical natural world. We can't know things that are supernatural, for example.
I don't really know then. And like anything else I could really ask. Well, obviously there is. I just can't think.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. If we wanted to know, like, say, the cause of why an object falls, what experiment could we do to determine what that is?
No experiment, really.
Okay, so that is getting to what Jedi was saying. There is no scientific evidence for gravity because science is based upon experiment, not stories. Right, there's a scientific method, and the scientific method has a particular prescription for how you determine a cause and effect relationship. So the effect is I let go of something, it falls towards the ground. Now I want to know the cause. We know from the scientific method how to determine that. So the cause would be the independent variable, and the effect, the falling, would be the dependent variable. So the way we figure out what causes the effect is we eliminate all other variables, manipulate that independent variable, the presumed cause, and then if there's a change in the effect, then we know that's the cause of the effect, right? So there's no way to do this with gravity, and in the modern theory of mass attracts mass, right? If I take a car and a bowling ball and throw them off a cliff, right? I change the mass, right? So gravity is supposed to be mass attracting mass. Throw them both up, they fall at the same rate. So now I manipulated the supposed cause, and I observed no change, which means that can't be the cause.
We really first have to figure out what gravity is and how we can apply it in any way to science. As in, is it a phenomena or is it the cause of a phenomena? Either way, it has to be physical, and if you're going to suggest it's the cause, then you're going to have to vary and manipulate whatever gravity is. Then you're going to have to start giving us gravity, which is hard because it's not like you can paint it red and put it in a jar, right? When we're talking about science, we most definitely need something in the physical natural world to be happening, because our next question is what caused that to happen. That's all we're interested in science. With gravity, it's kind of hard. Where's the observed phenomena, something happening? Like Injo pointed out, well, you can pick things up all day and drop them. You can be facetious and say, well, you dropped it, therefore you're the cause. But like I pointed out earlier with the egg in the solution of water, if you change that density that the object is in, then something else will happen. The egg, for example, in a denser solution will rise. If you were to drop an amber onto mercury, it's just going to float there on the top. If you're going to try and take a beach ball down to the bottom of water, you're going to have a really hard time, and when you let it go, it's going to go flying out the top and then come back and rest on the surface. So the world works in a lot of ways. We just seem to isolate. When I drop something, we don't drop everything. For example, when I uncontain gas, that doesn't go down. That goes freely and randomly in all directions, and that's matter. That's gas. So if we're going to say that mass is attracting mass, then mass should be attracting gas, or gas should be attracting gas, and we don't observe those types of phenomena. Especially when we're told that gravity, whichever one we're talking about, is just downwards or inwards to the central radius of a ball, so down from your relative position. But when we realise that everything also means the gas that we're breathing, then not everything goes down. Sorry, I do apologise. I'll just say this and I'll fucking shut up. Sometimes people like to come in here and say that gravity is the cause of why we're breathing, as in why the gas isn't dispersing into the vacuum of space. Because it's an open system, devoid of containment, so something else has to be keeping the gas here. And that will be gravity out of a lot of people's mouths very, very quickly. What I like to remind them is, all right, no problem. I'll give you gravity. You can have it, whichever one. You can say whatever you want about it. I'll give it to you. But scientifically speaking, if we're going to look at gas, it's not doing what gravity says it should be doing. Like I pointed out, just going down. Gas travels freely and randomly in all directions, and I give you gravity, but it isn't touching gas. It isn't decreasing entropy. It isn't stopping gas from dispersing into the vacuum of space, for example.
See. Guess then I'm just trying to think of anything I could ask to like understand more. I guess is there anything you could tell me that would be like a common misconception? Because like for me, I'm trying to break
Well,
out
your
of
common
the
misconception about the globe model. So I'll tell you a whole bunch of them if you want. So here's one. Do you think that they use the heliocentric model to predict when eclipses happen?
That's a good question, actually.
Because most people think that eclipses are evidence for the heliocentric model, but don't realize that they don't use the heliocentric model to predict when an eclipse happens, because it doesn't work. They use something called the Saros cycle, which has been around since like 2300 BC, predates the globe by thousands of years, and they use it today. It's been used for 5,000 years, this method. They don't use a bunch of modeling space balls in a bunch of equations. Eclipses happen at regular intervals, and we know what the intervals are, right? There's actually three particular timings, and when those timings coincide, there's an eclipse at that location.
I see. Oh, but that
And there's actually cycles within the cycles. There's actually like something like 8 different eclipse cycles. They're just, people figured this out by just watching eclipses over and over again, right? Over time. They didn't have any particular, idea of, they had an idea of the cosmos, of flat Earth cosmology, but they didn't think eclipses were caused by the Earth. Here's another common misconception. Can you see the moon during a solar eclipse? Do you see the moon block the sun?
No, you just you see like the absence of the moon. You just see black.
Yeah, okay. So you're one of the only person that's ever got that right. There's so many people that swear to God that they saw the moon during the solar eclipse.
Holy shit, I know, right?
Yeah, solar eclipses only happen during a new moon, and you can't see a new moon. So how could anybody see the moon during a solar eclipse if you can't see the moon?
That's true.
Yeah, so these are like common misconceptions that people have, because that's what you asked about, right? This is just like a little teeny example. There's lots of them. So another common misconception is that, since you brought up gravity, that gravity predicts that if you have a bunch of particles, that gravity will form them into a ball. That's actually not correct either. It would only do that in what you would call a special case. So all the particles would have to have equal mass. They would have to be uniformly and evenly distributed in space. And then you'd have to flip gravity on like a switch, and then they would all collapse, equally in the same direction to a ball. But if there's like a asymmetry of matter, like more matter at the top of some like cube versus the bottom, it won't form into a ball. It'll be a different shape, right? So they've run this in simulation. Astronomers, they've tried plenty of times. They can't get their, what people think. They can't get their simulations to form a ball using Newtonian gravity. So
I
often
would.
people come in here like you and
apologies.
say gravity is evidence the Earth is a globe. It's actually not.
I
Because
didn't say that.
well, I mean, a lot of people, they go, oh, gravity pulls everything to the center. That's like the fourth grade explanation. That's not Newtonian's universal law of gravitation. That law says every particle in the universe attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It says nothing about a center. Right? So say you have, twice the amount of particles on one side of the universe than the other. How is that ever going to form a ball? Right? Because when it all comes together and collides, after mass is on one side and, then the other side, it's not going to form a ball. So this is just a misconception. We've argued gravity in here thousands of times when it doesn't actually mean anything. Even if they manage to prove that gravity exists as a phenomenon, it doesn't even predict what they want to prove. Thousands, countless hours wasted. Thousands. I mean, seriously, it's almost painful to think about.
What was that question about that, mate?
I'm sorry, by the way, for getting off. I would have a question then about the sun and the moon relative to the Earth. So, would you be able to measure the distance of the sun or the moon relative to the Earth? And would that distance change depending on where you are on the Earth?
Yeah. So backwards, depending where you are on the Earth, if the sun is, for example, as we all see it, coming towards you, going overhead, then going away, then obviously it's changing its distance relative to you. Is it changing its distance relative to the surface? Some people say throughout the year maybe it is. Don't know. I like to point out that be careful when we use the definite article "the sun" because it's making claim to that what we see actually is a physical thing, like the sun being apparent, for example. Even in the heliocentric model, that's the sun 8 minutes ago because of the speed of light. But ultimately, we don't know if that is an actual physical thing we're looking at, primarily because we can't get there and verify what we see is what it is. And ultimately that goes down to distance as well, because we can't get there. We couldn't be able to verify, no matter really what means that we used or whatever mathematics or answer that we got would not be able to be verifiable to us because we can't get there. So yeah, the sun, moon and everything else are a little bit out of our reach. Can't actually tell you much about them. We can see them. Can't tell you what they are. Can't tell you how big they are. Can't tell you how far away. Can't tell you how fast they're going. Definitely can't tell you the medium in which they reside. We're kind of really, really limited with that. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to say this is how far the sun away actually is. Lots of people have tried. There are lots of supposed calculations and methods to find it out there, but no one can verify any of them to be true.
They even changed the solar distance about 3 years ago in the heliocentric model. They change it all the time. So, because what can we do, right? All we can do is look at it, right? And maybe, hypothetically, we could triangulate the distance, but there's no visible parallax. That's how you would actually measure the distance. And even if you did measure that parallax, you'd be making assumptions about the surface you're on in the first place, because you're measuring angles, right? So if one position of observation is tilted relative to orientation of the other, your angle measurements it'll be one thing if it was flat, one thing if it was concave, one thing if it was curved, one thing if you're on a slope, there's always be an assumption. So you could at best claim, well, if I assume that the Earth is a ball and I do this observation, then this. But that doesn't even work because, like I said, there's no parallax. And do you know what I mean by parallax?
I don't think
so.
I
can explain it to you very quickly. It's very intuitive, right? It's just a fancy word for something simple. If you stick up your thumb and extend your arm out in front of your face, if you close one eye and open the other and then alternate back and forth, you'll see that your thumb shifts back and forth, right? Depending on what eye you're looking at. That angle change, right? The change in that angle of view, right? And if you know the distance between your pupils, you can calculate how far your thumb is away from your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can do this with equipment, except for when we do it to the sun, there is no parallax. There's no shift back and forth, no matter how far away we get with the observation points.
So,
And this isn't this isn't my claim. This is their claim. This is what they say. So the way they have the current, what they claim is the distance to the sun now, is they didn't know the distance, because you can't get the distance of something just by simply looking at it, right? You can't just like look at a car and go, oh, that car is 10 miles away, right? Especially if there's no other like spatial references, right? So if you see a plane in the sky and you don't know anything about planes, you can't go, well, that's 5 miles, that's 10 miles. It's, you can't do that, right? So we look at all the planets and the stars and everything in the sky. We don't know the actual distances to anything. We can only we only can know like the angular size of it, right? And how much the angle changes through the course of a day or night. So what they did was they said, this guy, using numerology and mysticism, and this is the official story, this isn't flat earth bullshit. He said, Venus is the same size as Earth. And if Venus is the same size as Earth and it has this angular size, I'm going to calculate that it's this distance. Now, we're going to observe Venus cross the face of the sun, and based upon this distance, then its orbit must be this big, and it should take this long for the Venus to go across the face of the sun. And if it took this long, then this is how big the sun must be. And if the sun's that big and has an angular size of 0.52 degrees, then it must be this far away. That's how the distance of the sun came about. They didn't get the distance of the sun by actually looking at the sun and measuring where it was. They made a series of assumptions about the Earth, right? So they assumed the Earth's radius, then they assumed Venus has the same radius, then they assumed that the distance to Venus and the orbit, and then the distance to the sun and the speed of the orbit and all that shit. This whole stack, it's called a cosmic distance ladder. They made this stack of assumptions, and they're running around saying the sun is 93 million miles away, and we know, which is it's just a bunch of horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what people call science. People run around and like, it's scientifically proven. Does that sound like scientifically proven to you?
No, you can't really prove that.
No, it could be correct. Doesn't mean it's wrong, but it's certainly not proven.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I had a guy the other day on a different server in deal, and he was telling me about how the sunlight comes through his window or something like this, and he set up this whole model. It doesn't work on a flat Earth, and it only works in the heliocentric model, and it's these distances. And I'm like, okay, how did you get the distances? And he just would not go there, wouldn't go there at all. He weren't biting. I was dying for him to say, oh, transit Venus, or even better, radar, or with bounce radar.
Yeah. They bounce off the sun. They bounce the laser off the sun.
Yeah, they got the black body problem out there then.
See, they don't understand that, like, to see the, whatever it is, they think they bounce off the sun. They have to look into the sun to see the returning signal, right? Like, how are you going to see a laser beam or even radio waves, because the sun emits radio waves?
Hold on. They've also got.
Go ahead.
They would previously have to know the distance to the sun also, because the Earth isn't going to be in the same place when it shot the laser. It's going to be in a different place. So how the fuck? No, that's all bullshit, man.
Oh yeah.
They needed to know the distance first. Yeah. So they needed to know the distance first.
Yeah, it's a like CB says, it's a claim stacker, right? You just keep stacking claims on top of each other and think like just the weight of a lot of claims equals one proof.
Even if you shoot the laser, what you will do with the surface?
Yeah, I mean, we can just, there's so many problems, we can just go on forever, right? What's it even bouncing off when you said the sun was a gas or a plasma gas,
Yeah,
whatever it is.
exactly.
I love that
Literally
clip
had someone.
for McToon where he's like, what does he say? It's just physical enough. I love that. That's so good.
Just physical enough? What is
Oh,
that?
how lucky
We
are
had
we?
someone in here the other day, the same thing, obvious, that was saying this exactly the same thing about because we know the distance. I'm like, oh, how do you know the distance? Well, and they said, well, because we know the size. And I'm like, well, how do you know the size? Well, because we know it was just circular logic.
Yeah, you can't know one without the other. That's always been the problem in astronomy. You can't know the size without the distance, and you can't know the distance without the size. It's like a chicken and egg problem. So how do you get either one of those? By looking at it. You can't. It's not possible.
Without being facetious as well, that's 16 minutes of transit time. If we're talking about, they say that that's the sun 8 minutes ago, so apparent, so because of the speed of light. So if we're sending a laser and then wanting to get it back again, that ping for the laser to return, then that's 18 minutes. 66,000 miles an hour the Earth is said to go around the sun, so I guarantee you we're not in the same fucking place that we were to begin with, right?
Hold on,
But yeah,
don't you have to point it to where the sun will be 8 minutes from now or something?
well, look, we're going to start throwing that in as well. Yes. Yeah. You got to know where that's going to be.
Bounce it back to where you're going to be with the rotation and the orbit in 8 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to need to know the distance of the sun before you even start thinking about catching light on its way back.
That would be like, how they golfed on the moon? That would be like shooting the golf shot off the moon back to Earth and getting a hole in one.
Yeah, well, we talk about this when they say that they got solar reflectors on the moon, right? And they know the distance to the moon because, they get lasers or photons back. Yeah, there's a bit of a distance to traverse. We're moving, that's moving. That's an interesting shot you've done there. Trick shot of the fucking day, that one.
Trick shot off a curved surface onto a rotating curved surface.
I mean, there's problems everywhere, like Andy pointed out, and it's a big black body problem to begin with.
Well, have you ever played bumper pool?
Andy. Sorry.
Well, hold on a second. Do you ever play bumper pool? I know you call it snooker or something, right? But bumper.
Yeah.
It's got the little bumpers in the center, and they're like
they're
round, right? So it is super hard to shoot pool balls off of that shit, dude. No matter how good you are, it's pretty random, kind of not absolutely random, but it's pretty random on how they bounce off. Now imagine trying to do that to something that's 30 miles away and bounce it off of a curved surface and get it to bounce into a direction you want it to bounce at. It's not happening, buddy.
Oh, but maths.
Oh, your math, that's right.
Yeah, I calculated it.
That's why I suck at bumper pool. I didn't have a calculator.
Well, it is.
It has nothing to do with my motor coordination. It's just my calculator.
Right. Sorry, but Professor Phil's in my DMs and it really pisses me off. Look, Professor Phil, I don't actually read your shit. Don't bother typing, man. I'll tell you what you can. Is he still banned? Or was he ever banned because he keeps moaning about being banned?
He's banned from my DMs, I know that.
Yeah, he's going to be banned from mine now.
He was given a shot a couple of weeks ago to come in. He had a time limit to come in because he was going off in people's DMs and in the YouTube chat, and he didn't take advantage of it, so he missed out.
Sorry.
Yeah, I remember a little bit about that. Yeah, so you missed the boat, buddy. Smash another satellite into the moon.
So I'm giggling in the background because of what Professor Phil has actually done. He sent me an image of the Earth being a ball with the gas next to the vacuum of space, and he's telling me, look, it's not going away. Basically what he's doing is really weird. I don't understand why he's doing it. He's giving me a picture like something you get from the International Space Station and saying, look, the gas isn't going into the vacuum of space. What the fuck are you doing?
Picture of Bigfoot riding a unicorn, proving Bigfoot can ride horses. So, Kane, if you got any more questions or whatever, I mean, we could just run around debunking the globe all day. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I don't really have any specific questions to ask anymore. I guess.
what do you think? What do you think? Like, I'm debating like what question to ask next. There's a whole.
Exactly. We've always got a lot to say. It's interesting.
Well,
we want people to ask questions, don't we?
Debunking the globe, right? I also like to support our side, like why we think the Earth is flat, right?
Triangles.
Yeah.
Navigation.
Triangles. There's one.
Probably, it's interesting. It's become my favourite because if you understand it, the Earth can in no way be a ball for the way that we navigate to happen. So, Kane, do you want to understand what I'm talking about a little bit more?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, my friend. So, you've heard of celestial navigation or navigating by the stars, correct? You've heard of that, yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you know how it's done?
Your relative position and your direction in correlation to the stars.
Yeah, in correlation to the stars, and the way that we find out our correlation to the stars is obviously with compasses, but also with a device called a sextant, which is an angle measuring device. For example, we want to know the elevation of a star above the horizon. Say Polaris is 45 degrees above the horizon. That's kind of the premise of celestial navigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you do know what a triangle is. It's three straight lines that meet at three vertices where the three interior angles can add up to no more than and only 180 degrees. That's right, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so we primarily use triangles in celestial navigation. The way that we formulate the triangle is from our position with the sextant to the star, down vertically to a ground position from the star, and then horizontally from the ground position of the star to the observer again with the sextant. So me, star, floor position, me again. That's basically the triangle we're drawing. You understand what I'm saying, yeah?
I guess, yeah. It's a little bit like complicated for me to like understand in a shorter explanation like that. I would really have to look into it, but
Are you in the live stream voice text? The text stream just above
yeah.
Yeah, do you see the pictures of triangles that people are drawing? Like one's got a boat, and then there's a 90 degree, and then up there in the sky there's a star or the sun. That's basically what we do with celestial navigation. Quick question. Can you know what a protractor is, right? An angle measuring device, yeah? You find them in stationary sets at school, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you measure an angle, so two lines that meet at a vertices, if one of those lines is curved? If you've got a curved line, can you measure, for example, 90 degrees?
No, then it wouldn't be 90 degrees anymore.
Of course, absolutely right. You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. A triangle is three straight lines, and you can only measure angles, like I said, if lines are straight. Now, being as we are measuring angles using the surface of the Earth and the ground positions of stars, being as we're using angle measuring devices, we have to understand that if the surface of the Earth was curved, the baseline for every single triangle that we drew would be curved, which would mean problem for two angles. Because if one of those lines is curved, you wouldn't have, for example, a 90-degree ground position underneath that star. And therefore, you most definitely wouldn't be able to read your elevation angle measurement up to that star if that baseline, which would be the Earth, was curved. So understanding that if we're going to be using angle measuring devices, basically just understanding triangles. If we understand that to measure angles, we require lines to be straight, and if the Earth is a curved surface, we are not going to be using angle measuring devices, and we're not going to be using celestial navigation in this way. we wouldn't be able to use a sextant, for example, because the baseline, the Earth, will be curved. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't make sense. Because we wouldn't be able to measure it.
Yeah, exactly. So every star in the sky has a ground position on the Earth. It's called its GP. And that angle, straight line down from the star and then horizontal line to you with the sextant, is and always has to be 90 degrees. That's not just one star. That's every single star. Now, being as you can't get 190 degrees on a curved surface, you're not going to get hundreds of thousands on a curved surface now, are you? So understanding that means that the Earth has got to be flat for ground positions of 90 degrees on the surface of the Earth to even exist.
Yeah.
So when we navigate with sextants like we have for over 400 years, and when the power goes off in our airplanes and our boats and captain pulls out a sextant, the Earth is required to be level and in no way be a curved surface. We wouldn't be using angle measurement devices to do so. Therefore, the Earth is flat, navigatably and practically so. Measurably also.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't really have any question in that. That's honestly, because mathematically, it wouldn't work with a curved angle. It's not possible.
No, you're correct.
Wow.
See ya.
Welcome to Flat Earth. That was very well done, Jetty.
Thank you, Cosmology.
Very well done. And Kane, you took it step by step and evaluated it. It's the first time I ever heard anyone do that. Are you a baller by chance?
I really came here to question my beliefs because from what I've heard recently and what the media portrays, I don't really know what to believe.
Okay.
So I would like to get a different perspective.
Okay, but you went through that. You were calm, measured. I could tell you thought about the words that he said. Kudos to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
To be fair, according to Razor, this young gentleman has been nothing but cordial the whole time he's been here, so it's been a pleasure to talk to him.
Thank you.
I could tell just by his demeanor that he was authentic. So you will not feel the wrath from me. So as soon as I do that, the wrath goes away.
That is scary.
I don't mean to be scary. I'm just saying that I can immediately tell. Just I haven't been in here more than a minute or so, but immediately. I'm sure everyone else in the hangout could tell also.
Thank you very much.
I don't have special powers. Maybe a little bit of intuition than most, but like I said, it's not about me. Outstanding. It gives me hope.
Thank you.
Kane, I gave you like 5 minutes ago his channel. If you saw it on the voice text chat.
Indio, I asked Indio, "Are you here, sir?" He's sitting in the room,
yes.
and then he leaves.
I see that.
Yeah, I posted the link of the person who are speaking now.
You're talking about
playlist.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sasha. You talking about?
Yeah, John, before you came, I posted your link that he looked into.
Oh, so we could look at the. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, science education. That's right.
Oh, the science part, not the.
Yeah. About all 20s. That is good part.
Well, they're scientific proofs of the creator. Are you talking about my YouTube channel or website?
YouTube.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So, kind of blown away by a triangle there when you came. And understanding that means that the Earth can't be a ball. So, I do appreciate you coming in and asking us, why flat earthers say the things that they do, and being, as you said, that you're starting to question things. This is why we question things, because, like I hope you caught at the beginning, we're kind of evidence-based, and this piece of evidence, how we navigate across the face of the Earth, requires the Earth to be flat. So we say the Earth is flat because it's required to be so. It can't be a ball for us to navigate across. So that's why this server exists, and people like myself and Quantum Eraser and Indio and Gemsy and everybody else say the things that we do, because the evidence tells us that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Wow.
Got any other questions,
Yeah, really,
mate?
I don't think I do, to be honest. I was definitely understanding all the things you were saying. But yeah, that one really is the nail in the coffin there. Honestly, there's like no explanation I can think really other than, you know, it would have to be flat. Mathematically speaking, there's no like possible way. You know, that's yeah, wow. It's strange to challenge my beliefs like that, you know, because I'm a very, well, I say, you know, but I'm a very firm person, but I've been trying to change my thought process a little bit, honestly. I really see. Maybe, I don't know. I feel the cogs turning, I guess.
But that's, you know, the best place to start. Starting to question, I guess, and I kind of speak for everybody again, what we thought we couldn't question and kind of took for granted. The Earth's a spinning ball in the vacuum of space because everybody tells me so. It's in books, we get taught it at school, and every time I turn on the TV, there it is. So I don't need to question it. The thing is, when you do start questioning it, and I mean actually questioning it, you realise the Earth can't be a ball. It's outside of our senses. The claim is, a burden of proof is upon those who make the claim that the Earth is a ball that is spinning. So when we kind of look for that, we don't find that either. We understand that we navigate across the Earth as if it was a flat stationary plane. And we also have to understand that when they give us the primary evidence that the Earth is a ball, because they've been to the vacuum of space and taken pictures / images of a ball, when we realise that that can't even be true in the first instance, as in the place that they're going to, the vacuum of space can't exist, then the entire kind of pack of cards falls apart. There isn't a ball. There never has been a ball. And the only place that there really could be suggested to be a ball can't exist in the first place. So the evidence suggests that we've been lied to. We don't care about what they mean or why they lie. The evidence is the primary thing. The Earth is flat and stationary. It's not what we've been told.
I don't really have much else to say, honestly. Yeah, it's just, I have to rethink myself a little bit, but...
Yeah, the thoughts are pretty much over. It's a reckoning now, because you're going to have to overcome, not you, they're going to have to overcome triangles. To put it simple, not even celestial navigation, triangles, elevation angles, because that can't exist. A Baltard and elevation angles can't exist like an atheist in information. They're paradoxical. They have to deny the existence thereof, each. It's just that simple. I mean, there's many other proofs, but don't need them.
So I would say hold on to your seat, Dorothy, because Kansas is going bye-bye. So stay open, my brother, Kane. It's not about changing from one belief to another. It's about getting rid of all your beliefs because, you know, as far as this goes, this topic, the Earth itself, beliefs don't have anything to do with it. It's about reality.
No, he's right. It's about knowing. It sounds pedantic, but Sonny's correct. Belief is acceptance without evidence. That's what the word means. Many people don't know it. They use it, you know, flippantly, but belief means acceptance without evidence. But now you know, you have the evidence. Knowledge is much different.
Tags! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth to join in the conversation about our Earth. Remember to get VC verified.
Enemy spotted.
Sage.
So you
Well,
have the answer of the
we
universe.
had a
42.
yeah, we had a little chat before in the VC check-in, and Sage believes that he lives on a globe. So, do you have
Welcome,
any
Sage.
questions about Flat Earth, Sage, or does anyone have any questions towards Sage?
I don't think I have any questions. I'm just enjoying the conversation and listening to
Yeah.
people.
You're not interested why people believe the Earth is flat, or know the Earth is flat?
I would say I'm interested. That's probably why I'm here, but I'm not. So far, I haven't seen any real compelling arguments.
Oh, that's just because we've been kind of talking amongst ourselves when we talk about other subjects when there's no kind of globers in here. So,
Right on.
What's your best evidence that you live on a ball?
Probably gravity.
Okay, so
And
do you
the
know if there's a
observable.
scientific
I was just gonna say,
experiment?
and the
Yeah, go
observable
ahead.
universe, like other planets, and makes sense that we would be on a similar planet as to those around us.
Okay,
Constellations
so
is another really good one.
yeah, what do they prove about the surface of the Earth?
Well, if we were on a flat Earth or a flat surface, rather, the constellations, they wouldn't look the way they do when you move to different locations throughout the surface of whatever it is we're on.
Yeah, I
So
think I think you're confusing two kind of ideas. Now, there's one, the
I don't think I
heliocentric
am.
version is, well, there's an outer space, and we're a planet that resides in the outer space, and then the stars are stars that are billions of light years away or billions of miles away, and they're huge gas balls. We don't actually, we're not a flat disk floating in space or the vacuum of space.
Okay, so where are we if not in space?
Don't know, man, but the whole place measures flat and level.
So what's the sun?
Don't know. Do you know?
I think it's a giant ball of burning shit.
Yeah, so
That-
you
that
used the word think there, didn't you?
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, that's what it is. It produces heat and light and
Well, it's not really your
radiation.
knowledge, though, is it? It's knowledge that you've gained by someone telling you that it's a big ball of burning gas in the vacuum of space.
Not
It's not
necessarily.
anything that you've done to confirm it, yeah?
Well, I mean, I do have a telescope. I can make observations of my own.
You watch
And
the sun through a telescope?
not
Earth?
directly, no. But I can watch parts of what gets emitted from it without harming my eyes.
Yeah. So, how does this confirm whether you live on a? Even if you were saying the sun is a ball of gas, would this relate to the surface of the Earth? Could you confirm that the surface of the Earth is curved by looking at the sun?
But I confirm that the Earth is. Wait, say that one more time.
Could you confirm the Earth is a ball, a curved surface, by
Mm-hmm.
looking at the stars or the sun?
I think through observing them, yes, you certainly could.
How would that work?
Well, I mean, you can track it, you can measure it.
Yeah, but you're just tracking things moving across the sky, yeah?
Yes and no. I mean, so those things moving across the sky, they rotate, right? And
How do you know that?
well, through observation. I mean, if we look at Jupiter, for example, you can see
Or you look
rotations taking place on Jupiter.
because of dots going past it.
No, because of its surface. You can see how its
Well, when
surface
you look through a
changes and
telescope, you see
rotates.
in 2D. You don't see in 3D. There's no depth in one
Right.
lens.
Right,
Yeah?
but what I'm saying is if you take, let's say you take 50 different images of those 2D objects, right? And you see that
Yeah.
they're transitioning and they're transitioning in a certain direction and it's
What
consistent.
the dots?
Or whatever it is that you're looking at on the surface of Jupiter. Let's look at its red spot, right? That's what it's known for. You can track that and see, okay, it's moving around this
Was that
thing.
Is that the storm moving or the planet rotating?
Well, it could be both, right? I mean, something's going in a circular fashion around this thing.
So you just said you can see it rotating by the storm moving. So if the storm moves, then it's not rotating. Like, how do you confirm that all this stuff that you're saying is true?
Well, and you can do the same thing with the moon, right? I mean, you can do it with the moon, you can do it with any of the other planets. I mean, I don't see why that's...
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the surface of the Earth? So if you're saying things in the sky look circular, I can't confirm they're spherical, but they look circular. That tells me that the surface that I'm standing on is spherical.
Okay, so...
Yeah?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that...
Well, it kind of is, but yeah.
Well, no. I mean, so with all due respect, I'll say what I'm saying, and you can say what you're saying.
Yeah, no worries.
So what I'm saying is that through my observations, I can tell the objects in the sky, whatever we're calling it, are spherical in nature and not just circular, based on the 2D images that I'm seeing.
Based on 2D images, you're seeing spheres. That makes no sense.
Well,
do you know
wait,
that?
1 second, you didn't let me finish.
Wait. Well,
Okay,
let me
if we're gonna
finish.
cut people off,
And
sure.
I'm gonna fucking cut you off. You damn Skippy, I am. You're looking out into fairy tale space, the vacuum of space. You're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Therefore, any claims that you make about what's out there in your paradigm is heretofore void. No pun intended. Get it?
No.
Yeah, you're in a second law of thermodynamics violation out there with your telescope. It's not natural science either. What's your experiment?
What are you talking about?
Your claim
how
is
am I violating anything?
nonsensical. Your claim is nonsensical.
Well,
you can't appeal to it because it's in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
So before we get into my violation, let's talk about yours.
Well, your sister doesn't seem to mind. Clown. What's your scientific evidence for your spheretard?
Can we be respectful or?
Yeah, I'm respecting you. What is your scientific evidence for your spheretard? Second time.
So you just keep muting me or?
Third time, I'm not going to ask you again. What is your scientific evidence for your spheretard?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Scientific evidence? You're not familiar with that?
No, the sphere. What did you say it was?
Spheretard.
An Earth sphere. You don't know? You never heard of sphere Earth?
Oh, I have. Yeah, I didn't. I misheard him.
About.
Sorry.
That's what he's fucking talking about. Just listen up. Shut your fucking pie hole and listen.
Wow.
What is your scientific evidence for your globe. How about that? Does that help you out a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. And I was trying to describe that. And
Oh,
then
you were? You are a pretender clown numpty dipshit. The first words out of your mouth should have been, no, no, no. That's a malformed question because you can't science a sphere. The reason being is the scientific method only adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes. So therefore, you are a pretender clown. How about that?
And I don't understand the reasoning with what you just said.
Yeah, you wouldn't because you're a dumbass.
What? Dude. Okay. I'm going to ask you this question very simply, friend. You can answer yes or no. What is the cause of shape? Remember, the only two options are yes or no. So, it's an unanswerable question because it's incoherent, correct? Obviously.
He said the
Oh,
only
I
options are yes
was
or no.
muted at the time, so I couldn't respond.
Please.
No, you couldn't respond because there's no answer.
Ask him again.
Okay. Answer yes or no. What is the cause of shape?
Yes or no?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So if you could pay attention to that riddle, why couldn't you pay attention to a cause and effect relationship doesn't adjudicate what shape something is?
Well, I can. I just don't appreciate being directly offended when I'm.
Oh, it can. So a cause and effect relationship can be attributed to a shape. Please go on, Mr. Non Sequitur. You don't
What would
know
you
what
like me? No. What would you like me to go on about?
you don't know what natural nothing. You've already
Oh my
exposed
goodness.
yourself. Mae West is friggin' blushing in the corner.
Well, hold on. Since he's open, I'd like you to come over and fluff my pillow. Right? Then you can massage my back a little bit.
You don't know what
Yeah,
natural science is, dude.
Oh,
You.
yeah, I understand you're talking to me.
Yeah. You. Yeah, you don't know what natural science is. You would fail Intro to Natural Science, 5th grade.
Well, it's a shame I didn't.
Well, you would have. Your parents must have paid off the teachers because that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I was an orphan.
Oh, that's okay. Well, your guardians, they must have paid them off.
I didn't have any, man. I was in an orphanage.
You don't know what natural science is, do you?
I do.
No, you don't. You just exposed yourself, sunshine. Everyone heard it.
So I come in here and I spoke
We don't
to
really care about how you come in here, your favorite color. We don't care about that shit. You just exposed yourself as a pretender clown numpty dipshit by not saying, I'm sorry, sir. That is a malformed question. You can't infer, test on a shape in natural science. That's what you should have said.
Why can't you?
Well, I can't, because cause and effect relationships are a category error to what is questions.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Yes, we're tacitly aware that this does not make sense to you.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you can't do what he was saying.
Oh my
Okay,
God!
well
So
then-
you're not only compromised with your science acumen, you're retarded.
Don't get me wrong, friend. You could totally vindicate yourself by disproving Mr. Quantum Eraser's statements by simply explaining a cause and effect chain of events, right? That is the cause of sphere.
Well, I was in the process of doing that before I was cut off.
It's fucking moronic. It's trying to go ahead and explain married bachelors. Go on. Floor is yours. Explain married bachelors, because that's what you just said, essentially. Go ahead.
I don't want to explain anything about married bachelors. I don't know what
Same
you're
fucking
talking.
thing.
Look,
you're in a paradox. It's a category error, son.
Am I the only one who thinks that I've tried to be respectful and I'm
Shut
being
the
met with
fuck
disrespect?
up. Your little Nancy fag routine doesn't surf here, son.
Yeah,
You know
keep
how
in
long
mind.
we've- You know how long
let me
we've been dealing with Nancy fags? About 8 years. Your appeals are falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, keep in mind, friend, you're telling us that you can apply the scientific method to a shape.
I'm not trying to tell you guys you're wrong.
Well, then what are you trying to do?
I
What are you
wasn't
trying to do?
I wasn't trying to come in here and upset anybody. I genuinely was
upset.
just trying to see what you guys were talking about and
We're not
understand.
upset. We're not
Okay,
upset.
well,
why are you appealing to complete strangers' emotions? Go ahead on with your scientific evidence for a sphere. We want to see what's the first step in the scientific method. Go ahead and Google it real quick. You'll probably get the wrong fucking answer, by the way.
You want me to answer you the question of what's the first step in the scientific method?
Yeah, that's what I did. So you fucking delayed long enough and stalled. What is it?
I'm not looking it up. I don't intend to answer your question either.
All right, then you don't get to fucking speak anymore. Fuck off. How about that? Next.
Oh man, I was going to tell him what we're all about after I finish this donut.
Huey.
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned comments that I made in older videos of yours or FED crews.
No, I was looking at another video you were on there. It was from, I don't know, about a year ago.
Yeah. I'll apologize for those comments.
Okay.
I was coming from a place of being underinformed, and I was still pretty new, and I got fired up. And in hindsight, I was wrong to make those comments, so I'll apologize for those.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Weren't we just beefing like 3 hours ago?
What?
Weren't we beefing 3 hours ago?
I don't know. Is that a euphemism?
Not you.
Is that like when you invite the boys over and say, "Don't tell anyone"?
No.
Okay.
This is what Chocolate was talking about.
What? What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude.
Joke.
Wait a minute. Did Chocolate send you any of our DMs? I told him not to send them to anybody. Yeah. So before I came out from my donut eating excursion, I heard that guy talking about objects up in the sky may or may not be spheres. And then I also heard him say I was trying to demonstrate how to scientifically arrive at the Earth as a globe. And I was thinking to myself, okay, so scientific method, object over there is sphere, therefore Earth is sphere. So the cause of the Earth being a sphere is an object over there being a sphere. So one object is a sphere, therefore another object is a sphere. Wow. Slow clap.
Has nothing to do with kindness. Salaman, he came in with a claim, right? If he wanted to sit here and listen, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But then he said something to the effect that he hasn't seen any evidence for flat. I heard that. I was away from my mic. I didn't get back quick enough to give him that. And then he started claiming globe proof. That's not somebody listening attentive. And then he came out with a clusterfuck. Why do we even have to explain this to you? You were here. You heard him. You want me to be nice? Do you want me to be polite when he's pissing down my back and telling me it's raining? Is that what you want me to do? Come off mute. We've had this discussion before some years ago. Do we need to establish it again?
Nah, look who said it, man. I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. Did I falsely indict you?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Man, we're on the
Oh,
apology train tonight.
I'm sorry. It was Incre. Sorry, salesman. Like I said, I'm sorry. That wasn't you. Incre, come off mute.
What's up?
You understand what I just said?
No, I didn't hear it. Say.
Yeah. So the reason why he got brutalized is that he wasn't just coming in here to listen, right? He had said he's seen no claims, substantial ones, I'm paraphrasing, for a flat earth. I was away from my mic. I couldn't get back to it in time. And then he started giving globe, quote unquote, globe proofs. That's not somebody that's just a newbie here to listen to reasoned arguments. So I handed him his ass. What's the problem?
Well, I heard some of his globe proofs, and they didn't seem very experienced or well argued.
Sure. Yep.
Well, I just felt like it merited a calmer discussion.
It was a calm discussion.
Well, maybe that's subjective.
So if he didn't know the material, then why was he supporting it so adamantly?
Because we're all taught it, man. Some people just argue it. I didn't. I was inquisitive, but I did think it was ridiculous. Flat Earth, like.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than what this guy was doing, though. What you're talking about, it's cats and dogs.
All day. We see
He was just in denial. They all do this. They all grasp at straws. He was looking at the sky and saying, "Oh, I see 2D sphere or circles. Therefore, I'm standing on a sphere." It's completely incoherent. He just doesn't realize it because he's grasping at straws. He wants his belief to be true.
Yeah, and the burning gases in a vacuum. Have good luck with that. What a retard.
Fair enough. Well, fair enough, but I'll answer his question since he asked. What is it all about? It's all about this. The Earth is allegedly covered in water at 70% of the known territory. Water is flat and level. It's an axiom of life. So if 70% of the territory is flat and level, and the contingent necessity of a sphere is 360-degree curvature, the Earth cannot possibly be a sphere. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
Oh, that Latin makes me hot.
Yeah, now I'd like to hear if he has any valid counter-arguments, because his incoherent fallacies are not valid arguments.
You want me to take him off mute?
Yeah, I want to hear him respond to AI.
Only if he promises not to address any concern trolling about how he was treated. If he wants to talk about the argument, go for it.
All right, there you go, AI. He's all yours.
All right, so
What's
the
the
contingent
question?
necessity, the question is this. The Earth is covered in 70% water. Water being level and flat is an axiom throughout human history. If 70% of the territory is flat and level, and the sphere requires 360-degree curvature as a contingent necessity, then the Earth cannot possibly be a sphere. What say you?
I don't see how those statements. I don't see how those statements are
Kick him out.
true. What you said.
Kick him out.
Well, what statement?
Well, that a spherical object can't hold water or can't have water on its surface.
Get out. Get out.
You didn't say that. You need to listen better.
Get out.
If you have a live stream, you can play it back on repeat if you want.
He's on mushrooms.
For real?
It sounds like it.
Oh. You trying to get me busted again for picking on the mentally impaired? All right, no rebuttal. The proposition stands as true. Case closed.
Yes, water is flat and level. Ladies and gentlemen, also Earth is stationary. That means not moving and can't possibly be existing in a vacuum of an infinite and expanding vacuum. But what?
Yeah, so
A vacuum of a vacuum? You said a vacuum
okay,
of a
so
vacuum.
fair, but there's only one rebuttal. There's only one rebuttal that meets the task of defeating the axiomatic human experience throughout antiquity that water's flat and level, and that is demonstrable surface curvature.
Yeah.
That is the only rebuttal. What happens in the sky, whether dinosaurs had big or small wieners, doesn't matter.
I thought you were going to promote your sect for a second.
Hey, bro, this is a long game, okay? Sometimes it takes little psychological effects, you know what I'm saying?
This is a family show.
Yo, man, if you're the leader, I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid, whatever the Bathism is. I'm with you.
Oh, he's hilarious. So, is that vagabond? Hey, yeah, that's the first time I laughed all freaking week, man.
Good.
I'm here for bringing the comedy back to the channel, man.
Right. So let's be clear. There's an open table waiting for demonstrable Earth curvature to be placed on it. Who's got some?
But is the table
well,
flat? Because the ball is going to just fall off if it's not flat.
That's right. Well, yeah, it's like Exhibit A. It's just sitting there empty, Your Honor. What do we do about that?
I need a concave table so it doesn't fall.
It's not.
Sorry.
It actually
No,
has to
you
be
go ahead.
level.
Since
The table
Sage
has
is
to
still
be-
here,
The table has to be level and flat.
since Sage is still here, how about we go over his so-called proofs? Sage, do you understand that if you see someone driving in a Ferrari, that does not mean that you're in a Ferrari?
Yeah. It's painful, dude. Your argument is object over there is sphere, therefore the object I'm standing on is sphere. That is not sound reasoning in any way, shape, or form. Okay, you have a lot of philosophical assumptions built into that before you can even come to even close to a conclusion. And you have to prove all of those assumptions true first. That's why I just cut through all that nonsense and just asked you for the surface curvature of the object in question, because that's the contingent necessity. What objects are doing over there is not contingently necessary to the surface of the Earth. So just throw all that in the garbage bin where it belongs and focus on the proper argument, which is the surface of the Earth. If you can't demonstrate the surface of the Earth to be curving, then your claim is null.
I can respect why you guys are saying that. I'm not trying to tell you guys that you're wrong. It was asked of me why I thought what I thought, and that's why I was sharing what I was sharing. So I'm not trying to be rude
how
or
do you
say, hey,
guys
you're
not
wrong.
know to go, oh wow, thank you for pointing out the error in my thinking. I concede. Every time someone puts a genuine thought out response to some shit that some dummy has said, you guys go, well, look, I wasn't trying to be oppositional. I wasn't trying to start a war or anything. And, I don't want to do anything that'll cause you to call me dumb. I'm just trying to fit in. What the fuck? Where y'all
Yeah.
learning this shit from? Like,
Yeah.
where
For
is this?
example, I demonstrate to him how his rationale is flawed intrinsically. And rather than recognize it, he just said, oh, I could see how you think what you think. Didn't recognize that what he's thinking is an error. Now, to be fair to him, just because the reasoning that led him to his conclusion is false doesn't mean his conclusion is necessarily false. It could be proven otherwise. For example, by demonstrating surface curvature. That would prove it in the first instance. So how about some of that?
So just to be clear, I didn't come here to try and talk about why the Earth is round or why it's flat. I genuinely just wanted to listen in and try and understand. So just so you guys understand my motive, that was never it, to come in here and prove a point.
Well, fair point, but it's been demonstrated to you that the most rational conclusion, since water is axiomatically flat and level, is that the Earth is flat and level along with the water, and we all experience down as down everywhere we go. We experience horizontal as horizontal everywhere we go. We don't experience anything different than that. So the globe is an extraordinary claim which doesn't have the proof in the first instance, which is directly demonstrable surface curvature. So there's no such thing as prove the flat Earth. The flat Earth is what we experience every single day. The globe is the claim that requires the proof.
Okay. And I think the only thing that I'm trying to get at is, even if, let's suppose you guys are all right and the Earth is flat, and my observation.
Hold on, you cut out, brother. Start over from like 10 seconds ago.
Oh, wonder what happened to me. That was cool.
You guys can't hear me very well?
No, you're
No, you
back. You
cut
just
out.
completely cut out.
I apologize if my connection's not stable enough, and I can just type it out if you want. But
No, we got the gist of it, bro. You just cut out like the last part.
So I claim that I am a man of science and that I like science. It would be wrong for me at face value without going and experimenting on that myself, right? So
sure,
you'll have to pardon my apprehension.
Well, you just
when
said
you guys
you're a
tell me
man.
something.
You just said you were a man of science, but you.
Well, I like to think that.
You like to think you're a man of science, but you don't know what natural science even is.
I never said I didn't know what that is.
No, I said that you don't know what it is, and you proved it by not calling me out with a malformed question.
I didn't feel the need to call you out.
Oh, dude, I mean, it's very easy to correct your typos post hoc. Okay, so let's just put that aside and be friends going forward. And let's say we have a proposition on the table that we're standing on a continuously curving surface, minus the topology and topography and all of those things, to which water, the surface water, is not privy to because it's a continuous amorphous body, right? So that means that surface water, the continuous amorphous body that's stuck on the Earth, is either flat and level, exactly as we experience it, or it's curving.
Right. That would
So
make
the
sense.
only way to arbitrate that proposition is to measure the water and see if it's curving or not. Would you agree?
I think that would be a good experiment to do. Yeah.
Okay, let's just call it a measurement.
Yeah, that's not an experiment. You compromise yourself.
Or
again.
observation, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so what would be a good method to use, in your view, that you could think of?
The scientific method.
Holy mother of poop doopy doo.
Is that not a good method?
No, that is the right answer.
Okay.
Dude, don't gaslight him. You try to torture this poor guy.
The method is great. It's just a category error, bro.
Let me ask you this question, friend. Since I do construction, right? So when I level a plot, let's say the one we did, we were going to put in a foundation, right? When we went to shoot the grade to find out how much earth we had to take out, did we use the scientific method?
I don't know.
Holy crap.
I've never done that myself.
Dude, how can you claim to consider yourself a man of science? And when I ask you about shooting a grade and removing earth, and whether that falls under the scientific method, you say, I don't know, rather than saying, well, of course not. All that you did was measure and then take the earth out.
Well, I've never done that, so that's why I claim I'm a man of science. I haven't done that. I've never shot a grade myself.
You don't have to do it. The
I mean,
point
that's-
is you don't have to do it. You
Well,
just have
science-
to recognize it's not science.
Well, science is about doing and performing and experimenting. And if I haven't done it
experimenting.
myself,
All right.
Oh, interesting. So is science about performing composition fallacy? Is that what it's about?
I don't know.
Well, that's what you just did, friend. What you did is say when you're executing the scientific method, you do things. When you're digging a ditch, you do things. Therefore, digging a ditch is the scientific method.
Right. And I think you have done that based on what you've told me. I have not, is what I'm telling you.
Brother, you're missing the elephant in the room. You just contradicted yourself yet again.
I don't see how I did.
I know that's the
Please
problem.
explain.
You're
Because you're a
retarded.
man of science.
You're retarded. That's my
Okay, let me
explanation.
try. Let me try one last time, friend. Okay, so I have this 2x4, right? And I have a wall. And the wall is cut shorter than 8 feet. But one of the studs is broken, so I take it out and I want to replace it. But the stud that I bought is 8 feet long. So I must cut the stud to fit in the hole or the gap between the top plate and the bottom plate, which is less than 8 feet. So what I do is I take out my tape measure, I stick it on one board, I go down to the other board, and I look where the line is, and I see 79.5 inches. Then I go over and I cut my board. Okay. In that process, where is the cause and effect relationship being adjudicated by direct experimentation?
I don't know.
There isn't one. That's the answer. Therefore, it's not science that I'm doing. I'm just doing tasks that include measuring and cutting. That's it.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
in other words, yes, in other words, friend, going out and measuring something is not applying science.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say simply is that shapes and measure are not scienceable. You can't do science to shapes, like distances. That would be like, how would you science a cube?
Right, friend.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I want to give you another example in the reverse. Okay, so you've heard of boiling water before, right? You've seen it happen in your life, right?
Yeah.
Most likely. Okay, so check this out. There's a certain temperature that water boils at, right? In general, okay? 100 degrees Celsius, right?
Yes.
So if you apply 100 degrees Celsius to water, that water will boil. So
Depending, right?
if 100 degrees Celsius, yeah, you could choke up the variables. That's not the point.
Okay.
If 100 degrees Celsius applied to water, water will boil. Okay? But that does not mean that boiling water is the cause of 100 degrees Celsius.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Right. Just like me measuring isn't the cause of cutting the board.
Or like you looking at the stars, that has a correlation to the floor you're standing on either. It's the same thing. You must agree. So you agree to all of the premises just now that Arden just spoke of.
Correct. And to be clear, back to what I was saying previously, I would be very surprised if most of us, if not all of us, at one point believed the surface of which we're standing on is spherical. So I'm coming in.
We all did. Sorry to interrupt you. I had to break in then because it's really important. We all did. All of us. Nearly all of us. We're globers.
Right.
I was for 58 years. Not only was I a glober, I was a globe Earth expert. When I was a little nerd years and years ago. I could tell you all the sizes, shapes, distances, everything. How many moons, what they look like, the names of them, how large they were, how far they were from the center of mass of the planet they're supposed to be on. I knew all of it, bro. I'm an expert at it.
So I'll give you an anecdote. So in my time in this venue, I've experienced less than 3 people who grew up flat earthers. That means that their parents taught them the earth was flat, or their society. One of them was an Indian woman who grew up on a reservation, and their view of the universe was flat, and that's what she was taught. Another one I think was some type of Amish or Mennonite or something, and the other I can't remember exactly, but I know it was no more than that. Other than that, dude, these extreme examples and niche examples, most people believe the earth is a globe because they were told so in their youth. And then that told so was reiterated through mass media for the rest of their lives. They never actually experienced earth as a globe. They never seen curved water. They've never seen curved earth. None of the claims of the globe they have ever experienced, not once. Yet they believed it anyway.
So when we say curved water, are we talking about if I pour out some water on my desk in front of me right now, and I can see that the water has a curvature to it? We're talking about something different, correct?
Obviously.
Okay.
I'm a little new to the server. Why is it called 2.0? I'm curious as to what happened to the first one.
Brother. The Earth.
Yeah, we're not talking about the meniscus on the sides of a container that you hold in your hand, showing that that's a meniscus. That's the surface tension of the water. If you look over the ocean, there's a mean level between high and low troughs of waves, right? So if you can look off in the distance.
Buddy, quiet down.
I did stop. I did pause that, but so it's called.
Wait, Miguel Sousa.
Hello.
Oh, what
Welcome.
happened to the first Flat Earth Discord server? I'm a bit curious.
For what some people said to me, there was a guy. He became a moderator and sadly, decided to revenge. So he
Oh,
banned
revenge,
everybody.
revenge.
Yeah, so he
Like that one.
he
Oh,
did,
okay, okay. That
he
makes
did
a lot of
ban
sense.
everybody. So yeah, so that's why we
Oh,
have
okay.
2.2.
Thank you. You can go back to playing the bot. All right, have a great day.
Okay. Nice to talk to you.
And all the peaks of the highest waves, you're looking over and you're looking 6 miles down and you're looking at
Oh
another
yeah.
shoreline. From shoreline to shoreline, you're looking over the water, let's say at 6 feet above sea level, and you can see 5 to 6 miles. That shoreline that you're zooming into, that you can actually see tiny little waves, 1 and 2 foot waves, breaking on the far shore while you're zoomed in, should be 16.667 feet vertically lower than your elevation. That means there would be a ball or a bulge of water in between you
Right.
and the said object. So
Right.
you could never possibly see that unless the Earth was flat. Now, if you go to the Black Swan, that's 10 miles. That should be 66.67 feet in lower elevation. That means a drop in elevation below the sagitta of the curve. So that Black Swan, the Black Swan itself makes the Earth radius, because of this observation, 264,000 miles. So you have to ask yourself, what is your margin for error in the globe itself? Because we have the islands in the same view. It would make the Earth about 1 billion miles in diameter.
Yeah. Keep in mind, I have to point this out because we get this a lot about small droplets of water, that the globe claim isn't that globes cause raindrops or globes cause, pods of water on your windshield. The claim is that there's this giant ball floating in a free space that is surrounded by a near infinite vacuum, right, in which water is wrapped 360 degrees around it. Right? That's the claim on the globe side against the base human axiom experience that water's flat and level in aggregate bodies. That's what we experience everywhere we go.
And 3 of the 4 wild claims require containment.
Right. All these globe claims, my friend, are directly against natural human experience. For example, they will tell you that you're revolving around the sun, but you are standing still in your experience and the sun is above you, moving. But they will tell you you're the one that's moving. The sun isn't moving. That's against your experience. They'll tell you that water curves around a ball. That's against your experience. They'll tell you that down is inwards and people in Australia are antipodal to you. But if you go to Australia, you're right side up. So the claim that Australians are antipodal to North Americaners is against your experience.
Yeah. I guess my question, probably one of my biggest questions for flat earthers is, what about time zones? What's your guys' takes on time zones?
Well, hold on, friend. What are time zones?
Well, so basically when the sun sets, the sun rises at different times. And, I was just on a business trip the other week where I was 3 hours difference from my family. We got on a call. The sun had set for them. It wasn't setting for me. So I want to know, if the...
Okay, so sure. Yeah, I get you.
I just want to understand, if we're on a flat surface, it should set and rise for all of us at the same time, I would think.
Well, you're making a lot of assumptions there that you don't know you're making. And I could parse you through those assumptions, or I could just show you an image of a demonstration. So just look in the live stream voice text and you'll see a demonstration of a hemispheric dome over a flat representation of the Earth with a singular light source. And you'll notice that it's not possible for the light to illuminate the entire surface. So it is not true that a singular light source must, of a necessity, if it's above a surface, illuminate the entire surface. That again is a claim.
So what is that thing that the light source is moving around?
What thing?
That's
the image there.
it's a
Okay, so
flat
that
surface
is
with a half dome.
yes.
Is that?
It's a piece of paper printed out Earth flat,
Mhm.
and a hemispheric mag dome that is usually a paperweight that uses a magnifier placed over it. So it's an intermediary medium between the light and the receiver of the light that causes the light to not be able to illuminate the entire surface because the light isn't strong enough to reach the whole surface. Now, we know that we have an atmosphere, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that light has attenuation and it also has an extinction limit. And it has what's known as atmospheric occlusion. And it also has scattering and dithering, right? So there's no necessary reason that a singular light source must illuminate the entire Earth.
Right.
Now, keep in mind, Fred, I want to point this to you.
Well, and I would agree with that. No singular light source does illuminate the Earth. We've got other bodies of whatever that we want to call them.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I want to just point out that whatever the sun is and whatever the light is doing, they are not affixed to the surface. And if you measure the surface water and it measures flat, then it's flat. If it measures curved, then it's curved. So what the sun is doing is highly irrespective of whether that surface water is flat or not.
So there's a lot of demonstrations of people talking about the curvature and the water situation that you guys have been describing, where, you know, if we have a ship that's way far out in the ocean.
Absolutely, I understand. So I want to ask you a question.
You're watching it, and you can see that it looks like it's below.
Okay, stop right there, friend.
Sitting. Yeah.
Stop right there and focus on what you just said. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Who went out and validated the arc of the water between point A and B to verify that what you think is going on is what's going on? Okay, because rest assured, friend, if you say to yourself, I can't see the bottom of that boat, and theorize in your mind, well, that would be true if there was a big hump of water in between me and it. Now, that is true if the if was conditionally proved in the first instance. Otherwise, you just have a logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent. So you have to validate the first instance of the conditional if, which is that surface curved? And the way to validate that is with direct measurement. So, for example, my friend, there are highly advanced theories of optics, right? And physical necessities of optics that mean, of a necessity, as an object moves away from you and approaches 0 degrees in your field of view, relative to the propagation angles, which is the light coming, and the reception angles, which is what the optic can receive, as soon as that light angles fall below the angular resolution limit of the optic, all the image that's within that range is unresolvable. Now, I want to tell you something very curious, and just roll with me on this with an open mind. The alleged horizon where things start to disappear for a 6-foot tall observer is 3 miles approximately. Now, the triangle of your angular resolution limit intersecting a horizontal line extending out from your feet for a 6-foot tall observer is, guess where? Approximately 3 miles. So, I know that optics can cause the bottoms of things to be unresolvable. 1, because I've seen it in my real life. 2, because it's mathematically and physical necessity of having an optics with an angular field of view. So it's not true that the only thing that can preclude the bottom of something is an object in the way, such as an earth curve hump. So we're left with an affirming the consequent that has not been conditionally validated. So again, the arbitration of whether or not that if is true has to be and can only be direct measurement. You notice how no matter which way we go, we end up with the conditional for the first instance proof being direct measurement of the surface. It's the only way.
You're saying that on a flat surface, when I go out 3 miles, the amount of whatever it is that I'm looking at diminishes because why? To me, as the observer.
Let me make clear. Let me make clear to you. You already know this is true. It's called the law of perspective. You already know that everything, as it recedes away from you, diminishes. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. So now you just need to go the extra step and understand the way in which the angular relationship on the y-axis diminishes. So normally people use ideal perspective like an artist draws with a point, and then they draw the lines to it, and then they draw their little buildings. You know that. You've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way optics work. Optics work with diminishing returns as the angles get smaller, right? Because the wavelengths of light interfere with each other. Now, whether light is a wave or a particle doesn't really matter. You could prove these things with optical experiments that these things diminish and interfere. And this is why we have things like the Rayleigh criterion, which is the mathematical formula for an optic of what its resolvability is. So
why?
You know, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask. So we agree that as something recedes away from you, it diminishes. I think that we both agree on. Let's say we're observing something that's 3 miles out. I'm at the shore. It's on the ocean somewhere. We're on this body of water, and as I'm looking at it through a lens of some sort, the only part that is obscured to me is the bottom part of this thing, right? The other parts of this this object are not obscured in any way. So,
Well, so the word is what you're actually searching for is unresolved. The accurate term physically is unresolved. Obscured means that there's something blocking it. What I'm talking about is unresolvability based on the angles of which the light comes from and the available angles of reception, which are renderable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you had a perfect straight line, 1 for 1 for every, let's just call it ray of light to every point, you could see the entire object with no effects of perspective whatsoever, but we have an angular field of view. Now, as the angle approaches 0 degrees, the angle gets smaller and smaller, right? It's obvious.
Right.
Now, also, the angle from the top to the bottom is bigger than the angle from the 90% of the top to the bottom is bigger than the angle from the 80% of the top to the bottom, because we see in packets, we don't see in points, even though there's a trillion, billion, quadrillion points of light on an object. An object is not an all or nothing. It's many, many points of packets of light that are available to us to be resolved. Now, if any of those packets of light, let's just call them separate colors like blue and red or white, if any of them fall within the same angle, right, of propagation and reception, that's below your resolvable limit. For the human eye, it's 0.02 degrees. When those angles are below 0.02 degrees, all of that information becomes unresolvable. And it just so happens that as you approach 0 and you go out in the distance, that angle is going to be at the bottom of the object. It's exactly where it's going to be. Now, if you know anything about triangles, a triangle starts at an acute angle, and then it goes along the leg, and the opposite side, right, gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as you get away from the acute angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that big leg is causing more space on the vertical y-axis to become unresolved. And it just so happens that when you're standing on the horizon, or the horizontal, mind you, not the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
When you're standing on the horizontal, that angle is going to occupy the bottom of everything on the same plane as you. So we would expect of a necessity that everything in that little zone you can't see. It's not going to resolve on the sensor.
So is there a map or something that flat earthers all agree on, like so that I can see what you guys think the surface of the earth looks like?
Well, that would require information that we would all have to have the accessibility to all of the Earth to require.
Well,
Now,
it's like, yeah, you're right. It would, wouldn't it? You'd have to have the information of the whole Earth, wouldn't you?
And are we missing part of that, or?
Well, think about
well,
it
we're
this way,
just,
friend.
sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to step all over Flatsy, but it's kind of like there's a lot of things that can be answered in a complete generality. For example, in the globe, quote unquote, paradigm, what's the cause of the seasons? The relative position of the sun to the Earth. Okay. If the Earth is flat, what's the cause of the seasons? The relative position of the sun to the Earth. You notice how it's exactly the same? Just the particulars are slightly different. So if you had a flat Earth, okay, you'd have a large area of flat water with a bunch of land.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Exactly as you'd imagine it.
Yeah.
There'd be water and some land here and there. Guess what you have on the globe Earth? You have some water and some land here and there.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm the reason why I'm asking that is, I mean, we live in
Stop, friend, stop. Just stop.
Sure.
I got to stop you for 1 second to bring up a specific point.
Sure.
And I want to submit to you for your consideration.
Mm-hmm.
The reason you're asking that is because you allowed the contingent point to already have been passed by without parsing it. And that is whether the water is curved or not. The direct measurement. We've been talking about everything, but is it practical to directly measure the water to find out if it's curving or not? So now that I've said that, go ahead.
You want me to answer whether we should check to see if it's curved or no?
Don't you think that that's the only question that matters?
I think that's a great question.
No, it's the only question, friend. Though I want to be clear to you, friend. If an object is flat like a piece of paper or a sphere, we know of a necessity that a sphere requires 360-degree curvature, right? And a piece of paper doesn't have that. So if you want to know which one's which, you just apply a measure to it and see if it's curved. If it's not curved, then the other option is the truth.
Right.
Yeah,
very simple.
the reconciliation has to come with first the initial understanding whether or not the Earth is curving into a ball or not. So if it is curving into a ball, no reconciliation required. If it isn't, reconciliation is required to your worldview. That may be painful. It was to all of us, I guarantee you. But in the grand scheme of things, it was something that we were able to change our mind about because the evidence is there, whether you want to see it or not.
Right. And I get that. I appreciate you saying it that way too. And honestly, I'm kind of a masochist in that I like learning that I'm wrong on something because it's an opportunity to learn.
Perfect.
And I like learning.
Okay, so do you want to go on that journey now, or do you want to talk more about if the Earth is flat? Yeah, think about it this way. Do you want to talk about that, or do you want to talk about if the Earth was flat, then how does my globe interpretation fit on a flat Earth?
Right. So I guess my biggest question is, if we're on this flat surface, right, wherever it is, I'm not going to say in space because we don't know that space exists. We're kind of like on a stage, maybe. But if we're on this flat surface, is there an edge to it? Like when I think of flat Earth, I think of a coin in space, but I realize that's not the only. It's not the only way to think about flat. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we understand. upon further investigation, because you damn well better believe that we all investigated further once we found out the Earth isn't curving and there's no direct measurement of drop over distance curvature. So we investigate further. And that brought us to other, um, I guess, in practical terms, other truths about things that we're told, like, let's say, entropy. You know, entropy only goes in one direction, it increases. So we have a bunch of like laws, like natural laws that cannot be violated in nature. So we have gas pressure that we breathe here on the Earth. And if ever bothered to look up the definition of gas pressure, in the definition itself, the antecedent to it is containment, because gas pressure is caused by the gases exerting on the walls of its container. And that's how you get gas pressure in your propane tank or what have you. It's exerting pressure on the walls of the container. So if we have gas pressure here that we're breathing, there has to be containment. There has to be a container. That rules out the whole idea of, let's say, expounding on that premise. You also can't have gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of space, what have you. So you're left with an antecedent relationship when it comes to gas pressure due to how gas pressure is achieved and the fact that gas pressure, when next to a vacuum, it will disperse violently in all directions. So the whole vacuum, near perfect vacuum of space is impossible. So whatever they're saying,
absolutely.
and whatever, all those cartoons that they're showing you up there, it can't be possible. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So that's why we know for a fact.
Absolutely, I agree. So, but hold on before you continue. I want to point out another parallel. So remember how I say the explanations are kind of general in both paradigms. So, for example, you ask, if the Earth is flat, what about the boundaries of the Earth? Fair point. Now, I would just as easily say, if the Earth was in a giant expanding vacuum universe, where are the edges of the universe? It's the exact same question. The boundaries are unknown and indefinite, right? To me. So it's the same question. And guess what? Philosophers and scientists have postulated the ideas about the boundaries of the alleged universe. Some of them so much so that they said contemplating the boundaries of the universe are horrifying. Horrifying was the term they used. Why? Why would just wondering about, does the boundary go on forever? Does it stop at a specific point? Or what? Or is it expanding into something else? Why is that horrifying? Very interesting, but you notice how neither of those points are contingent upon the shape of the surface. So I want to submit to you that you asked the right question and then screwed it up at the end. So the right question is this, my friend. I would want to know, not if the Earth was flat, what about the edge? You should have stopped and said this. I would want to know if the Earth was flat, period.
Okay.
Now I'm going to ask you again, friend. Do you want to know that, or do you just want to talk about if the Earth was flat, how does my globe explanations fit on the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'd like to know that.
Okay, perfect. So what you do is you go out to the water and you use an effective methodology of determining whether the water is curved or flat. Let's call it laser transit. It's a very effective methodology used in grade and construction equipment. Use a laser. You set it up at a known level. You take a storyboard, which is where the laser will hit. You take it out to another location, and that will tell you the differential in the surface between point A and point B. So you take it out to a sufficient sample size. Let's call it 25 miles. At 25 miles, okay, the globe Earth predicts a hump of Earth curve that would leave the laser beam, if it was level, in differential to the target, a 285-foot difference. So the laser would pass over the target by 285 feet. So you
or
set the
just
target
any
up.
amount, right?
Sure, but this is specifics. We're using metrics that are given by the globe, all right?
Sure.
So now you could do the same thing when you're doing a grade, by the way, or you're trying to figure out, where you want to put extra cement or take away dirt, all these types of things. Same principle. You're finding out the relief below the laser level. So this differential would be 285 feet approximately. And you set up about a 6-foot high laser, right? And then you set up a 6-foot high target. Okay, if the target is hit by the laser, right? In an ideal situation, that means the maximum differential between the water line and the laser is the 6 feet above sea level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the laser hits with a 6-foot differential to 270 feet, that is an error of 2 orders of magnitude, practically disproving the globe in totality, because it demonstrates that the curve necessary to sustain the spherical surface isn't present. That would be done through direct methodology. Now, you have to take into account ambient refraction conditions that would move the laser a maximum amount of approximately 5 feet, give or take. You then have to take in the millirad divergence at that range for that laser, right? And that was about another 3 feet. So you have 3 to 5, and of course the variable on the center. So you're talking of a maximum swing into the double digits, right? So it could be a disproval by 2 orders of magnitude and 1 order of magnitude. Either way, it's being disproved by a swing of hundreds of feet. Right? Because you're talking 285 versus 15 feet. So even if you take the 15 away from the 285, you end up with what? Carry the banana minus blue, 270, right? No, 280? No, 270. Yeah, so there you go, 270, right? 270 feet off from the prediction, nullifying it.
Yeah.
Okay?
And then
let me go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, if you want to go test that out and then compare and contrast with all of the observations done that from the flat Earth community, there's plenty of information to compare and contrast with your own observations. Don't take our word for it. We'd much rather you go and do it yourself. But you can compare and contrast with everyone else. So we got plenty of stuff here in the server.
Right. So what are we comparing and contrasting with? A proposition? No, we're comparing and contrasting with a field team known as the Field Engineer Corps, comprised of engineers, mathematicians, etc. Developed a laser system with a integrated aiming system known as the SALAD, SALAD, super accurate laser aiming device. They engineered this machine to be able to get essentially like a 1 to 6400 gear ratio, so they could steer the laser to get it level and on target, right?
Mm-hmm.
They built the apparatus for the laser, they put the collimator on it, and they took it to Lake Idsil. Okay, I can't remember the country, but it's somewhere in Europe. The semi-frozen lake. Okay, this was the culmination of, I think, 17 or 27, it's either 17 or 27 shots that they did, smaller, until they built their way up to the 25-mile test. At the 25-mile test across Lake Idsil, they set up 3 targets at different locations horizontally along the water, so that they could pan the laser horizontally to get it to the target. So they panned it at a short-range target, a mid-range target, and then the long-range target, because obviously it's very hard to aim a laser, because a small tweak here is going to make a big tweak out there, which is why they had to develop the sled machine.
Mm-hmm.
So they took it there, and they fired the laser across the lake, and they received the light from the laser directly in the camera next to the target board. So the light from the laser reached the target. When you analyze the target image, because lasers have a Gaussian profile, you can use a Gaussian profile analyzer to see where the beam centroid is. And when applied, it shows that the laser was pointed directly at the camera. Now, my friend, through direct methodology, the hump of Earth curve that's supposed to be the equivalent of 270 feet of differential decided to not show up to work that day.
So does it have to be done? Oh, go ahead.
Just 1 second. Water is flat and level, just like we experience it, and it's measured flat and level through laser transit. Therefore, the contiguous body of water that wraps around the Earth isn't curving, and the Earth cannot be a sphere. What say you?
I like it. I'm excited because I think I want to go and perform an experiment to confirm that. And I'm just wondering, does it have to be with a body of water that you do this, or can you go somewhere where it's extremely flat and do the same sort of experiment?
Well, I mean, you probably could. There are obviously certain benefits to doing it to water. And the reason is because any surface that's landlocked, for example, you take a wooden ball that you're going to carve.
Mm-hmm.
You could, in theory, carve off a flat spot on that ball, correct?
Absolutely.
But if you had a continuous amorphous body of water, right, that seeks its own level, so much so that it's an axiom and folklore throughout human antiquity, the phrase water seeks its level.
Yeah, you can't create a bulge or whatever in water.
Temporarily,
sure. But like
in theory, you could, in the local area, create a small differential, perhaps, but it's not going to sustain itself because the entire body is going to equivalate, seek equilibrium.
Yeah.
And that is why if you're looking to falsify the claim that water is wrapped around a giant ball, because that's really the core of the claim.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you falsify it. Because if you prove that water's not curving, then the 70% of the territory is proven not to be curving. Because if you just prove your backyard isn't curving, then all you've proved is your backyard isn't curving. But if you prove that 70% of the territory isn't curving, you've nullified the claim that it's a ball wrapping around itself.
So the Bonneville Salt Flats, are you familiar with them?
Yes.
What I'm thinking is I go out there and I perform this experiment because it's a vast space, right? One of the flattest areas that I can think of. I think there's somewhere much further away from me that's flatter. But if I were to go out there, perform this experiment with a laser, in theory, there should be little to no deviation.
Right. So it just so happens there's plenty of these tests done. For example, Dr. John D., whose doctorate is in optics, did a dual band laser across the body of water, right? The reason being is that different laser colors refract at different rates. And so he can mitigate and measure the refraction at the other end between the two lasers to nullify the claim of any error due to refraction, and he can quantify it. He validated there's no big hump of Earth curve. A husband and wife went on a frozen lake. The wife took a flashlight out 7 miles, saw the flashlight from 7 miles away, right? Should be below the hump. A guy took different colored beacons out on a frozen lake, did the same test with different colors for the same reasons that Dr. John Dee did, right? And they should have been refracting at different rates at the different ranges he put the different colors, demonstrating there's no hump of Earth curve. And on the list goes.
If you don't want to buy a laser, you could just
go ahead.
Look out like the sunset and how it reflects on the surface of the water. There's different ways light dissipates over concave, convex, and flat, water or surface. And you can just verify that just by the sunset if you really don't want to go into all of that and do your own experiment observing.
Hey, but I think that the Bolivian salt flats are a great place. They're just not a body of water like we were talking about. Bolivian salt flats are a globe killer.
Well, let's be clear. Some salt flats are a body of water at certain times of the year. In fact,
that's right.
they're a pristinely flat mirror.
Yeah.
A couple inches of water on the surface, and they make a pristine mirror in which you see reflections that are non-distort, right? Exactly like a specular reflection.
Yep.
Right? So when have you ever seen such a reflection from a curved surface? You haven't. You've only seen them from flat mirrors.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get myself some equipment and head out there and do this and document it and share it with you guys see how things
Hey, it
go.
would be a great vacation.
Well, dude, we've got a wiki. Listen, we've got a wiki page with hundreds of flat Earth observations. We could gladly put yours in there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely. Would love to.
And then we'll let you have some snacks in the back and use our bathroom when we welcome you to Flat Earth.
Yeah, and you smoke them if you got them.
That's awesome. Yeah, so I live pretty close to these salt flats. Somebody said a vacation, but I just want to let you guys know. So I'm about 20 minutes away from them, and
wow,
I actually
lucky guy.
They're just here in Utah.
You'd be a great addition to the
Wait a minute.
flat earthers being that close.
The Bolivian. How are the
Bonneville.
Bolivian salt flats? Oh, Bonneville. There you go.
Bonneville salt flats. Yep.
They sound similar. They sound similar, though.
Pronounced it wrong.
Yeah, no. Bonneville.
Either way.
Bonneville used to be a lake, which it's evaporated, and we're left with the Great Salt Lake. But the salt flats are extremely flat, and they do a lot of land speed records out there with high-speed ground vehicles because it's so flat.
So
if you've seen Independence Day, that Will Smith was walking on the salt flats when the alien crashes and he punches it in the head.
Sorry, I wanted to apologize for telling you just shut your pie hole earlier. So,
oh, you're good.
My apologies, and I think you may be coming around just from listening to you. The change is quite remarkable, and I hope you stick to it. And it's not an experiment; it's just a line of sight observation or test. So all you're doing is checking for any elevation changes in any distance. So that's all it is. So we use water to level everything from canals. That's how they built canals. They would build a trench along the canal where the canal, like let's say there wasn't a canal, they build a trench, a big long trench, because it doesn't matter what the bottom or the sides are. When you fill it with water, it's level. So they could use that level to make the canal go from a level datum from that water the top of that water over to where the canal is being built, and then dig down exactly from that level to a datum. And like the Suez Canal is 100 miles long with no locks.
It's interesting.
That water is level. That water is level from one side to the other 100 miles, or a little bit more actually, not more than 1 foot difference or something like that. So,
Pretty cool that you stuck with us though, because we can be very passionate because we're always subjected to ridicule, and I guess that could turn some folks a little hard towards folks
Hold
who
on,
object.
Flatsy. Flatsy, you're being too
Go
kind.
ahead. I'm not
Okay.
gonna. All
No,
right.
no, no. I'm being serious. You're being too kind
Yeah,
to
you're
the
right.
opponents. 'Cause I want to explain to this friend what it is. Okay.
Sure.
So flat earthers are the niggers that are allowed to be called niggers. Flat earthers are the scum of the earth. Flat earthers are told not to breed. Flat earthers are excommunicated from their families. You could tell your family you're coming out as this, that, and the other, right? Chopping your dick off. They'll be like, "Yay! You come out as a flat earther." They'll excommunicate you. Flat earthers get discharged from churches. Why? What's so bad? Now, not only that, friend, but let me tell you what we've experienced. Okay, not only ridicule, not only shame, not only called the stupidest people on the earth, not only from the average person, but all the way up to Congress. The United States Congress and even the President of the United States has insinuated that flat earthers are stupid. What other group is allowed to be treated this way? Think about it. People will tell you, oh, you can't talk about the Jews, you can't talk about this, right? But you could just make fun of flat earthers like they deserve to die and nobody bats an eye. Nobody says, wait a minute, dude. You're talking about people's moms and dads and loved ones, and they just have an alternative cosmology. What's wrong with you? No, they chip in and laugh too. Let me tell you what we've experienced here, friend. Mr. Brian Mullen, an engineer, came up with an idea to adjudicate whether the surface was flat or curved by creating a superstructure known as forced line, which is essentially a level piece of steel that is then squared off into the distance and kept level because it's square. And you could then see whether the earth is curving below the structure or parallel with the structure. For his efforts in deciding, we could figure this out, a globe zealot decided that I'm going to seek out this man's career. He appealed to the engineering board and stuff to try to get the man fired. Told his employer. Brian Mullen had to essentially go into hiding. So he quit his ideas about flat earth and talking about it because of this man. We have had globers, okay, attempt to romantically entangle themselves with flat earth believing women with the attempt to use romance to thwart them back to the globe. And then what would they do afterwards? Dump them? Right? The list, and these are just a few of the things. The list goes on and on. How people think they have the right to treat flat earthers like they're the scumbags of the universe.
Yeah, that's
Why?
not free. That's not free thinking, and really, society shouldn't promote that sort of tolerance towards any group of people. And if I disagree with you guys, which I may right now, right, or it may not be that I'm disagreeing. It's more that I'm apprehensive and skeptical. But my skepticism has kept me safe from a lot of things. So, but I'm very open-minded. I like learning new things, and more importantly, I like meeting new people. And one of my favorite quotes is from Abe Lincoln, and he said, "Do I not destroy my enemies when I make them my friends?" And if there's no need for us to hate each other or to call each other names or try to put each other down just because we see something differently. I feel like respect and tolerance and kindness can go a long ways, and it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. But at the end of the day, science does state that there is a right, and the challenge that I see is if we're at each other's throats. Let's say I'm wrong. If I'm attacking or too defensive, the chances of me understanding that I'm wrong go significantly down. So,
Right. So
cool heads
let's
prevail.
talk about that claim, because that is a claim that's out there that science is right, whether you like it or not. Now, that may be true only if the proposition in question and the idea in question is being put forth under the scrutiny and application of science. But most propositions alleged to be science are not science. They're pseudoscience.
True.
It's a fraud. Now, the term science has been co-opted for its vigor and rigor in the ability to adjudicate certain statements, whether true or false, primarily cause and effect relationships. Now, the experimental validity of cause and effects relationships through the scientific method, that merit was stolen and applied to things that aren't science, and they were taught to us as science. For example, the heliocentric model. The majority of the heliocentric model and idea cannot be validated through the scientific method. In fact, prominent astrophysicists today say people in my field don't use the scientific method. No one in my field uses the scientific method. What we operate on is guessing, leaps of logic, mathematical constructs, etc. So while you may be right that science has a way of validating things and arbitrating certain propositions, it is not the only source of epistemology or the arbiter of all propositions. For example, sometimes you just have to measure something. So I'll submit to you that we, as the public, have been duped into this paradigm claimed as science, but it's actually science falsely so called.
Right. No, I totally agree. There's been times in our history, recent history, I would even say that science has been wrong, right? And so we have to be careful what we call science, because I'm not saying if anybody claims that they're doing something in the name of science that they are accurate, or that there's validity behind what they're saying.
A simple Google search of the peer review crisis will demonstrate that the majority of scientific claims are never reproducible or never have been validated by experiments in the first instance. They're just one big giant circle jerk of people agreeing with each other. Now, when it comes to the heliocentric model and paradigm, specific times in the history of the formulation of this idea, there are men who have been involved as the primary pushers of the ideas that came to a conclusion where they had a fork in the road and they had to make a decision of how to interpret the facts. And in their own words, in their own lectures, in their own books, they admitted that they chose one option over the other on philosophical grounds, not necessary grounds. That should make anyone shudder when they're thinking about the scientific paradigm as this dispassionate rule of measure. No, it's not dispassionate. It has humans at the helm, and humans are corrupt. Humans lie, humans steal, humans have biases. So these men, right, came to this piece of evidence that seemed to indicate that the Earth is at the center of the universe, completely decrying certain theories. So what did they do? They decided to interpret the data differently based on a philosophical bias. They said in their own words that the idea that the Earth is at the center or in a special place in the cosmos is intolerable. Intolerable. Meaning to them, they cannot tolerate the concept that the Earth is at the center. Why? Why? Another man used the word terrifying. The implications of the Earth being at the center of the universe are terrifying. Why? Why would the Earth being in this place or that place strike terror into a man's heart? Well, my friend, you and I both know the answer, don't we? There's only one answer. Okay, the vast materialistic pursuit of the one universe theory is based on creating an excuse that we don't need a God. Okay, that's the honest truth, and that's why the implications of being in the center are terrifying. Because if we're in the center of everything, and we are the epicenter of everything, then that has huge metaphysical implications for the nature of humanity in relationship to speciality, which requires intention. And in that requires a higher power. And these men did not want to be accountable to a higher power. And that is why quotes from these men say so, like this. It's not that science forces us to create a certain apparatus of discovery, right? Rather, we choose it on philosophical biases because we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. Does that sound like dispassionate measure and rule? Or does that sound like a guy shoving his religious predispositions up an idea? Well, I think we both know the answer.
Yeah.
The formation of the heliocentric paradigm is rife with these types of examples. In fact, there's a video, right? 200 pivotal quotes from these men that change everything about this paradigm. And you could just watch this video. It's 200 quotes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a commentary, right? And each one directly demonstrates to you the bias in the way this thing was formulated. People like Einstein, Hubble, Galileo, all these people who are so pivotal in the paradigm we quote unquote have today. So let me submit to you, friend, that it's not true.
The quotes are regarding what again? Sorry, help me understand that.
The ideas about the interpretations of the facts. So you look at a set of facts,
mm-hmm.
and it could be interpreted this way or it could be interpreted that way. And they just pick one or the other based on philosophy.
Oh, okay.
Like the universe expanding or contracting. Like I think it's Hubble that talks about the Doppler, and he goes, if you look at the redshift, blue shift, and you look at it from this other matrix of interpretation, then the universe is shrinking. But if you look at it this way, the universe is expanding. And we don't like the idea of the universe shrinking because that would mean the Earth is probably at the center. So therefore, it must be expanding. Why? Because I say so. Because I feel like choosing it. Because
right.
I don't like the idea of being specifically placed at the center of creation by a creator. I don't like that idea. I find it appalling and horrifying, and therefore I'm going to choose otherwise.
Right. It's philosophical, not
right. So
not
we arrive today. Yeah, we arrive today where we're taught that science is this dispassionate fact-finding mission, right? To where we give you the explicit facts of reality as best we know them, apart from our bias, and that just ain't true. Hey, let me put it to you this way, friend. Cosmology has 0 viable scientific hypotheses. Astronomy has 0 scientific hypotheses. Astrophysics has 0 scientific hypotheses. None of them are into the purview of the scientific method because the variables are intangible in principle, because they're out there. That means, my friend, that what we have arrived at today is an interpretation, no different than a religion. In fact, it is a religion. Heliocentric paradigm that has been perpetrated upon the world, that we live on a giant floating space ball hurtling through space from a big bang in an infinite vacuum, is a religious proposition, sir, not science.
Right. It's more of a belief, right? And I think people that don't perform their own experiments and observations, they subscribe to belief systems, not necessarily science.
Right, but this belief system has everything. It has a creation story. It has an origin story. It has a system of morality, how we should think about it. It even has a salvation story that one day we will merge with machines and transpose ourselves out of our physical bodies and become energy clouds floating in the cosmos. It has all the bells and whistles of a space religion. That's what it is.
Crazy. So my next question, if it's okay, I have one more that I'm curious about, and that's regarding gravity.
Sure.
Like, help me understand.
Sure.
Your.
I don't even need you to ask any more questions. I can tell you all about it.
Cool.
Okay. Gravity is a creative force, no different than a god in the heliocentric mythos, alleged to be the creation mechanism of these giant floating balls, where you have from the explosion massive particulates that then accrete together through gravitational forces and stick together into giant balls. The problem is, when you model gravitational accretion on disparate clouds of gas and matter, right, in a computer, you don't get balls. In fact, what you have to do to get a ball, you have to add factors called stickiness factors. You have to control and curate the experience in order to get a ball, right? So even then it falls apart. Secondly, gravity is alleged to be the thing we know as down and up. 1 second, I'm going to clear my throat.
And I'm holding my hand up because I want to say something whenever you're done.
So gravity is alleged to be that creative force, right? Now, I want to submit to you, my friend, nobody went in a time machine and verified any of this. Not to mention that they can't model it, right? So just take that history lesson about their creation story and put that on the side for now. And let's talk about what it is in practicality. Because the only reason why gravity comes up in a globe Earth flat Earth discussion is because people believe that the Earth is already a globe and therefore you need an inwards attraction to pull everything to the center of the globe. If the Earth is flat, you don't need such a thing. It's irrelevant. However, let's just say, for sake of argument, that gravity isn't the effect we see. Because let me tell you, friend, when you drop something that's denser than the air, it goes to the ground. When you let something go that's lighter than the air, it goes up. You experience that. I've experienced that. Flatsy's experienced that. Kim Jong-un in North Korea has experienced that. Everyone experiences that. Now, if you just said that's gravity, and we just call that phenomena gravity, that things go up and down based on their density in the medium relative to it, that would be fine. But that's not the claim. The claim of gravity in the heliocentric paradigm is that giant floating space balls either attract everything to them through mass attracts mass forces or through the bending and warping of space-time itself. Now, either one is appealing to one thing, one phenomena that we all experience. What's that phenomena? Down. Okay, gravity is synonymous with down. Down is synonymous with the opposite of up. Up and down are synonymous with perpendicular to level.
Right.
Level is synonymous with horizontal. So, my friend, I would submit to you that all we have ever experienced about gravity is up and down. That's it. We have never experienced, not once in our entire lives, the globe claim, which is inwards towards a giant floating ball. Never.
Okay.
Can I say something, or do you want to say something real quick, Sage?
I want to say something else. Yeah.
Go for it.
So to wrap this up, my friend.
Okay, go ahead.
Wrap this up. Even if you give a concession that gravity is a force towards the center of mass, you can have a center of mass with a disparate structure above it and a flat Earth above that. So gravity is highly irrelevant to the globe or flat Earth. The only reason gravity is relevant is if you already have a globe or you need a creation story for a globe. Other than that, doesn't matter. With that, I yield to Flatsy.
Yes, remember the scientific method, and Einstein supersedes the mass attracts mass. But if you want to go with either, if you want to say Newton's, mass attracts mass, or Einstein's bending and warping of space-time, I implore you to go find a viable hypothesis for either of them to follow the scientific method, because also you should look up the definition to pseudoscience, because it's a collection of practices and beliefs that are um, they claim to be based off of the scientific method, but are not. That is what pseudoscience is. So all you've got are mathematical constructs to describe why things go up and down, but mainly down. So
Right.
if you can find a viable hypothesis in either of their papers, bring them here. We've been looking for it. It ain't there.
Okay. I guess my question is, and this is I don't pretend to know a lot about gravity. I think gravity, in my personal observations, is a downward force, right? And I don't know. I don't know if that downward force is because we're on a spherical object. Right. I've always assumed that it is, and so the whole mass attracts mass idea makes sense, or has made sense to me. The curious part to me is that it's not a linear rate of downward force, right? It's exponential. And
what do you mean exponential?
well, so if we drop something, there is terminal velocity, right? But the rate at which something accelerates towards the ground, it's exponential until it hits that terminal velocity.
The
right?
9.8 meters squared.
Sure. So let's say that's true. Let's say that's true.
Mm-hmm.
What of a contingent necessity for that to be true requires a sphere to be below the vector of directionality? The answer I will submit to you, my friend, just listen. The answer is 0.
Right. No, I think that's neither here nor there. It could be a cube. It could be a coin.
Bingo, friend. Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I guess my I don't even know if this is directly related to flat Earth or not, but it's just an observation, one that I'm trying to understand about gravity, and that is why is it an exponential rate increase and not a linear one? And because I think there's some interest, there could be some interesting things around that. But gravity's something that I think a lot of people in the world claim to understand that don't actually understand.
Well, I mean, it's kind of simple.
It's like quantum physics. If you understand, the people that know about it don't understand it.
And the people that understand it don't know about it.
Yeah.
It's so funny because we are dealing with some flat earthers that are making wild claims about it right now because they want a replacement for why things go down. And really, the simple thing is that sometimes just the reality and what we all observe is just the way that the reality is. Maybe there's not an answer that we can acquire, and that's fine. That's fine with me until something is put forth that isn't fallacious, or based off of fallacious reasoning, because I won't accept that. And I don't think anybody in this panel now, hopefully, wouldn't either. And I would implore you to start learning about logical fallacies because that is what the globe paradigm is riddled with, are logical fallacies.
Yeah, friend. So let's do an experiment right now with you. Okay, it's very simple. Just requires you to follow along and answer the questions.
Is it just me or is it AI roboting?
No, it's not me. I hear him just fine.
Me too. I hear him fine. Your connection, maybe.
All right, so now that science denier has tried to stop this experiment, let's continue. Okay, so 3 days ago, I ate a big bucket of chicken and I got full. Okay. I ate a big bucket of chicken, therefore I was full. Today, I'm full. What did I eat? Any answer?
I'm the only one that's to answer, I suppose.
Well, anybody can answer if they know what I ate, based on the evidence
Biscuits
that
and
I've given
gravy.
so far. Okay, it's a good guess.
Donut. I know you ate a
So,
donut.
well, yeah, you know that. That's right. So, I think you recognize that the information I gave you previously wasn't sufficient to tell you what I ate today. Even though the resultant of the previous was full. Chicken full. Chicken full. Today full. What did I eat? Chicken? Not necessarily.
You've been more than chicken.
Yes. So now, let's formulate this in a globe claim.
Also could be that what you call chicken and my understanding of chicken are two different things.
That's fine, but we're just using common language. So let's extrapolate this to a globe claim. Okay?
Sure.
If the Earth is a ball, an object in the distance, right, on the surface, will have a hump of Earth curve in between me and it, and I won't be able to see the bottom. Okay, if the Earth was a ball. I go out into the real world, and I can't see a bottom of a boat out in the distance. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Now, does that sound proper?
I'm going to have to ask you to say it one more time.
Okay, if the Earth was a ball, things in the distance, you wouldn't be able to see the bottom because of the hump of Earth curve. So let's make it simple. If the Earth was a ball, things would disappear from the bottom, far away. I go out into the real world, I look out and I can't see the bottom of the boat. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Now, is that proper reasoning?
There could be other variables at play.
Correct. So the same with the chicken. It's not a contingent necessity in that argument string that the Earth is therefore a ball. It could be. That's all you can get. So if I tell you I'm full, I could have had chicken, but I didn't necessarily have chicken. Now, I will submit to you, my friend, that the majority of globe arguments require this formal structure known as affirming the consequent, formal logical fallacy. Could be a ball, is not necessarily a ball. Other claims of the globe require presuppositional reasoning. Okay? So where the claim, we already know the Earth is a ball, is put at the beginning, and then something that requires the Earth to be a ball is then said, and then the end conclusion is therefore the Earth is a ball. However, the presupposition wasn't proven in the first instance. The majority of Now, I will submit to you, my friend, that the majority of globe arguments require this formal structure known as affirming the consequent, formal logical fallacy. Could be a ball, is not necessarily a ball. Other claims of the globe require presuppositional reasoning. Okay? So where the claim, we already know the Earth is a ball, is put at the beginning, and then something that requires the Earth to be a ball is then said, and then the end conclusion is therefore the Earth is a ball. However, the presupposition wasn't proven in the first instance. The majority of globe evidence also falls in that category. There's very few direct evidences or proofs that are even in principle direct when it comes to the globe. In fact, I can only think of two. Out of all the alleged evidences, there's only two that don't require you to assume the Earth is a ball in order for the conclusion to carry. Those two pieces of evidence are alleged pictures and eyewitness anecdotes, not testimony. I almost said testimony, foolishly, because somebody telling you something isn't testimony. It's an anecdote. Somebody swearing on the Bible in court under penalty of perjury, that's testimony.
Sure.
So we have, for the grand total of proofs that aren't logically fallacious on their face, for the globe, the anecdotal stories of people and alleged pictures. That's it.
And that's only two alleged pictures. One is the pale blue dot, and the other one, forget what they called that one.
Earthrise. And no, there's three. So there's Earthrise, the pale blue dot, and then the other one was the one, the blue marble.
Yeah, but
the
we
real
know the
blue marble.
Yeah, we know the blue marble, and they admit was taken from low altitude around the Earth. It wasn't taken beyond low Earth orbit.
Right. He did admit that. So it's Photoshop, but it
Right.
has
So
to be.
let's
Okay.
let's talk about those two images. Now, the reason why we only said there's three when you think there's hundreds is because the majority of those quote unquote hundreds are claimed by the sources to be composites, not photographs. They're just images. They're not claimed to be a shot of the Earth from a specific location with a specific camera and frame. There's only like three of those. So let's talk about, since we just talked about the lowest one, let's talk about the middle one, the one on Earth. Sorry, the one on the moon. Okay, let me put it to you this way. Who can validate that that picture is true? The answer is nobody. Right? Zero people. The only validation is the anecdotal accompaniment by the alleged people who were there as eyewitnesses. So you're basically just gambling that they're telling the truth. That's up to you, whether you want to put faith in those men who look like somebody killed their mom when they came back from the mission. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody did kill one of their moms. Sorry, too soon? So, that picture's scandalous. Now let's talk about
that they saw aliens or something.
Yeah. Let's talk about the pale blue dot. The pale blue dot was allegedly, I think, taken by Voyager, which was supposedly this long-range satellite that's being shot out into space, right? And it took a picture of Earth as it started to leave or something. Okay, look at that photo, bro. Pull it up and look at it. It looks like a photo that a kid took with your camera on vacation by throwing it out the window against a wall. It's just a blurry streaks with a dot on it. There is no way to validate what you're even looking at. An absolute farce to use that as evidence of anything. So, we have a bunch of shoddy characters saying they went to the moon. They can't even remember whether they saw stars or not. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
A photo that can't be validated in any way, shape, or form. Another photo, which looks like somebody's used toilet paper. Can't even tell what's on it. So this is the grand body of evidence, first order evidence of the globe. So what am I supposed to do with that? Believe it? Take it on faith? Trust that the United States government would never lie to me?
And it would never hold up in a court of law. Guarantee that.
Hey, the
Or should
government
I
loves you.
Yeah. Or should I trust Hubble, who hated the idea of God being in control so much that he completely skewed his entire interpretation of the lights in the sky? Or any of these other guys who had shoddy motives and clear biases that they admitted to? Should I believe them? Hey, this is my submission to you, my friend, is that the globe is the extraordinary claim, contrary to common experience, that requires extravagant explanations and stories with presuppositions and logical fallacies throughout to sustain itself. It's a web of lies, interconnected and interwoven through the centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Perpetrated, my friend, upon us when we were the most vulnerable in our youth, when our brains and our minds and our spirits were in their formative years, trying to reach out to our parents and loved ones. Where do I live? Who am I? And they said, we don't know. We'll let the government tell you. We'll let the scientific, allegedly scientific establishment tell you. We'll let the education system tell you who you are. And let me tell you what they told your children. In the words of Carl Sagan, right? Very famous astro guy. You're nothing. You're not special. You're an insignificant speck on a pale blue dot in an insignificant corner of an ever-expanding nothingness. That's what you are. God forbid they tell you the truth, that you are specifically created and placed in the center of creation, the apple of God's eye, the pinnacle, the reason. You're not insignificant. This is your home, specifically designed for you. Self-evidently, by the way. But rather than face that truth, these men conspired against humanity to dupe them down their fantasy that there is no God to answer to. Because they're scared to death of what that means for them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that answers the other question that you might ask, which is, why would they lie? Why would they lie about the shape of the earth?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? We wouldn't
Well,
normally
to
bring this
hide
up to
things,
people because we
to
don't really
benefit.
have to. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and I think the answer to that question is simply put, to benefit, right? And why do people lie in general? And it's either to hide something for their own benefit, or
Very good. Smart cookie.
yeah,
To exploit.
yeah, take
Well, that's
I
advantage
mean,
of.
same
it's really
category.
not even, it doesn't even have to be that deep now. I mean, maybe when it was initially perpetrated, but at this point, most people just believe the lie.
Yeah, so you're right. Most people lie to gain or avoid consequences. They either gain benefit or avoid consequences.
Yep.
And there's several thousand years, well, 100 years into deep in the lie to really, as any liar, it's just gonna keep
doubling down
going until they get caught. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think that's a pattern that's observable in society, right? It's very rare to find people
Yeah,
that.
and I know that as a formal professional liar.
What is that? Sales or turning?
No, hey, listen, he's not allowed to talk about. Look, he's not allowed to talk about his period with the Biden campaign.
Okay. Um.
Oh, an NDA.
So as I was, when I originally started talking, we were talking about observing planets and objects in the sky through a telescope. I said something that I thought would trigger a bunch of people, but I didn't hear anything. So the moon, right? It doesn't rotate, or at least it does. Like if you're a glober, is that the right term? If I'm not okay. If I'm a
There's no
glober,
derogatory
God,
terms. That's the least
please don't
derogatory.
be an anti-flat earther.
Okay. So if I'm one of those, and I believe that this thing does rotate, but it rotates perfectly with the orbit of the Earth. I think that's oddly suspicious. Now,
No, it's not.
Just the like the probabilities of the Goldilocks condition, the distance from the sun, that's exactly the diameter of the moon as well, and the moon rotating at the perfect fucking rotation,
right.
so we see just one face. It's just so crazily impossible. Like in probability terms, it's just crazy.
Yep. So
have good questions.
Yeah, I guess my thought around that is, I mean, it could be a spherical object, right? Or it could be a flat object. It could be an illusion. There's a lot of things it could be. And
let me stop you there. You can keep going because there's a lot of theories about what the moon is, what's behind the dome. It's nice to think about that and find out. Perhaps if you find out, you can you can tell us. But
I wouldn't invoke a dome. I would just say container. But
yeah,
we can't verify what the moon is.
yes,
So, yeah.
exactly.
But
yeah,
it's not an illusion. We all experience the moon. You know, it does its thing. It's up there. Sorry, go ahead.
The interesting thing to me is, whatever it is, it's well thought out. Because if it were a flat surface, I'm not saying that it is or it isn't, but in order for it to be a flat surface, there would be certain properties that it just couldn't follow, right?
Why does the moon have to be flat if the Earth is flat?
Right, it doesn't. And it could be spherical, it could be an illusion, a projection, it could be all sorts of things. But
right. So if it, I'll submit to you, my friend, that if you put it into the category of optical effects, right, and you can't validate the medium between it and us, then you've basically opened it up to be able to do anything. So then when you go down the track of say, oh, well, it should look this way if the Earth was flat or that way if the Earth was flat, you're then going back to the assumptions of absolute free space between us and the moon, no optical effects, and all these other types of things. So you got to be careful that you don't mix your categories there. So you can't apply, you can't say, oh, how does, like I said before, you can't say if the Earth is flat, then how do all the globe explanations work in the flat world? It's like, no, they don't work. That's the point.
Right.
So the moon is a mystery, and you're right that it does have a purpose. Right? The sky appears to us as a sign system. In fact, that's the way the majority of antiquity has interpreted it, as signs for days and times and seasons and years, and chicks frickin' cycles, and when you should be banging if you want to get a chick pregnant, and all these things. Right?
Okay, and the moon is mysterious like a woman is mysterious to a man. Okay. And sometimes even women are mysterious. Okay.
But women understand women and they hate each other.
Well, but
Right.
they've always attributed the moon to being like women or a woman, and the sun being like a
Yeah,
man.
well, mm, well, if you
Mysterious
actually,
moon.
Sage, one interesting uh, data about the moon and the sun, they have different light spectrum and effects. Actually, sunlight affects differently physical objects than the moon. Uh, you should check it out. I'm not gonna ramble about it, but it supposedly makes things colder instead of hotter, and putrefy instead of having antibacterial properties as the sun. And one feeds fire, and the other kind of dampens fire. If it was reflection of the sunlight, it would have properties at least at lower percentages of the sunlight, but it doesn't. So maybe it's self-illuminating. Who knows?
Right. It's almost like the sun gives energy and the moon takes energy.
Like the feminine and masculine principles and all that stuff, positive and negative.
You know,
It
really
makes sense.
strange. The strangest thing about the moon is that no matter where you are on the Earth, you see the exact same face. So I'm in South America. I'm assuming you're in, or sorry, South Africa. I'm assuming you're in North America. So when I see the moon on in the west, right, you see the moon in the east, but we see the exact same face.
Well, and that's where I was kind of going with the conversation originally.
One's a 6 and one's a 9. Is that what you were going to? Sorry, let me not. Go ahead.
So there's this concept called liberation, right? Here, let me see if I can share this image. Can I just upload an image? Is that allowed?
Yes, but you need the perms.
Okay.
But I think you're invested enough to not be playing a long troll just to porn bomb us. So I'll give you the perms.
Trying to share the link before, and that didn't work out too well. It didn't actually show anything.
You just gave him an
that's
idea.
that's because our silver members are slacking. Because what they're supposed to do, one of their duties, is to see that people are trying to do that, vet the link, and if it's good, then repost it on their behalf using the reply function.
Could I just do I can do the link. I mean,
I don't know how to do that.
Well, don't worry. I'll give you the role here shortly.
I'm silver, but I don't know how to do the link thing.
But this basically states that if you're in two different parts of the Earth, you should see a slightly different moon. It's very subtle.
You don't.
But that's
never
right. And I haven't personally observed that myself. But it's just a concept that I'm familiar with, and so I wanted to bring that up and talk with you guys about it to see if testing has been done on that or what your guys' thoughts are around that. But before I get into that, there was one other thing I wanted to mention, and that was just Occam's razor. I'm sure you're familiar with that term.
Familiar. Oh, so familiar. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. No, I don't subscribe to it as a rule because I do think there's danger in just subscribing wholeheartedly to one methodology that isn't the scientific method. But I do believe it's a good way to establish a hypothesis, and otherwise we could be creating hypotheses all day long, every day. And so it's like, hey, let's get to the most simplest explanation, test that theory out, and then go from there.
Oh, absolutely. So let's be clear, the simplest explanation to the fact that we experience water and the Earth as a flat stationary plane is that it's a flat stationary plane.
Is that Occam's razor?
Yeah, Occam's razor is what's the simplest explanation?
Yeah, you should look at
No, that's not it. That is not it, friend.
That's not it. Yeah, okay.
It is the explanation that requires the least amount of assumptions.
Right.
It has been bastardized into the simplest explanation.
Yeah, I'm
now,
sorry.
Why are those two things so different? I'll tell you why. Because when you make an assumption and you need that to carry your conclusion, right? You need to prove the assumption in order for the conclusion to be proven true. Otherwise, you just have a long line of fallacious reasoning and a conclusion. So, think about it. The Earth is experienced as a flat, stationary plane. How many assumptions do I need for that? 0.
Right.
So it is the simplest explanation. It's experienced that way because it is that way.
Yeah, and requires the fewest amount of assumptions. I totally agree.
Yeah, what's fake actually put in the live stream voice text is what you were talking about, but a better imagery of it than what you were trying to show us. So if you look at it, even better.
Yeah, I like that actually a lot. That's exactly what I was talking about.
So what did you call it? Libration?
I believe so. I think it's
Okay,
like
well, you know that the moon is actually Luna, right?
Right.
And people who are crazy were called lunatics because they would obsess about the moon. And when the moon could be full, they'd get nuts. And a lot of times it was because they were drinking libations, which causes them to gyrate in the form of libations, which gives you the explanations of the globes, which I gave the assassination.
Straight fire, what?
You're so silly.
How did you come up with this in 3 milliseconds?
I'm from the future, so I had like 3 days to figure it out.
Dude, I was joking about joining your sect, but I'm all in. Whatever you're doing, making, just consider me on board, man. I will polish your shoes or whatever.
What if I buy shoes from a Polish shoemaker and you polish my polish?
I need to polish my polish too, so I used to know some polish.
Oh gosh, there's a lady present.
So what you're trying to say is that when a lady's present, she has to have a dirty mind?
No comment.
Moonstruck. I like it. Well, it's getting late for me, but I appreciate the conversation and meeting all you guys. It's been really good.
Likewise.
Yo, it was a pleasure, and have a good life, man.
It was a rocky start, but we're glad you stuck in there.
That's why it was so good, because it turned around.
I like it.
Yeah, I agree. It was great.
Take care,
All right.
man.
Take care, Al.
You too, buddy.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify and get involved with the conversation about Earth. now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
Just let him talk. Let Bangladesh talk. So now you're on here. Looks like you were cognitive dissonance, but I went ahead and took you off of that so that you can come in here. Yoshi on steroids, are you there? This is your big moment. Go ahead and unmute.
What's up, Yoshi?
Well, you were talking this and that in the lobby. You have the ability to speak now. You can do so. Now you got nothing to say? It's up to you, man. Do you want to go back to Cogdis? Because I gave you VC verified so you can come in here and speak. If you're going to just be wasting time and not do that. Hello?
Pretty decent amount of chat history. You'd probably go in there and see if there's anything interesting. See, good 34 pages. So there's a lot to say in the chat. But yeah, dude, chime in, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, Yoshi, chime in.
Have you been high up in a plane? One of the messages.
Hello.
Hey. What's up?
No, I'm not muted anymore.
I know. So what was your position in the lobby saying that let him speak? Go ahead and tell
me. I just think that you should let him speak and not keep interrupting him. That's my opinion.
Why? Was he saying correct things?
Huh?
Was he saying correct things?
I don't know, because I wasn't listening.
Well, how the fuck are you going to interrupt then and say that you weren't listening? Now I'm going to get on your ass.
Everyone has the right to speak. What the hell?
What do you mean the right to speak? This ain't a democracy, fool.
Nonsense. You should have a right to speak, and you should let him speak whatever he says.
Well, what the fuck do you think was happening when he was saying things that were incorrect? Think about it.
I don't care. You should let him speak.
You don't care.
Yes,
so this is a server according to Yoshi on steroids. Right? That's what this server's about. This server's about Yoshi on steroids dictating what needs to go on here. Well, Yoshi on steroids wants something to happen, so we gotta.
That's all you're doing. You're like shutting people up, and then bring your arguments without letting them bring their arguments.
Also, you're moving your yapper. You're moving your yapper right now, and I'm shutting you up. Is that what I'm doing?
Listen to Bangladesh. He asked how you know that he's speaking nonsense, but you keep interrupting him anyways.
He's taking 5 right now. He's having a seat. He's already tired of trying to defend something he only has a belief in. Now we're looking to you. What do you have to bring to the table?
Well, you're quiet as fuck. I have to make you louder. What did you say?
What do you have to bring to the table?
Well, I just joined the voice chat to listen what other people have to say, but yeah.
All right. Well, you're here now, so you have your mic open. What do you think about the topic?
I think that Earth is a globe.
Okay, and why do you think that?
Because it's more realistic.
Okay,
a flat Earth is physically impossible, or like
in
less
what
possible.
Way? I don't want to hear about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. In what way?
Sorry, I was just amused by what he was saying within the first 5
seconds. Also, not everything in space. It's like a ball too, just like Earth. So why can't it be a ball too?
Okay, so everything in space.
Everything in space. Everything in space. Yeah, that's my view. But your view doesn't match with mine. That's why we cannot argue.
I mean, you can have. Listen, you can think whatever you want. I'm only asking for evidence, bro. That's it.
My floor is a light bulb because my ceiling has light bulbs.
What evidence do you have, Yoshi?
My verse.
Am I interrupting you? I'm asking what evidence you have. Just bring it. You have some evidence.
He said his words.
Stars,
Sorry,
moon, sun, everything.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
So what do you think are sun and moon? What are they?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Let's start like this. If you're going to point at something, let's call it the moon, and because that seems circular to you, you're then going to assume that the thing that you're standing on is also circular too, or round. How would you prove this though? Because at the moment it just sounds like you're making declarations. That is a tree, so I must be a tree too. When you go to the forest, for example, that's how coherent this argument is. The thing is, how do you prove that this, the Earth, is like that, the moon? You can't just declare it is because one thing is looking like a circle, so the thing you are on must be too. You have to prove it, sunshine. You can't just declare things, otherwise you sound like a religious idiot, standing on the floor and making declarations. How do you prove it is our question.
Well, do you have pictures of a flat Earth from like the third person? Like not only that is no curvature, but an actual pic of a flat Earth. Do you have that?
Okay, so what you're saying is you believe the Earth is a ball because of pictures taken from space.
Like that, yeah. But do you have like a model of a flat Earth, an actual model?
No. 2 seconds on what you just said. So, can you verify pictures from a place that you can't go to?
You can go.
Can you? Can you go to a place that doesn't exist?
Oh, shit, he said you can go there, Jedi. So obviously, I guess we can go.
And that's what I mean. I'm saying that space exists, but you say that space doesn't exist. That's why our two views don't match.
Do you want to know?
It's impossible for us to argue because you have different beliefs and different facts.
Listen. Do you want to know why we don't believe in the second law of thermodynamics violation you call a vacuum of space? It's not just because we see pictures and go, it's because the vacuum of space violates natural law. Do you know what natural laws are? Things that apply always.
Why don't you believe in the vacuum?
Because you can't have gas pressure, the thing that's keeping you alive at the moment, in an open system, which they declare the Earth to be. If the Earth was an open system, we wouldn't have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon. And the gas, according to entropic law, would increase and disperse into the vacuous space. Because that's how natural laws work in the physical and natural world. What
gas
you're
pressure
going to
exists.
Yes, we have gas pressure. Do you know what the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is?
You don't need a container for that.
Oh, see, but you do understand that when I hold on, my friend, very quickly, you do understand that when I do put gas into a container, the consequence of that gas is now is under pressure, right? You understand that, yeah?
Yes, but there's no gravity in a canister.
Okay.
Like, listen.
No,
Earth,
no.
There's the Earth core, the center of Earth.
You're just going to make stories again. I'm going to get you down to now going to have to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or at least point to the phenomena where your assertion of gravity is actually affecting gas. Can you do that?
Hold on. Can I explain to you how Earth has Earth pressure without being a container?
No, you have to answer his question. He asked you a question, now you have to answer it. That's how this works.
What was his question?
You didn't fucking pay attention, dude. Listen.
No, my mom came into my room.
All right, well, you say it, Jedi.
All right, so first of all, you're going to give us a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or you can at least point to the phenomena where your assertion of gravity affects gas. Which direction?
Basically attracting things to the ground or to the middle.
Awesome. That's brilliant. So gravity's the direction downwards, yeah? I drop a rock, awesome. Which way does gas go?
It also goes down because it's attracted by gravity.
Does it go sideways? Does it go up? Does it go in all directions? Is that what gas does? Does gas go in all directions, does it?
Well, it depends. If the air is like closer to the Earth's core, it goes down.
Dude, you do understand that the gases of the Earth are produced within the mass of the Earth, the trees and on the surface level, and their first instinct is to fucking go away from the thing that you're still keeping them there. Do you know what the inverse square law is? Further away from mass, gravity decreases, my friend.
What?
Yeah, you don't know what the inverse square law is. Right, let's do this even more simply. You understand wind goes in all directions, but gravity is just a vector downwards. Therefore, you don't have an observable phenomena to start your science with, even if I gave you fucking gravity. Yeah.
Then explain to me why air pressure is on the ground higher than in high air.
That's called a gas pressure gradient. To achieve a gas pressure gradient, you must first have gas pressure, which requires a container. You can have a gas pressure gradient when you impart energy, let's call that heat, into the system. That's easily.
Wait, hold on. A container doesn't have a center with gravity pulling the air towards it.
You don't even have hold on. You don't even have gravity at the moment, mate. We're talking about the necessary requirement for gas to be under pressure is the thing that it presses upon. That will be the container, and why it's in the fucking word pressure. Because the gas needs to press upon something physical, like a tire on the ball, and the consequence of that physical pressing is the gas is now under pressure in that contained volume. If
and
you
that's
remove
only
the
like that because you don't believe in the gravity.
Shall I tell you why? Shall I tell you why? Because I've asked you 5 times at least to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You've got nowhere near that. And I've just ruined your argument because gravity doesn't affect gas, even when I give it to you. There you go. You can have gravity. That's why the rocks fall.
Gas has mass, and everything with mass is attracted by gravity.
Excellent. Show me gas attracting gas then.
What?
Show me gas, which is mass, attracting gas, which is mass. Show me gas attracting gas. And you do remember that the gases are produced here at surface level, and I told you that they go up into the sky away from the mass that is said to be attracting it to them. So, no, there's no observable phenomena when we're talking about gases being attracted to big things. The only way that you can stop gas is by physically containing it. The gas has hit something in front of it and then has an elastic collision and goes in another direction until it reaches the limitation of its volume. If you uncontain the gas, what happens to uncontained gas, my friend? Does it fuck off?
It fucks off.
Uncontained gas bursts out, but only if it doesn't is attracted by gravity.
Awesome. So, 8th time, sorry, you are now going to at least give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity.
I don't have a scientific experiment, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you, there isn't one. You know the mass attracting mass? That was superseded by Einstein. There's no experiment that proves mass attracting mass.
He's having an issue because he's grabbing the word gravity. He read the word on a book, right? Gravity does things, right? So he's using this word, these letters, and he's picking it from the book and saying, "Hey guys, gravity does things." But he thinks that's all he needs. That word say gravity. But sir, you have to provide an example of the cause and effect relationship that will bring you to the conclusion that that word means something and it does stuff, right?
Okay, can I have like streaming perms that I can show it to you on Paint?
It's not exactly, but my point is that you can't just say one word and say this word does stuff. You can't do that, sir. That's not.
You're assuming that you know what gravity is, and then you're applying it to another.
We don't screen share in the live stream, just so you know. Not one person has that ability.
Okay, so if you
can share a link. You can share a link, and we will look at it.
We're also looking for a real world example as well.
I mean, let's put it like this. No, you're fine. Let's put it like this. And we're trying to help you, if anything, by asking you the question to provide the scientific experiment that proves gravity, because you should, through your own research, be really pissed off if you don't find one. There isn't a scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend.
Can I at least show you a sketch? Can I make a sketch and send it to somebody?
Oh, we're going to use drawings? We're not going to use like real world experiments?
Only to add, I will find it interesting because Neil deGrasse Tyson, communicator for the mainstream science communicator, will say, I don't know what is gravity, but you will tell me now that you know. But science communicator will say that he doesn't know.
Why?
I just want to show you a sketch of what I mean.
Asking you
what
why.
I'm saying.
I'm asking you this
Wait,
question.
we
Why
know what you're saying, brother. We know what you're saying. We're looking for a real world demonstration of what you're saying. We know what you mean.
Not a sketch. Not a sketch. A real world demonstration. We know what they said gravity was. We know that. We're looking for a real world experiment.
Well, I think the gas pressure gradient is enough. Like when you're on the ground.
Sorry.
Let me talk.
No, sorry. You can't point at the sky and declare the claim, which is the sky, to now be the proof for that claim. The proof and the claim can't be the same thing. So you can't just raise your arm to the sky.
If you are just about to say a gas pressure gradient and then we have a vacuum, you are talking about an entropy decrease, which is a violation of laws of nature. Entropy increases, gas disperses in all directions and disperses into lower pressure environments. What you're going to say is eventually the gas doesn't do that. There's a decrease in entropy. You're going to have to provide a physical demonstration of a decrease in entropy and wait your Nobel Prize in physics. Because it can't be achieved.
Gas has mass, so it's being held by gravity. And when it's closer to the Earth middle point, then there's also more air molecules. So that means
how many times are you going to say
it? Higher pressure because there's more air molecules.
Where's the gas produced, and why are you so surprised there's more gas closer to where the gas produced as in further away from it? Why are you so surprised that there's more gas down here where the gas is produced at surface level, within the trees, within the biological and chemical cycles of the earth upon which you stand? Why are you
saying that gas would all go into lower pressure zones? So
no, what we're saying is
held by gravity.
Hold on. Again, that's a declaration. You're going to have to prove it with a scientific experiment. But I'm going to tell you for what happens to be the 10th fucking time now that gravity is just down and gas expands in all directions. In actual fact, gravity isn't even mentioned in the second law of thermodynamics. It's never mentioned in any laws to do with gas behavior, because we understand how gas behaves. It doesn't go away from a big thing, let's call it the mass of the Earth, and get homesick and decide to come back. That's what you're saying. The gas gets far away from the Earth, where the vacuum is, where it should disperse into, where there should be an increase in entropy according to laws of nature. But you think the gas stops and comes back because the thing it left behind was big? You're an idiot. Surely you must understand that that's ridiculous to suggest it, my friend.
No.
Say gravity. Say, good. Say gravity again. Then give me the scientific experiment for it.
I don't have a scientific experiment for it because I just came here without preparing anything.
That's fine. Well, let me take you through it. The mass attracting mass thing that you've been talking about was superseded over 108 years ago. The Newtonian gravity, the one that Newton himself didn't want to be associated with because he called it a magic at a distance. It was laughable. Then Einstein comes along and supersedes that idea, which was laughable, that Newton didn't want to be associated with, and came up with the bending and warping of space-time, a mathematical concept. Now, you must understand that they didn't prove the first one. They went on to something else, and they didn't scientifically prove it. They mathed it on a presupposition that the Earth was already a ball in space. So there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend.
Okay.
That's a shame.
Then what is the stuff holding us back down when we jump? That is gravity, but what is it else?
No.
Okay, explain
If
to
you
me then.
couldn't answer with gravity, okay, so if a person jumps up into the air and they fall back down, you're going to say gravity, right? But there's another answer. So if I strip your gravity answer away from you, there is another answer. What's the answer for why when we jump up and come back down to the Earth, why does that happen?
Yeah, why does it happen? I'm asking that
Not
to you.
using gravity. Not how does that happen?
It pulls you back down. Simple.
No.
So what do you think?
No.
Do you think it's a magical force or something?
No, I don't think. No, I don't. You think it's a magical force. We don't believe in the pseudoscience of gravity. Okay.
Explain it to me. How do you come back
The
down?
reason that we fall back down to Earth is because we're more dense than the air.
Let's just take a look at your beliefs for a moment. You have two underlying beliefs here. One is that you should float away, and two is that something's pulling you down. So those are two underlying ideas that you should probably address. If you took those two ideas away, that's what he's trying to say. Take those two ideas away, and what's happening? You can't fly. What's so hard about that?
Yeah, you can fly. That's a fact. But if gravity doesn't exist,
you're adding extra ideas on. You're adding extra ideas on. Well, I can't fly, but I should be able to. But something is stopping me. So you just have extra ideas you need to peel away, and you'll realize that maybe nothing's really happening, and you just can't fly.
It's cool.
Yeah, so if you jump off a skydiving board into the water, right? You jump off, right? And you say, hey, this is proof of gravity, right? I'm falling down to the earth, right? And then you hit the water, and then you float back up to the top. Where's gravity?
Right. Scientifically speaking, the only thing that we can determine within science is relative density. So, for example, I've got a fish tank and it's full of water, and I've got a boiled egg. I drop the boiled egg into the bottom of the fish tank full of water, and it stays at the bottom. I impart salt into the water, make the water denser, and guess what happens to the egg? It rises. Scientifically, being as I've only varied and manipulated the medium which the egg resided in, I made it denser, then that is the cause. So, in a scientific experiment, we can't vary and manipulate gravity to see if it has the presumed effect. You can just assert it based on your presupposition that we live on the ball and this is the mechanism that keeps you down to the earth. But scientifically speaking, in an experiment, it's relative density because we can only vary and manipulate that. Do you know what a scientific experiment is?
It's an experiment that proves things.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, we see a phenomena in the physical and natural world, something happening, and we want to figure out what the cause of that happening is. So it's a cause and effect relationship. So in science, when it comes down to gravity, being as we can't vary and manipulate gravity, well, it's not gravity then. Being as the only thing that we can vary and manipulate is me and you jumping off of fucking buildings, or the egg in water, just for example, it's relative density. That's all we can science.
We can replicate that too.
Unless you want to give me some... And again, you keep saying mass attracting mass. That's the old idea, 108 years out of date, superseded by Einstein, general relativity, bending and warping of space-time. So the reason you don't fly away is because of the disturbance of the fabric of space-time because of the mass of the Earth. Just catching you up with your own scientific rhetoric, because you seem to be, like I said, 108 years out of date, and we get it because this is what we were all educated, but it's not true. When they make a claim, they should provide evidence for it. There isn't evidence for it according to the scientific method. That's not us being belligerent and, you know, just wanting to hand wave shit because it doesn't comport with our beliefs. There's no scientific experiment for it, so what should we fucking do? Just believe stories? No, there's no evidence for it. Fuck them. So when we talk about gas dispersing into the vacuum of space, there's no gravity that's been proven. There's no decrease in entropy. So the vacuum of space, according to natural law, can't exist. You know, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum uncontained, that shouldn't exist because you're not stupid. You know that to contain gas, you need a football. And if you take the football away, the gas fucks off. So Jupiter, giant ball of gas in a vacuum,
Jupiter is
not
a huge mass of gas, and gas, of course, has mass. So if there's a huge ball of gas, it becomes it has gravity then.
You don't know what entropy is.
Just show us one demonstration that proves gravity is real. Just one.
You don't know what entropy is, do you, mate?
Nah, English is not my first language, so
that's not a problem. I'll help you with it. What happens to a hot cup of coffee if I leave it alone?
It cools down.
Exactly. What happens when I burst a tire to the high pressure inside?
The gas bursts out.
Awesome. So this is a direction. It doesn't reverse, as in the hot cup of coffee doesn't get hotter and the low pressure doesn't go into the tire. That's stupid. That's not how the world works. So being as we understand how the world works, according to entropy...
Because a huge amount of pressure is being released. It's only for a short time.
Oh dear. You do understand that everything you just said violates laws of nature. Gas expands. It doesn't stay still because there's lots of gas.
Yeah, that's what I said. It expands, but not forever.
Well, hold on. Forever until it reaches the limitation of its volume. That would be the container that it's in.
If it were in a vacuum, it would go on forever. Which is why it doesn't make sense that we would have gas on Earth if we were next to a vacuum. It would suck it all off. It would fuck off, as Chris so politely says.
Yep. It's not, I mean, you might think it's just us flat earthers because we don't understand something or we have a belief that we can't let go of. No, these are laws of nature that always apply. And when we talk about gravity, there's no scientific experiment for it. So what do? Do we just believe what we're told to believe, or do we test the physical natural world, see how the physical natural world works, and understand that you can't have a vacuum of space?
And you know that it's a law because it's always true.
But if you don't think that gravity is real, how do sun and moon float? Do you even know what sun and moon are?
No, but neither do you. You just believe a story that fireball is in the vacuum of space, that Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, and that's fine for you, even though that violates natural law. But no, I don't know what the sun is, I don't know what the moon is, I don't know what the sky is made out of. All we know is the claim violates laws of nature, so can't be real.
And you do understand, we're not going to, replace the lie that you were told with another lie. If we knew the truth, we would tell you the truth, but we don't know. And we're okay with that. But we know how to test what we're being told, and what we're being told is not adding up.
The reason why we're spending so much time on this is because pretty much every single piece of evidence that you think proves the Earth to be a ball comes from an authority that you can't verify and comes from a place that doesn't exist. To you and to me, to Mayhem and to everybody else in the server, the Earth appears to us to be flat and stationary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've never seen curvature of the Earth with your own eyes. It's only been provided to you by an authority, right?
Because I've never been that high to actually see a curvature.
Okay, but you've heard the arguments that I can't see that boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way when I go down to the beach.
What, you mean the boat sinking behind the horizon?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it goes away because it vanishes under the curvature, like that you cannot see, but in the other direction, so you know.
Okay, so left to right curvature we can't see, but down here on the beach, when I observe a boat with my binoculars, the curvature of the Earth I can now see. So you're saying that curvature, that horizon is physical, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that would mean if we're on a ball with 3,959 miles for radius value, then the horizon, if it was physical, should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if I'm a 1 foot observer, the calculation is the square root of 1 is 1, we all know that, and 1 times 1.225 is, well,
wait, I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I know, I went a bit quick.
You're saying too much at a time.
That's fine. You understand maths exists, right?
Math?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, and we can use it to figure out things about geometric shapes, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. If we know the size of a ball, then we can figure out where the geometric horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So if we know the size of the ball, Earth, 3,959 miles, then the calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be for that observer is 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for an observer at 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1. So 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. That means for an observer at 1 foot above the surface of water, the geometric horizon must be 1.2 miles away. You understand that? Yes, no, maybe so.
Would you like a video? Would you like a video to help explain it?
If it's not that long.
It's like a minute long. Let me find it real quick.
In the
Go ahead, keep talking.
That's fine. In the live stream voice text, if you're in that text room, can you tell me when you see the observation of the 2 oil rigs, please?
Wait, what chat?
Live stream.
I don't think he has VC verified. I think he's got no roles.
Oh, dear me.
I'm working on it right now.
Thank you, mate.
Speaking about time, it's getting late. It's already like it's 9:30, and I really have to go because I have other stuff to do. So thanks for actually talking nice to me. Like the people last time I argued with, they were like not that good. I appreciate that, and although you did not change my opinion, I still appreciate that you argued with me.
Cool. You can still believe in gravity even though it's scientifically not, my friend. That's fine.
Only
I
one
will
thing.
research about gravity.
Sorry to add one thing. You are going in the right moment. This was the moment to show you something. Now you will go. You will not see that moment. Next time when you come,
I can look at it.
Okay,
I can look at the video later.
Okay, good.
Take care. Have a good one. Bye.
Yoshi, take care, man. Sleep.
All right, thanks, man.
Off the bed.
I'm gonna research about gravity and then
to the skin of the
show
earth.
you my results.
Yeah. Come back with that gravity and we'll talk about it, mate.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Watch out for the spin of the earth when you sleep, man. Take care.
Wear your spacesuit so the meteors don't hit you on the head.
Oh, you guys didn't convince me. Oh well. I want to. Oh well. That was the same story, man. No, you didn't convince me. It didn't sound like cool enough for me to accept it.
The way that
go ahead.
I was gonna say the way that conversation should have ended was it should have been y'all are making a whole lot of sense and it's really hurting my brain and I need to go. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That doesn't have to be. I mean, that's okay. It is what it is. It do what it do.
Shout out to Helio. Yeah, so I've been talking about the claim stackers. He was more of a claim repeater. Just repeat the claim over and over and over, and hopefully it'll eventually become evidence.
Respawn that claim. Keep repeating that claim over and over again. Say gravity one more time. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say it again.
I like that claim respawn.
I just killed your fucking claim. Respawn back to gravity. I just killed your claim. Respawn back to gravity. Brilliant. This is going to be fun.
First to 100.
Hey guys, we got vapors. 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 You've been unmuted. Welcome to the server. You can open your mic and say hola.
Hi, Vapors. How are you?
Hey, what's up to PD?
Oh, God, not again.
Mickey can smell it. Can smell the vapors.
Well, it's probably, who? Mm-hmm.
Send in the clowns.
Well, yeah.
The end of that should be send in the clowns that drink pee.
Hey, you know that so I know many people, not many, but personally close to my circle, I know multiple people that have never been to the ocean. They lived up in the high mountains of America, Central America. Never been to the ocean. Never seen it with their eyes. Never touched it. Never smelled it. Nothing like that. And what they see, if they go up in their hills, they see the top of the mountains meeting with their horizon is the top of the mountains meeting with the sky, right? Is that a horizon or no?
A definition to the Globers, yeah.
But if I'm standing at the top of the mountain and I don't see the ocean, I see mountains behind mountains, and then what I see is like a convergence of that topography with the sky. Am I looking at the horizon? No, I am, right? That is the horizon.
Yeah, it is where the sky meets the earth.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works. Like even like 2 feet in front of you, 2 inches in front of you, you look down at your feet, and where the ground meets the sky, that's the horizon.
Yeah. So I don't have to go to the ocean to see the horizon, because the horizon, it's not just the water meeting the sky, is the surface. It's the surface, could be water, or it could be topography, and it's still a horizon, because it's apparent. It doesn't have to be something specific. It's the surface, right? The water could be surface, ice could be the surface, whatever could be, whatever is on the surface, but that's meeting at a distance. It's converging to that point that we call the horizon. I mean,
he said it as well. The last guy we spoke to, you can't see the curvature of the Earth. You got to get really high, but you can see the curvature of the Earth because it gets in the way of boats. Interesting contradiction. Yay.
I missed all y'all.
Where have you been?
Oh,
I know, right? Just busy doing life stuff. Got like going out on dates and spending time with my daughter and working.
Going on dates.
Yeah.
Hope that's going well for you, buddy.
It is actually. The most recent girl that I met is a flat earther.
Oh wow!
Good for you, bro. Good for you.
Hey, she told me, she's like, you're gonna think I'm weird, but I'm a flat earther. I'm like, what did you say?
Hey, sheepdog, welcome to the land of the living. Now get a shovel and start digging.
Right. That's a good one.
Not sure the best than sheepdog. Is that sounds like a relatively new thing. So, no expectations, my friend, but I hope it goes well.
Oh yeah. Same here. I just gotta find somebody that like we have like good vibes together, and we do we can balance each other when it comes to like doing at home work and life work and things like that.
Hey man, and when you meet people like you can have a meeting of the minds like that. At least you don't have to worry about other stuff. Like you can filter a lot of things, especially when you get in a relationship with someone, right? With a partner. Just by having that meeting of the mind on the same page on certain things is even better, because if, let's say one day, for example, maybe not you, but other people have the same situation as you. At least you can filter things like the jibby jabbies and that kind of stuff. You can filter all that right from the start.
She's a truther all the way around. Like we had that conversation, all of it.
Exactly. So at least it's a good filter. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. I can be honest with this person. I don't have to worry about them. Like, no, don't talk about that. I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to leave you if you keep talking about it. I don't need to hear that.
Wow.
Well, you can have a real conversation. You can actually have a real conversation with your partner. Wow, amazing.
I know, right? That's how it's supposed to be. Even if you disagree, you should still be able to have those conversations, just to like vent to each other. But
All right, guys, just very quickly, we've got a heliocentrist in the server. So Bangladesh, do apologise for pronouncing your name wrong. So Bangladesh, I've given you control of your mic. I don't know if you've got it or not, but you seem to be. Let me read that again. Heliocultist. So welcome to the server, my friend. How are you?
Bangladesh. Bangladesh, do you have control of your mic? You do. It's your choice to talk. Your chance to talk.
I love how we're all patient and quiet there. Hello, mate.
I know. Oh, we're mean here. We're nasty here.
Bangladesh, you need to be like a lot louder.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, mate. What brings you to our server today? I see you're a heliocultist, so you must have been here before.
I'm not a cultist. I have been here before, like 2 times, including this. It's 3.
Oh, awesome. So, what brings you in today?
I was here like for a bit. I don't know. I just wanted to listen, but then I got like into a debate, and then they muted me for some reason.
Yeah. Well, what is you debating about, mate?
Flat Earth.
Anything in particular? Curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container?
I mean, like, I forgot. I have bad memory. I'm sorry.
It's no problem. Maybe your memory's good enough for this. Why do you still think you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. Everyone believes in it, so I think it's just easier for me to believe in it.
Okay, everybody in Manchester seems to support Manchester United or Manchester City because it's easier for them, even though the football teams are shit. All right, that's fine if you want to believe what everybody else believes because it's easier for you because you don't have a backbone.
No.
Yes, that's all right.
There are some things that everyone believes on, like concession, right? Everyone believes on something, so everyone believes on round Earth. I mean, almost everyone. So I think it's just better to believe on
Well, if you're
round
going to say everyone, apart from you don't.
I mean, obviously, not everyone will agree on.
How does the world present?
Like, for example, murder is bad, right?
Verify.
Everyone won't agree that murder is bad.
Yeah. How does the Earth present itself to you, my friend? Does it look like a ball, or does it look flat?
It looks flat. It looks flat.
No, especially over the waters, right? Those waters of the Earth look really flat, don't they?
I haven't really seen an ocean, but I guess.
Yeah, see, this is the primary surface of the Earth. It's apparently all of its water, 70% of it. But when we observe water and we understand how water acts upon the surface, we observe that water to act upon the surface level. That's a bit of a problem because if that happens, then the Earth can't be a ball, right?
I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, you understand how light reflects off of water, right? You understand that maybe when you go to a swimming pool, it's reflecting light above like a mirrored surface. That's the same as the oceans and the seas of the world. They reflect light from above, the clouds and the sun, like a perfectly mirrored surface. So they look level, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you know that when you go down to the beach and you see the sunset and you have that ray of sunlight across the water to your feet, you know that could only happen on a flat surface. If the surface was curved, you wouldn't get that reflection.
I wouldn't, but what if, like, the curve was so big that it's not really curved anymore?
You still wouldn't get that reflection because there's a distortion in the surface.
Maybe, I don't know actually. But I have been debating for a while, so I will listen for now and I will do my research.
Okay.
And then I'll come back with even much better evidence.
Yeah, don't worry. So I'll tell you what you could do is you could give us or provide us with direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, who and how it was done. Direct measurement of the rotation of the Earth, who and how it was done. and you can give us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. If that's ever been demonstrated, who and how that was done. So those three things, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Goodbye.
Next. Then nobody else.
There's Bootman. I don't know much about Bootman.
I was just looking at Bootman as well. So Bootman, you've got voice verified. You do have control of your microphone, so you are able to speak. What brings you in here, Bootman? Please don't be one of those pussies that's just here to listen. Please.
Sorry, I missed the question. My phone was a bit away. What was the question?
I was just saying, hi, mate. What brings you into the server today? Don't think anybody's heard you speak yet?
I've been here for several hours. Already spoke with Mayhem.
Oh. I wonder you're quiet.
I did ask him about not exactly like the globe or the flat Earth, and I liked his answer. And I'm gonna use it, but perhaps he can give me a different answer that I could use. It's in regards to people viewing the world through the lens of belief or fact. Like, for example, you have people coming on here talking about the globe, how they believe in stuff, right? And they don't seem to differentiate well between these two concepts, fact and belief. To them, belief is like fact, you know? And I want to ask you now, like, if you meet a bunch of people in real life and you wanted to filter them out, for example, those who think in belief and those who think in fact, without antagonizing them directly, perhaps like in a few sentences, how could you like ascertain whether they're the one group or the other group?
Ask them to provide evidence for the things that they believe in. If they don't provide evidence for it, then realise that it's just a belief without evidence. It's not first-hand knowledge.
Would you ask them about the weather or about like flat Earth and stuff? Like, I would preferably not ask them about like controversial topics, you know? I don't know.
There's a few things that you can ask people, but it depends where your conversation's going to go. Sometimes we bring up, for example, the gas pressure argument. If you ask somebody...
I mean, you just met.
Yeah.
So you're done. I would like to touch his question about belief versus fact. Okay. So, what was your question? The belief, facts, or is there a versus between those things? Like, I try to group people into I don't know, like to differentiate people, filter people out for myself, so I can find like-minded individuals. You know, like for example, you guys here, like you have a flat Earth debate server, and you also like filter people out into globers, flat earthers, and like real earthers, right? And like concavers and whatnot, or people on the fence. So I want to differentiate people, those who view the world through the lens of fact, like factual information, and those who just believe in stuff. Yeah, but even people touching the topics that you mentioned, the labels that refer to certain topics about certain things that people do and talk about, right? Flat Earth, globe Earth. You can talk about facts, and then you can talk about beliefs, right? Because the globe earthers say, we believe if this and this and that, and they give you their story, right? And they believe in it. And they talk about it because of their mindset. They make statements about their belief in their minds, right? Even though they operate in reality and they function properly almost everywhere, right? Like they can do things in reality, right? They can be mechanics, they can do this, they can do that, and whatever it is. But they can still hold a belief about some idea, right? Now, there is the factual stuff, the real part, the real is level, that doesn't need any belief, is axiomatic, is the real thing that you can verify, and it is what it is, right? That's what it is. It's don't matter your belief. That's what it is, factually. But then, remember, these words have meanings. So the word facts has a meaning, and also the word belief has a meaning. And many of the definitions and the utilization of the words and their meaning has been hijacked, including the word belief and facts. Those two have been taken, and their meanings have been perverted. Okay? So the word belief, I can utilize it colloquially, and I can say, okay, since I believe that when let's say I go outside, I believe I'm gonna make some money, right? I go outside, I'm gonna go into the business world, and I believe that today I'm gonna make $100, right? Or 300 or 500, I believe. And then factually I made 500. I made more. I had a belief at that moment that was incorrect, right? But let's talk about another belief. You can utilize it practically. Yesterday, my wife cooked me a ribeye, a precious, right? And today, at the same time, I believe that she's gonna do the same thing. And I made it get home, and guess what? There's a ribeye on the plate. It's ready to. My precious is ready to, to be consumed, to eat as a meal. I believed it. I mean, my belief was correct. But I could also have the same belief at the same moment before I made it home. And when I make it home, she has salmon. It was salmon. It wasn't ribeye. So my belief was wrong. Right?
Right.
Okay. So I can still use the word belief for certain things. I believe that tomorrow the sun is gonna come. I believe it because it's happened yesterday and the day before. But it's not tomorrow yet. I only believe it right now, and then it's not tomorrow yet. But I still believe that tomorrow that hasn't come, the sun is gonna come. It's not a fact yet, but it's a postdiction because it's something that is being, and that's the way it is. Right? So yeah, you can utilize the two words certain ways, and the word doesn't have to be demonized. Like, as a lot of people the word belief also has been demonized, like many other words has been. I don't know if people agree with me in here, but go ahead, guys. You guys want to reply to what I said?
I get what you're saying. There's a phrase I like to use: believing factually. Does that vibe with you?
I agree with Jim's.
No. I mean, factually, because you don't know factually until you make it there and you verify your belief. But your belief can be correct. Your belief could be correct, but until you make it there and you actually verify, then it's factual. That's the difference. Because you could still hold the same belief you could still hold it, but then you make it there and your belief wasn't correct, then, your belief wasn't factual. That's the difference.
So if you believe that the sun will rise again tomorrow when it's night, you're believing factually?
Yeah, because it's by record, it's been happening day after day after day after day, but tomorrow hasn't come yet. We're talking about the factual thing right now, and tomorrow hasn't come, but I'm holding a belief that the same thing that happened last morning is going to happen the next morning.
So here's where I would like to make a distinction.
And when it happens, I know that my belief was correct, just like it was before. And you can do the same thing with many different things.
Bootman, real quick. I was just going to say real quick, Jemsy, do you know what they call that when the sun is going to come up, is likely going to come up tomorrow because it's always come up day after day after day after day? Do you know what that's called?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, say what it's called, bro. Come on.
I don't know the English term for it now.
It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. It's something that's happened over and over again. So therefore, we can assume that's going to happen again when we wake up tomorrow.
Post-diction, yeah?
Post-diction.
Cool. Thanks. So I guess where I would differentiate between the two groups of people, a new distinction would be those who base their beliefs on post-deduction and those who base their beliefs without checking the supposed facts first and believing just because somebody said so. You know, doesn't matter.
The way that when they say, "Oh, the globe model predicts it," no, it's a post-diction. It's something that's always happened. Even when everybody believed it was a flat Earth, it still happened. When everybody knew it was a flat Earth, it still happened.
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade.
teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Seems like this believer in the spinning ball Earth floating in space got really triggered with my last video. I normally don't reply to videos. I'm a very busy man. However, his response cracked me up, so I decided to take a few minutes to address the questions of this poor follower of Masonic and Jesuit teachings. The burden of proof is carried by those who make the claim.
Exactly. You flirts are making the claim that the Earth is flat.
Here is the evidence that the Earth is flat.
Actually, that's evidence that the Earth is a globe, goofball.
Nope. I just showed 360 degrees of a flat horizon, while you claim Earth is a ball offering no proof of it. Do you claim Earth is shaped like a rolling pin, flat horizontally and curving in front of you? But let's move on with non-nonsense's nonsense. 360 degrees of a flat horizon.
What's beyond that horizon, huh?
More flat horizon. Here is footage from 37,000 feet showing a flat horizon as flat as the eye can see.
Why can't you see all the way to f***ing China?
Because there is water in the atmosphere. Never been swimming? How far can you see when you dive in a swimming pool? Exactly. Not too far. There is water in the atmosphere. There are 2 molecules of oxygen to 1 molecule of hydrogen. It seems like you are not too bright, but let's move on. Globe believers claim the horizon we witness as being flat.
We aren't believers. We don't believe in shit.
Yes, you are believers. You believe the teachings of the Jesuit George Lemaitre and the lies of the Freemason Isaac Newton.
No, you guys make up some bullshit talking about we can't see through the atmosphere. You guys are f***ing goofy.
Again, you don't seem to be very bright. Just check you local visibility on your favorite weather app. All they offer are some CGI images and fish eye lens evidences.
Burden of proof's on you. Prove it's CGI.
Here is the proof that it's all CGI.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere, so I just hit Command Z a lot.
there's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Or fisheye lens.
Here is your mentor, Neil deGrasse Tyson, lecturing you on fisheye lens.
And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball.
They offer no proof of Earth's revolution around the sun.
They're called seasons, and the fucking calendar you all use every year.
Seasons are caused by the movement of our local sun between the tropics, as my buddy explains it here.
So this is the December solstice where the sun rotates on the outer perimeter of our Earth, which looks like this, so all the people in the middle would experience winter. And this is the June solstice where the sun is rotating more towards the North Pole, which looks like this, so all the people in the middle experience summer. And you have fall, which is in between summer and winter.
There is no proof of a spinning ball. We have zero curvature. Globers, if you claim Earth is a ball, offer us some proof. Put up or shut up.
Here's your proof. Earth is a sphere rotating from Galileo back in the 90s.
Really? An egg-shaped CGI cartoon? Have you ever seen it with your own eyes? Or is it just a belief that is Earth? See, you are full of beliefs. You believe in a rotating egg in space. Give me a break.
Or is it globe, mate?
It is flat.
This is flat. Thank you very much, mate. God bless.
Chicago skyline. Alexa, how tall is the tallest building in Chicago?
The tallest self-supporting structure in Chicago, Illinois is the Willis Tower, which is 1,451 feet tall.
Alexa, how many curvature feet are there of the Earth in 60 miles?
From SureDog.com. Note that at 60 miles the curvature charts show over 2,400 feet of drop.
Alexa, why can I see Chicago from 60 miles away in Michigan?
From iHeart.com. Apparently the Chicago skyline was visible 60 miles away in Michigan because of something called Fata Morgana.
This is not a real rocket. It's a helium balloon. Observe how slow it takes off. No rockets takes off this slow. This is a helium balloon being released with some fireworks on the bottom of it.
Back at it with the 100 proofs that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers that flow for hundreds of miles towards the level of the sea without falling more than a few feet. Notably, the Nile, which is in 1,000 miles, falls but a foot. A level expanse of this extent is quite incompatible with the idea of the Earth's convexity. It is, therefore, a reasonable proof that the Earth is not a globe. If it doesn't get any more simple than that, I don't know what does. Flat Earth just makes a little more sense to me. I'm not saying that I'm right or you guys are wrong, but it speaks for itself.
If you are still questioning the legitimacy of the Flat Earth theory, this may help you. Let me introduce you to a star named Polaris. It's also known as the North Star. This star literally does not move. It is known to stay in the same place year-round. Anyone can look this up. Polaris shows essentially no movement, and they try to say it's due to the Earth's axis, pointing directly at Polaris, which is a load of crap, and I'm going to show you why. we live on God's flat earth with the firmament over top of us. The sun, the moon, and the stars are all within God's glass firmament dome that he created over the flat earth. And the sun, moon, and stars rotate around the flat earth inside the firmament in a circular motion. And remember, we're dealing with the North Star. And on the flat earth map, the North Pole is directly in the center of the earth, meaning Polaris, the North Star, would be directly above it. So as all the other stars are traveling in this circular motion around, Polaris is found to not move at all, because it's in the very center. And we've actually been told that the Earth travels 584 million miles through space in 1 year. And you're gonna try to tell me that we see the same stars every single year for the past thousands of years, with the same star in the middle that has never moved, while we're traveling 600 million miles through space each year? Something's not adding up here. You see, the Masons actually know about this as well. They know the actual shape of the universe.
Correct. This is the firmament. Let me introduce you to it. It is in Genesis chapter 1. And God said that when he created the firmament, it was to separate the waters above the earth from the waters below. So inside of this water is a vacuum sealed package that is designed for us. It is our space. Man wanted to get out of that space. They wanted to go out of space. Inside the firmament is the sun, the moon, and the stars. Z, I know they told you the sun is 93 million plus miles away. Not according to Genesis, and at some point you got to take a choice, choose God or choose whoever.
Space is not real, and we live under God's dome or firmament. We're in Genesis chapter 1, verse 7. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. Let's take a look what this word firmament means. The Hebrew word is rakia. It's an extended surface, solid expanse, the vault of heaven or firmament regarded by Hebrews as solid and supporting the waters above it. I'm about to prove to you that we live on this and not on this spinning water ball by using the Bible. We're in Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 26, and above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone, and upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness of an appearance of a man above upon it. We learn that above the firmament is God's throne. This is what he says in Isaiah chapter 40:22. Is it that he sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. So we learn that God stretched out the firmament as a tent for the whole world to dwell in, and he is sitting upon that tent, and when he looks down from that vantage point, we all look like grasshoppers. But in addition to that, and notice how God is sitting upon the circle of the earth, not a sphere. We all know that a circle is a two-dimensional object, and a sphere is a three-dimensional object. If God meant to say he sat upon a sphere of the earth, he could have used the word sphere, or he could use the word ball like he did in a few chapters earlier in Isaiah 22:18. But instead, God purposely used circle, because that's what the earth is, a circle. But guys, I'm here to tell you that God's word is true. He wants a relationship with you, not a religion.
Hot air balloons debunk gravity, the Coriolis effect, and the supposed curve. No mention of gravity is included in the science of hot air balloons because there simply is none to account for. If hot air can overpower the supposed force, then it shouldn't be strong enough to hold anything down. The fact hot air rises should be game over for globies, but they like to think a scientific theory isn't just a theory. But the simple fact is that all proven things have no need for the word theory before their title because they've actually been proven. We don't call magnetism the theory of magnetism because we can demonstrate and prove its existence, but there's nothing that proves gravity, hence why it's known as a theory. You see, the term scientific theory literally means an accepted hypothesis. It has no relevance to actual proven scientific facts until the hypothesis has been proven, then the word theory is removed. not a random mutated bacterial fish monkey living on a spinning molten cord water ball cork screwing through infinity. There's purpose and meaning to all things in existence.
We are approaching the vertical descent phase 2, which will have the lander module hovering at nearly 150.
Some people think God created the universe. Some people think nothing created the universe, which is the funniest guess. And the nothing people make fun of the God people. They say God doesn't exist. I'm like, okay, maybe. But you know what definitely doesn't exist? Nothing. That's the defining characteristic of nothing, is that it doesn't exist. So what are we talking about? Either you think it's God, something you can't see, touch, taste, photograph, and science can't prove, or you think it's nothing, something you can't see, touch, taste, photograph, and science can't prove. But I think we can all agree, if your nothing sometimes spontaneously erupts into everything, that's a pretty magical nothing, you guys. And ask the nothing people, what happens when you die? They'll tell you, nothing. You go into nothing. I'm like, you mean you merge back with your creator? That's heaven.
This solid metal plate is floating in midair. No strings or wires holding it up. And no supports underneath. Pretty tricky, huh? Actually, this is how it works. These are large electromagnets. When the current goes through them, they create a strong magnetic field which supports the plate in much the same way that water supports a cork. And with the General Electric electromagnetic levitator, it's now possible to suspend objects in midair without any sort of visible support. General Electric engineers have used this principle in developing a new kind of GE watt-hour meter. That's the device you have in your home to tell you how much electricity you've used. Inside is a disc like this. And it spins around in a small magnetic field with virtually no friction at all. General Electric scientists hope to develop other frictionless bearings, machine bearings that may never wear out, all based on the same principle.
Antarctica is defined as anything beyond the 60th parallel, latitude south. Anything outside of being a tourist, which may cost tens of thousands of dollars, and you will be watched the whole time and taken only to certain areas, will have to have a special permit to visit. You may have access to all areas if you become a designated observer by your nation. Good luck with that, as we know they will only select members of secret societies to become designated observers. If you try to cross the 60th parallel south with no authorization, you most likely to be arrested like Jarl Andhoy, who was sentenced to prison and had his yacht confiscated, if not shot dead as some of his friends.
The goofiest fake professor on the internet exposes himself. Listen to what this says about himself.
I didn't know what the channel was going to become. I didn't know it was going to become the centerpiece of my life, and that it'd become successful and everything, and that I'd go on to explain dozens of other topics, including topics I know nothing about, but I hire experts in the field to write me the scripts, and then consultants to look at the scripts and look at the finished animations and make sure it's all good, right? I'm not professing to be an expert, honestly, in any academic field, not even chemistry. But I understand it very well, and then the stuff that I don't understand, I have people who do understand it explaining it to me. Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the...
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, you know, Professor Dave. It's just a little name. You know, I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, you know, did work in, you know, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry. But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music, and then I moved down to Los Angeles again for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. The first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry, and found that I really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. Or a lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, Professor Dave. It's just a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it. Professor Dave, it's just, a little name.
So let's get this straight. Professor Dave is not a real professor. Dave taught courses before getting a master's degree. Dave dropped out of graduate school twice. Dave lost his teaching job. Dave then created a YouTube channel and called himself a professor. Dave has now over 1 million dumb subscribers, being the majority made of globe-tards. Dave then attacks one of the top 10 chemistry professors in the world. Dave is the most arrogant globe-tard on the internet.
Also, did you know there's this wonderful book called The 16 Emergency Landings That Prove a Flat Earth that completely debunks the globe within a few hundred pages? Let's just look at one of the examples. From Santiago to Johannesburg, and they emergency land thousands of miles above the equator. Now, if we're flying from a southern continent to a southern continent, why in the world would we cross the equator at all? But not only that, by thousands of miles to emergency land. Does that make any sense on the globe? Or when we look at it on a flat Earth, looks like they were pretty much going in a straight line. Pretty weird, huh?
Don't waste any more time. Visit my link tree now and order the book 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. Visit my online store now and order the awesomely enhanced new Gleason's map. Order them now before they start rewriting our history. This is a quote from the book 1984 by George Orwell. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book rewritten, every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped.
Uh-oh, got a globe pilot in the lobby.
I like the sound of that. We're gonna open the mic and let Quantum just, have
It's
a word with
really
him.
easy to be a pilot. I became a pilot last week. It cost me $5 in 5 minutes. Now I'd fly drones. I'm a FAA registered drone pilot. So pilot means nothing. Let's find out what kind of thing he pilots.
Who's this pilot in the lobby?
Don't know.
I think Brad's talking to him right now.
I make the joke. I kind of steal from the movie Idiocracy. Like,
Hold on, I'll give you guys some context. Give me a second.
Says according to the chart, you're retarded. It's okay though, Scro. Plenty of retards live totally kick-ass lives these days. My ex-wife was a pilot, or was a retard. She's a pilot now.
It's gonna take me a minute to watch this video. Oh, he's already here. He's the Levi dude. Levi GJ.
Strauss?
You guys have fun.
All right. Let me give him a roll. Verified and unserver mute. Levi GJ, you have ability to speak. Hold your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh dear.
What brings you by, man?
Well, I found it kind of interesting that one of your friends, or whatever, one of the members at least, was
Yeah, he's a moderator. He invited you here. Yep.
Ah, okay. I just got a little confused at first.
No problem, man. So we're on about here the topic of the shape of the Earth, and it seems like he filled us in that you are a pilot. Now, is this correct?
Yeah.
All right. What do you fly, if you don't mind me asking? Being is that you're a pilot?
Beechcraft Baron.
I'm not familiar with that craft. Is it a small craft or a commercial?
Your basic turbine twin prop.
Okay. And how high have you taken that craft up?
It's rated for about 36,000 feet.
Have you taken it that high?
No, I think it was 35,000 feet.
Okay. So the highest you've been on that craft is 35,000 feet. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, we're on about the shape of the Earth here. So is there anything that within your experience of being a pilot that you could honestly say that you're flying over a globe?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And so what can you detail to us that exactly you're flying over a globe? What is it that that? Is there any instrument that can tell you that? Is there experience that you're looking at? Like what can you tell us?
So it's a little bit of both. Now, I'll add this to it. It's a little unrelated, but in aviation, or the FAA requires that you understand that there's a difference between true north and magnetic north. Magnetic north deviates through the rotation of the Earth. Slightly off axis.
Whoa. That's not true.
Well, no, there's a difference between true north.
Yeah,
and
I know.
magnetic.
That was correct, but you said it was due to the rotation of the Earth. That's not.
Oh, no, not rotation. My apologies. Well, personally, I don't know, but I know there's a difference and it changes over time.
Yeah, there's declination you got to adjust for it when you're using maps in magnetic north. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that's not answering the question.
How would you describe the shape of the Earth? I want your example on this.
Well, flat isn't a shape; it's an aspect. So we know it's not a sphere. That's for damn sure.
Okay, so do you mean like it appears to the human eye that it's flat, or
Absolutely. So when you're making an observation from your craft at the altitude that you were in, you shouldn't see any curvature anywhere. Now, if you're claiming that because you were on the craft, and like I asked you before, was there anything that you've seen or gave you an impression that the Earth you're flying over is a globe? And you didn't really give me an answer to that.
Sorry about that. Okay, so hold on.
Okay.
I see what you're getting at here. It
Yeah, I'm getting at
will
like,
appear
how do you know you're
definitely
flying
that
over a
it's
globe? That's what I'm getting at. Like, pretty clear what I wanted you to kind of explain.
all right. So when you're flying over North Pole, you will watch compass. You can set a true heading, which is a gyroscope or a GPS. It will hold its hold its orientation no matter.
Okay, real quick. I'm sorry, Leave. I don't mean to interrupt, but I do have to.
Yeah.
This example that you're talking about, did you do this before you continue?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, continue,
Yes,
please.
This is something I've witnessed. Okay. So there's an instrument on the aircraft that allows for the setting of a heading. It is not affected by any sort of magnetic interference. It's a gyroscope. It goes off of gyroscopic rigidity.
Whoa,
This
whoa, whoa, whoa,
rotation.
whoa, 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 whoa! Stop. Before you leave out,
Yeah.
how do you calibrate that gyro compass?
Okay, so let me.
Are you talking
explain
about a
little
gyro
bit.
compass? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Let me-
Forgive me. I thought you said gyro compass. Go on.
Is okay.
Sorry about that.
Let me explain. Not trying to sound like I'm dumbing it down, but I want to simplify it so you understand what a gyroscope is.
No, we don't need to know what a gyroscope is.
Well, it helps explain this. So,
Well, it doesn't because
gyroscope-
we've listened to what gyroscopes have been for the past 5 years. He asked you for proof that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, well, anyways, I'll continue. Gyroscopic
trying to get there.
rigidity. So, this heading indicator will only go off of a gyroscope. Gyroscope does not change. As you're flying over the North Pole, it will remain in the same spot, but you'll watch as your compass, your compass will flip. But the
So?
gyroscope will not.
So?
Okay.
Well, if you
How do you-
continue in that straight line, at some point you will hit the South Pole.
No. What I'm talking
Oh,
about once again, Levi. It's cool that you did that, right? Because it's not, even though you're saying that you flew over the North Pole and you saw this flip happen. How do you know you're flying over a globe? Because that can happen. That can happen. Okay, think about this. If it's a flat and stationary Earth, right? And you're flying straight and that flip happens, it could actually happen on a level plane. You don't need to have a globe. So how do you know it is a globe?
Well, if you continue in that straight line and reach the South Pole, and then fly from the South Pole.
Have you
to the
done that?
north,
No, have you
no,
done that?
that's-
Okay, so
that's not a
we're
possible
talking
flight.
right at this current time right now. What I asked was, since you're a pilot and you have done something like this example you just gave us, how do you know the Earth is a globe from what you know as a pilot, specifically you and what you have done, not what you haven't done?
Okay, well, all right. I have this
Okay.
example. Now, this example can be interpreted in many ways, but I'd like to point out one of those. That is, when you're in an aircraft, due to something called the Coriolis effect.
Oh, God.
If you are flying in a straight line, the Earth will move from under you. You will not. Eventually, if somehow you manage to fly in a straight line for long enough. Wait, hold on. I have, sorry, another question. So, you imagine that it's not a ball. What other shape could it be?
Oh,
no. We're gonna get to the Coriolis effect here in a minute. He's asking you.
Can
Can I butt in for 1 second?
No,
Look,
hold on a second, lunatic. I'm going to try to explain it to him one more time. We're going to get to the Coriolis effect, or the lack of Coriolis effect, here in a minute. He's asking you about the globe, about the shape of the Earth itself. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes. I have yet to hear anything.
the thing that I wanted to say was that I did tag you, Levi. It's not that long of a video. After this conversation, when you have time, I'd like you to watch it and tell me how it's wrong, because this is another international pilot like that flew many flights and talking about the gyro. And she says that it's plain as day. She flew for like 25 years or something like that. And just never saw it until a certain day, and then she realized like this, it's just so clear.
All right. I got a question for you. Because are you going to provide evidence that it's a globe? Because we're going to get right to the direct evidence, right? Pretty quick.
I have a genuine question to ask.
Good.
Okay, so seeing as you don't believe the Earth is a round shape.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with belief.
No, okay, so yes, you.
No.
How do I put this? Not
I
believe,
know,
but you know. Okay.
No, I don't believe that I know. I know. I'm going to show you here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Okay, so I'm not going to disagree with your answer, but I'm actually.
Are you going off your own statistics or someone else's statistics?
No, I'm going off my own, but I'm
not talking about you. I'm talking about the other guy.
I'm genuinely interested in your answer to this question. Do you believe in NASA?
Do I believe in NASA?
We're not going to go to some random. Yeah, we're not going to go to some random. We're not going to go to some random. Levi, 1 second. Levi. We're not going to go to some random questions. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to stick to what I had first asked you when you first came in here, and is that you're a pilot and you have experience flying over the Earth. I want you to tell everybody here how it is a globe because of your experience as a pilot. Now, it seems like you want to jump off to many other questions, but the more interesting one is how come you're not telling people now that the Earth is a globe because you are a pilot and you've flown over it at a certain altitude, 35,000 feet, as you said, from the craft that you're using. But you started going off on other different topics like Coriolis and all these other things. Now, we're going to have to address those because that's something you mentioned, right? So we're going to address that. I think Quantum's going to get into that here in just a moment. But that's why I was asking you these questions, because of you being a pilot. Not going and asking us any questions. We can tell you about Flat Earth. We want to know why you think it's a globe because you're a pilot, right? That's what we want to know right now.
I have an example. Right. This is a personal example. This has happened. I do know this effect does describe, well, an idea of the Earth being something. Okay, so this is used in aviation everywhere, known as the GPS.
Stop.
Now.
Stop. This has nothing whatsoever to do with the question. GPS, you're begging the question till the cows come home. Okay, listen, can we make this quick, Miggy?
Absolutely.
All right,
I'm going to post it. Listen, I'm going to post. This is going to be real easy. It's. There's no tricksies in here. I just posted my website, and one of my proofs for a flat Earth is flight. And I want to go through this. I want you to go ahead and click on that, and I'm going to go through this real quick. Like I said, there's no tricksies here. It's very simple, and you should be able to answer this relatively quick. How about that?
Okay.
Tell me when you're on the site.
You're gonna send me a link or something like that.
I did. It's in the live stream voice text at 43 minutes after the hour under a Santa hatted quantum eraser. It says in big white letters, flight. Got a little airplane right above it.
Yep.
Tell me when you're there.
I know exactly what she's talking about.
What?
I know exactly what she's talking about.
What she? I'm not a she, I'm a he.
No, the person in the video. I'm watching the video.
Yeah, he's talking about the thing that I told him he should wait till after he's done talking with you guys, but he's watching the video of the
Sir,
Dutch
don't watch
pilot.
the video. We're getting on to the proof. I want you to go to the Globe Terminator's website, please. Go to the flight. This will be real quick.
Okay. All right.
Tell me when you're there, and tell me what the first 3 or 4 words say.
What the hell? Where is it? Oh, the Globe Terminator.
It's at 43 minutes after the hour. It says flight in white letters, and it has a little plane above it.
Yeah. Okay, what is this? What the hell is this?
So it starts off with, since the Earth is. You with me?
Yeah, this website's a little comedic. The top.
Fucking comedic. Really? How
Yeah.
so?
Well, no, the top looks a little eccentric.
The top? The top
the
of what?
The website. The top of the website. Globe Terminator.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
little
me.
eccentric.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm eccentric. You're gonna feel that here in a second.
Yes, I do.
All right. So see if you can follow along with this. I'm gonna go real slow. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere of 25,000 miles in circumference, radius of 3959 miles, and pilots traveling for 1 hour at a typical cruising speed, this is a commercial flight, of 500 miles an hour to simply maintain altitude, would constantly have to adjust their altitude downwards to compensate for the curvature and descend on average 2,789 feet every minute. Now, to negotiate the drop, I really don't care what the plane does. It can barrel roll, split S, wing over, tail slide, slow roll, Cubanate, falling leaf, the chandelier, or the hokey pokey, but it must descend, and everyone on the plane will know it. My example, how many miles of vertical drop? That's geometric drop. This is not a sight gag. This is actual geometry of the Earth. So how many miles of vertical drop must be negotiated over a distance of 500 miles an hour on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles? Answer, 31.7 miles. How many feet are in 31.7 miles? That would be 167,376 feet. So 167,376 feet of vertical drop must be negotiated over 500 miles on the Earth. My example, real world. I'm traveling by commercial plane from the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers to Atlanta, Georgia for the Super Bowl. This was a few years ago. Approximate distance is 500 miles. So the typical cruising speed is 500 miles. So 500 miles distance at 500 miles per hour is travel time of 1 hour. So how many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated on my trip? The total feet vertical drop, as we went over, is 167,376 feet. Travel times 1 hour, it's simple calculation. 167,376 feet divided by 60 minutes. So the answer is 2,789.6 feet of vertical drop per minute average must be negotiated by the plane on my trip. Does this ever happen? Nope. The sphere is a Stone's Cold fairy tale. End of argument. Give you a couple minutes. Take that in. I got another example down beneath it. It's 1,000 miles, but we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So you're saying there is a total amount of altitude that must be lost over a certain distance.
Yes, 500 miles.
Is the pilot drunk?
No.
Because quite frankly, what's known as an attitude indicator will keep the plane pointed towards the horizon, which should not indicate a climb or a descent unless there is a change in air
sir, the
pressure,
sphere
temperature,
that you're
dew
living
point.
on is dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared.
What is?
The sphere beneath you, you know, the ball that you allegedly live on. As you're traveling, that sphere is the ground is dropping away from you. That means curving because it's a sphere.
Why is that?
Because it's a
Yeah,
sphere.
but if you're flying in a. Okay, all right. So
you're not following this, are you?
No, I am. So you mean you're flying along the horizon? You're
flying level, like flights usually do. Maybe 2%, 2 degree up, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, so this is about to get a little confusing, but I'll try my best. So, when you follow the horizon, it will not guide you off the edge of the Earth, and it will not cause you to enter a climb or.
Yeah, I know, because it's a flat Earth. What does horizon mean?
Horizon is a visible edge. A visible edge is pretty much as far as you can see.
So it's the appearance or apparent junction between the Earth and sky, correct?
Yes, apparent.
Is it flat?
It's relative.
It's flat. Horizon, flat. That's another total problem. You're missing this. The ground beneath your feet as you're flying level.
Yeah.
If you're flying at 500 miles an hour, that ground is dropping, vertical dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. So you have to adjust your altitude. You must, or you'll continue to gain altitude above the surface that's curving away from you. Right?
Okay, so I just don't know about that, seeing as...
What do you mean you don't know about that?
Because notice that flying in a straight line... Now, I do know that the aircraft is 200 miles an hour slower.
Doesn't matter.
But if you fly straight and level with the horizon, you align the aircraft with the horizon. There is something known as a vertical speed indicator. It tells you, or tells the pilot, via numbers, if you are in a climb and a descent, in the rate indicated in feet
and
per
it's
minute,
not
but
telling you
that
anything,
is
right?
level at 0.
Yeah, that's right, because the Earth's flat. Thank you for proving my argument.
Good point.
Thank you.
Good point on that.
That's it.
Oh my. I am...
He's got a lot of good points, my man.
It's as simple as that. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's on the way.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know, right? Pretty mind-blowing, huh, Levi?
Bathroom's clogged.
These
Again?
dumb flat earthers aren't so dumb, are they?
Just a little odd.
Well, it's not odd. It's just something you haven't realized, Levi. And the realization of it is just now hitting you. Like, you've never really thought about it like this. You've only been taught that the Earth is a globe. It's been a foregone conclusion in your mind for such a long time. And so now that you can actually critically think about it, it does make sense.
I think he's experiencing cognitive dissonance. I'm not
Yeah.
convinced yet.
No,
I think we got a little ways with him.
I know this is a little off topic, but now I have. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, a little off topic. But what shape do you think it is? Because I heard you originally say that
We don't know.
you
We don't know.
originally-
What do you do to determine a shape?
Well, if you're really close to a massive object, the first
What do
thing
you
would
do
be
to determine a shape with anything that is a shape? How do you determine the shape? By doing what?
observe it geometrically?
No.
What?
Starts with the letter M.
You do two things. You can do two things. You get far enough away and then turn around and look, or you can M it.
Yeah.
What's
Okay,
the M?
so you're saying you can get far enough away and look at it. However, have you seen footage from the ISS?
I'm sorry. Do we want to go down this road right now, Miggy, or we want to stick with
if you can figure out the M?
Yeah, if you can figure out the M.
I mean, if he's not going to give it to us, then we're just going to go ahead and probably take space away too. So
I'm going to take the vacuum of space away, if you don't mind, sir. Levi?
What?
Yeah, we're saying that every single image, because you haven't seen photographs from ISS or anything else, because they are allegedly in the vacuum of space. There's a little problem with that because that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics?
Oh, I know exactly where you're going with this.
I don't think you do. But go ahead.
I do.
Nah, me neither, dude.
So
continue.
Yeah, you don't have to be an expert in the second law of thermodynamics to understand and know for absolute certainty that you need a container for gas pressure. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, see, on the fairy tale spinning space monkey ball brought to you by Jesuit priests. You like that? That was my piece of flair, man. I have a piece of flair.
Wow.
You see, in this little fiasco, they forgot. Well, they just assumed that people wouldn't think about this. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. They're friggin' lunatics. But no offense, Lou. That to have gas pressure, you need a container. However, in this fairy tale, it's an open system. There is no container. So my question to you is, how are you still breathing?
Good question.
That is a good question, and because the vacuum of space is allegedly, as we're told, 10 to the negative 17 torr. So according to the second law of thermodynamics, that the gas pressure here on Earth will quickly find its way to fill the available volume, which is, according to the fairy tale story, 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters. That number is unimaginable volume. So it should rush out in attempt to fill that and equilibrate with its surroundings. So at sea level, it should be 10 to the negative 17 torr, but it's not. We have gas pressure. Therefore, anything involving the vacuum of space, any of NASA's little fairy tale stories, the ISS, any little trips out there, anything involved with the vacuum of space is thereby debunked by the principal pillar of physics, the second law of thermodynamics. That's it. Again?
All right. So since you don't have space to actually refer to what the Earth looks like, there's another way that you could find out, which was the second way that me and Elijah were trying to get you to realize. It starts with the letter M. You know what that is, Levi?
A map.
No. Measurement.
Or observe it geometrically, which is
okay.
Well.
Do you understand that's a way you can derive what you know if something is, curving away from you? You'd be able to measure it, right? The curvature, I mean.
First, that's absurd that you can look at something and measure it by looking at it. I mean, look, yo, what the fuck are tailors for?
Not something that big. Let's not get off on this rampage. You can't observe it. It's too big, correct? You can't observe the whole thing. So you can't do that.
Well, you couldn't observe the whole Earth because it's not a flat object, and if it's not a round one.
A flat object?
You can't observe. How can you observe it? The whole thing. We just destroyed the fairy tale vacuum of space, so you're not getting away from it.
Okay.
You can't observe it.
So,
you have to measure it, right?
Would you believe? So, if you said that we can't observe the whole thing,
right?
Yep. Do you also believe that light has mass?
Light doesn't have mass. What the? That's not even
a hell of a tangent.
Science.
That was proven that light has.
Light has no mass. Wait a second.
Off the cliff.
Wait. Hold up. That isn't even parroting the correct pseudoscience, sir. Citation, please.
Photons have mass.
Citation, please. Citation right here in voice text. Right now.
Right now.
And that doesn't have anything to do with your argument anyway.
Now we're just talking loony bin stuff.
Yeah. While you're doing that, we're going to head to the Black Swan and we're going to kill this quick. How you like that? What do you think about that? Maggie? We want to kill this quick, or do you want to drag it out?
Nah, just end it, man. He's taking too long.
Don't play with your.
Okay, so have you heard of Albert Einstein? Would you?
No, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there.
D to the V. Please delete your. Just hold off a second, sir. Unless you're going to post a citation telling us that light has mass, which has nothing to do with the argument anyway.
Where?
Thank you, sir. Thanks, D to V. Who is Albert Einstein? That's too funny. Okay. Are you looking for the citation, or can we get to the killer? In fact, it's already dead. We already killed it with the flight, your profession. But we're going to really destroy it right now.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for it. You can.
Oh, you'll never find it because it's horseshit. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know Albert Einstein very well. Yeah. Are you talking about the general theory of relativity or special relativity? Or are you going with photoelectric effect? What are we talking about here?
The one where he married his cousin.
Oh,
if you couldn't see the whole Earth, what I'm trying to say is, for example, black holes have mass.
No, they don't. Okay, let's move on. You're not going to find it. I'll tell you what. At the end, you could post a citation, and we'll close the server if you could post something that says that about that. So at 00 minutes after the hour, are you with me?
Okay.
Do you see the Black Swan, Levi?
Let me know when you're ready.
Text?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, why are most of these just quotes that claim that?
They're not quotes. They're not. There's no quotes here.
It literally says "quota nova."
Quoting what?
Quote. There's literally an image that says "quote nova."
No, go to 00 minutes after the hour under quantum erasure with the Santa hat. It starts with a modus tollens argument.
All right.
Let me turn you up too, because you're mumbling.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Where is it? You said
it's at 00 after the hour under quantum erasure, Santa hat. Globe Terminator, the one that I was eccentric.
I do not see it.
Well,
never mind.
Continue to scroll down. Okay. It's 00 after the hour. Are you Central Time or Eastern Time?
No, I found it.
You found it?
Yep.
So I'm going to go over the modus tollens argument. You familiar with deductive logic?
The what?
Deductive logic.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You can either have modus ponens or modus tollens. I chose modus tollens. I'll go over this real quick. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that here in a second. Therefore, not B. P. The Earth is not a sphere. Any problem with the logical consistency of this argument?
No, but I might have missed.
Yeah, that's fine. Just a quick run through. Everything's on the up and up, man. It's watertight.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to head to the evidence supporting the modus tollens. It's right underneath it. It says bye-bye ball. All right. This is a still that I took from and we could post the video at your request. It's not in contention at this point. what we have here is the observer is at 1 foot. He put the camera right down at the water in near Sacramento, not Sacramento, Miramar Beach in California. And he's looking out at these stationary oil platforms. Now, these oil platforms are only there to demarcate distance for us. So what he did was he put his camera down and he zoomed in at 1 foot observer height. Now, the max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles would be 1.22 miles. Can you tell me, sir, in this photo, where the horizon is, roughly?
Yeah.
Is it beyond 9.41 miles?
Oh, yeah.
Can we safely say it's 10 miles?
Probably even more than that. I don't think the human eye could observe the
that's okay.
horizon.
All I need is 10 miles. We're good. Because this is the end of my argument. Because how on earth can the Earth be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles with a geometric horizon max distance 1.22 miles be 10 times further than that?
How do we know 3950 miles is true?
That's the story that we're given from secular.
So we're going off a story.
What did you?
No, we're going off
to
the
get the
established.
geometric horizon?
Hold on a second. Leave. Who am I speaking to? That's in the background.
Unknown.
Unknown.
I'm just saying, we're kind of going off a story right now.
No, we're going off the story. You see, I'm putting the secular scientific community on the stand, and this is the story that they give us. Follow?
Or this is a story that we're being fed.
That they give us. So, it is well established that the radius is 3959 miles, conducted by Al Biruni, and confirmed. This number dictates everything about the nature of our reality. That is, rocket launches, day and night cycles, all your celestial bullshit out there. This is their story. I'm putting them on the stand, and I'm going to slap the shit out of them.
Don't forget more local things. The distance from one continent to another, the speed of which boats or planes travel, all of that.
Everything is based on the radius value, and the radius value is encrusted in stone.
But quantum, what would be the difference if?
Hold on
the radius.
Hold on. Yeah, I was going to tell him. According to Pythagorean formula, with the 1 foot observer height and just the horizon at 10 miles, the radius would be 264,000 miles. But back to the original. The globe Earth is dead of a radius of 3959 miles because there is no phenomenon in the history
of go off of the horizon, but you didn't go off of the diameter.
What? I went off the radius.
You didn't go off of the radius, sorry.
I went off the radius, 3959.
But you said the observer height compared to the horizon distance is what you.
What are you
plug
talking
into
about?
Okay, so what you said was you took the observer height and the distance of the horizon that you assumed was roughly 10 miles, and you.
Did I seem to
used the
ascribe?
Pythagorean theorem on that?
No, I shouldn't even brought it up. Albacore tuna. Ugh.
Sorry.
Listen, sir, this is cut and dry. The max this is basic geometry. On a radius of 3959 miles on a sphere, the max distance to the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. It's over. You need citation for that?
I'm just wondering where because to measure
where the ball
radius,
went,
you have to have
bye bye.
So 2 points. So let's say one of them's the surface of.
You have to have 2 points for what?
To geometrically describe a radius, require
the radius is already established, sir.
It's an established metric, Levi. That's something that can be contested as far as what you believe the Earth to be.
Yeah,
it's established.
You don't know what
and
the radius is. Well, how are you flying?
Yeah, that's weird, huh?
The Black Swan.
That's all right. Let's go with 2 citations. Let's just kill this quick. At 9 minutes after the hour, from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. He's a subject matter expert in this area, by the way. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. We can confirm this by the University of Washington Department of Mathematics. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square root of the height, or perhaps even more simply is just 1.2 times the square root of the eye height, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet. It's over.
The Black Swan.
What the hell?
Black Swan.
This is the Black Swan argument, sir.
Irrefutable, airtight.
That's all I have for you today. You're very cordial and a good sport about it. So I'll leave you to Miggy. Thank you.
But you have been erased.
Miggy, what about my refraction? My refraction, Miggy.
But it's just too big, and why would they lie?
Yeah, so in conclusion, you being the pilot coming in here thinking that the Earth is a globe, now you're realizing that it's something else, right? It's not a globe.
Yes. I would continue on the argument. Not around the curvature or not curvature of Earth, but the apparent lack of space.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, and you can answer this as honestly as you can possible.
All right.
Even though after the Black Swan that was shown to you right now, do you still think the Earth is a globe, Levi? Or is it in question? Or is it in question is what I should have said. Or is it in question?
It's a little in question.
Oh.
Flat Earth FAQ by Eric Dubé. Chapter 1. How do you know Earth is not a spinning globe? Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize, and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball, is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always, and will always, experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance, and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by flat earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by flat earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft, and strapped to Felix himself, recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball, and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Rowbotham. On the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed, at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion, with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing 2 constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang-Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang-Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in schoolbooks. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours.
2.75 hours. That is how long it will take. It's your boy, CB. Chris M in the panel. We got Liquid, YouTube, Rumble. That's it. Welcome, everyone. We are live. I'll be your host, CB. If you're new to this channel or have not done so already, please hit the subscribe button, the notification bell, and all that good stuff. Stay up to date on the flat Earth debate. And we are joined by just us folks, Chris M, Liquid 7891. Just us folks. Anyone listening on YouTube, Rumble, so shout out to you guys. Shout out to Helio. Shout out to Republicus. Shout out to Indio. Shout out to CJ. Shout out to Mimus. all the heavy hitters out there that have been doing this thing and had this place set up and ready to go for us fellow flat earthers. So we appreciate all the OGs, guys who did it before us. Anyways, man, panel's dead AF. I need to send a little VC verified ping, see if are around. All right, send out the pings of the VC verified. Let us see what they have to say. Question is water always curved, or does it start curving at a certain point? Lake, sea, ocean. Water is always curved. So, reason, based on reason. Go, no, it's not. I consider my beliefs to be justified by more belief. Evidence is mixed in there. Where? Where? Shout out to the stripper that's paying taxes. Get the accents. That in itself is a belief. Not everything is a belief. A large enough body of water in a curved gravitational field will form the shape we're describing. Seen where QE posted in the chat. That's so funny. QE said, this guy said, the ocean, that's the nearest water hill. My God. What? Ants don't just don't doesn't mean Discord arguments. What? Ants don't observe doesn't mean what? Damn, panel is dead AF tonight, bro. The inability to observe the curvature. Man, where the globies at, bro?